Hello and welcome everyone to the LPL Summer Grand Finals as we finally get a lineup, Xiaogu taking on LGD. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car, and joining me tonight are both Zach Rusty Pie and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Gentlemen, going to be a great final tonight. How are we both feeling?
Feeling good. Cannot wait to get into this best-of-5 series. It's going to be massive between these two teams, the rookies and the chess masters.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to getting into this best-of-5 set. And I think the real feel-good story right now is no matter who wins, LGD, they get through to Worlds, PYL's first berth there, and QG in their first split have made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, really impressive from both sides, to be honest. And, LGD, despite already making Worlds, probably still going to want to make sure they get the crown this time. Got one game, basically one fight away in Spring versus EDG. But, they're hungry, especially PYL. Always wants to prove himself here. Imps already won a couple titles, but might as well add LPL there as well.
I'm glad that you brought up PYL as well, because he's going to Worlds now, finally, irrespective. As you mentioned, he will be going there. But, of course, in their nature as LGD and every Chinese team is to be the best and to actually come first, not just make it to Worlds. So more on the line than just Worlds.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's an LPL split. And you always want to add things to your resume as players. It just makes them more attractive. They've got a very good lineup from top through to bottom right now. And it's about building momentum, making sure they have that confidence as a team heading into arguably the biggest event. Not even arguably, Worlds is huge.
Yeah.
So we'll see how those guys go with that. But over the other side of the rift, QG, they've started to really turn it on, I think. And I was even surprised that they were able to get here. I thought that they would be figured out in a best-of-5 set, but they certainly have risen to the occasion and certainly proved that they're an admirable opponent.
And it's funny because as well, it just feels like they haven't really changed very much. Like they've done one thing, they came onto the scene. They're clearly very good at getting aggressive with their jungler and team fighting. Nothing has changed.
I guess that's the beauty behind Xiaogu is the fact that they may be super linear. They may only have one style, but they make that work to the point where they win games and they win team fights when they're down 10,000 plus gold. They do have one style, but that one style that they have just seems so effective that is essentially how they got here today.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, a lot of it does revolve around their jungler, Swift. I'm sure we'll take a look at him a little bit later on in the show. But what he was able to do in the first couple of games against Invictus Gaming really pulled the wool over their eyes. I don't think Invictus were expecting such an aggressive performance to come out of a team-fighting team. Swift was all over them from like 3.5 minutes in the game. So you just think if they're able to bring something similar, you know, stick to the team fighting, but add a tweak to it. Maybe some early aggression, maybe some objective control in there. They're a very good chance to win today.
It's funny to consider that the team was built around TNT originally as well, and how quickly that has changed to be entirely Swift.
Well, the thing is that Swift on Nidalee is certainly that assassin, but also has a fairly good attack steroid and also pushes down turrets really well. So even though he was a person making a lot of the moves, TNT's positioning was still pretty spot on. Yeah. They're happy to have him as the positional carry, and he does absorb a little bit of gold right now, especially in the playoff series. So we'll see whether he's able to go up toe-to-toe with probably the best AD carry in the world right now in Imp.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing for Xiaogu in general is that all their players are playmakers. They can all go big. It's usually Swift, Doinby, sometimes with a creative pick, doing something smart, or even just all-out aggression from TNT. Even if Xiaogu always get to the same destination, they have many different paths they can get there. They can go aggressive from the jungle. They can go aggressive in bottom lane. They can carry from top, mid. Yeah. They can do crazy stuff like Xiaogu. Even if they want to get to a similar point, they get there in a lot of different ways, and they have done so all season.
Yeah, and of course, the point is almost similar to the unlimited potential side, just to a more refined extent, is that team fighting stage where they just feel so very superior. But to contrast that, and the way that you can compare them individually against LGD, it feels like on paper they've almost met their match. Yeah,
so LGD is a really hard team to categorize because we call them the chess masters. Their micro play is amazing, but then you look down their role and they've got people like Akon, Godvi, PYL and Imp, and they're so good at a mechanical level as well. So the fact that they are known for a macro team just speaks testament to how well the team is run in itself. And the fact that they don't lose lane often, they always get the best of lane swaps especially, is just going to be such a scary thing to have to go up against because this is a team that completely dismantled EDG on their way in. Yeah. And EDG hadn't lost in 3 weeks. They were looking unbelievable, and LGD convincingly beat them.
Yeah, and for me, that was just LGD playing their style. Like we talk about Xiaogu being this team that only does one thing. LGD can do a bunch of different things, but they often do the same thing, and the big benefactor is Imp. Every single game, TBQ is set up to farm, and Imp is set up to carry.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing about Imp is that they recognize, does he need farm or does he need levels? So they're happy to leave him by himself if he needs levels and he freezes out waves. If he needs farm, they fast push, get him some turrets and really get him through the early game to the point of mid-game power, especially when he's on the likes of a Cogmore at the moment. So they play two styles very, very successfully. The biggest linchpin for me against EDG was the fact that TBQ went berserk and was able to carry out of nowhere.
Yeah, it really was here. As you can see, all the fans sitting in the arena. No punches being pulled here as far as opening ceremonies go.
Wouldn't be a Chinese final without all of the awesome.
And these two teams just on their own, set to deliver, that's for sure.
恭喜老干爹3比0挺入决赛，让我们恭喜 QG 王者之路还差一步。
负所望，你们应声而来。我们脚下的战场即将硝烟四起，这是一份关于坚持的信念，这是一场关乎荣耀的对决。今天，我们在这里为战斗呐喊，战火即将点燃，跟我一起冲向荣耀之巅吧！
QG Reapers. Top V. Jungle Swift. Mid doing B. AD Carry TNT. Support TCT. LGD Gaming. Support PYL. AD Carry in. Mid God V. Jungle TBQ. Top Acro.
其实我打字也蛮久，还没有拿过一个中国顶级赛事的冠军，这次就是我一个最好的机会。
我们2个韩国人加上我们3个人都是第一次走到这一步，就是 LPL 夏季赛决赛嘛，十足的渴望拿下这个冠军嘛。
저희 팀이 팬이 없기 때문에 좀 우승해야 팬이 좀 생길 것 같고.
我觉得 QG 这个队伍对我们来说威胁性不大。
LGD 对我们来说是更有利的一个决赛的对手，实力上可能不会有太明显的差距吧。Echo 还有 Flame 是2个强力的三单，而且非常有经验，对于我自己是个考验。
사실 잘 몰라서 사실 잘 모르는데 그 인프가 엄청 잘한다고 하더라고요.
对于我来说，我觉得是一种激励，因为我更想去战胜比较强烈的队伍。
只要把他们打野压制住，我觉得他们各条线都没优势。
컨트롤 싸움에서 이길 것 같고, 버프 컨트롤이나 좀 스마이트 싸움에서도 좀 자신 있고, 초반에 이득을 제가 TBQ 선수보다 많이 볼 수 있을 거라 생각해요.
你打野虽然很强，但是没有我强。
对手是敌人，以前刚刚打过，没有输过。
LGD와의 경기에서는 비록 팀이 이기긴 했지만
가프이 선수한테 그 솔로킬을 따이는 모습으로 아 이게 LPL 미드라이너의 그 실력이구나 장벽이구나 하고 느끼면서
在我看来的话，他是一个虽然比较强的中单了，但是我觉得他依旧打不过。
5대5에 있어서의 능력은 제가 가프이 선수보다 더 낫다고 생각합니다.
그 선수 11을 안 하면 저한테 진짜 무지무지하게 죽을 것 같아요.
太去想克制对面，反而会误导自己。
主要还是要对于视野的掌控比较到位。觉得对他们两个组合我们没有任何压力。
印度啊，偏向激进。
그렇게 한다고 쳐도 게임을 말아먹을 정도로까지는 무리하지 않아요.
这个决赛将会是我第一个 LPL 冠军。
我们很快速的3-0平带走。
在决赛的时候会利用 BP 来针对狼人猎。
我觉得他们用不用实力都打不过我们。
결승전에서 이길 수 있는 확률은 제가 보기에는 뭐 지금 기량이 그대로 이어진다면은 큰 변화 없다면은 99% 정도로 생각하고 있습니다.
퓨지 바텀이랑 지금 한다고 치면 제가 라인전에서부터 만약 저희랑 라인전 한다고 치면 제가 솔로킬을 한 3번 딸 것 같아요. 라인전 끝날 때부터.
乐观的加油！
LPL 下季赛冠军，我们真打对吧？
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Grand Finals. What a way for the players to enter their way into the arena. And already, a final that was already going to be hype here between these two teams just got a whole lot better.
I feel like the best part as well is the Xiaogu Reapers, as they are so aptly named, making their way on the stage
in dark robes
and white face masks, almost personifying their team name.
Yeah, you'd think that is the case, and then you saw Akon's look, Akon and Godvy's look, and I was like scared. Godvy looked like a man possessed.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's sort of indicative of how he might play in this series as well. Certainly something that we didn't quite get to when we went over LGD, but he's an insanely good mid lane. This mid lane matchup's crazy.
Godvy's crazy, and you know the thing about LGD is you kind of have to pick either a strategy or a person to target, and in the past that has been Imp. People throw the Kog'Maw and the Kalista ban out there, and EDG, they gave him no respect, and he got Diana twice, and boy did he make them pay, especially in game number 3. So I want to see whether that is an adaptation, whether they're happy for Doinby to just play support mages and see if they can weather the assassin storm that is going to be thrown at them out of the mid lane, or whether they do attack his champion pool and see if they can get him on a control mage like the Orianna.
Yeah, and just basically what you said is they need to either target ban him or target ban Imp, but they could very easily ban one, annoy the other, focus the lane in terms of actually playing the game. We'll see what they actually want to put in place, but if they try and focus Godvy at all, they're going to leave open these champions that are ban-worthy from Imp. So it's a big risk being against this side.
It certainly is. And the one thing that I will say about that is TBQ's gone back to earlier game jungle. So even if you try and camp out a lane, if he picks up something like Lee Sin, he has shown that he's a better counter ganker than he is ganker. He likes to be the second jungler there, see what he can get in a cleaning up kind of fashion. And if they do decide to camp the Imp lane, it's not even Imp that you have to go up against. It's like TBQ as well as PYL hanging out down there. And Swift, he's a fantastic jungler, but I'll be very interested if he could get through all of the defensive wards they put out early.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, and on the other side, I guess, for Doinby, a player that has played against phenomenally good mid laners in the LPL. Doinby is a good mid laner, don't get me wrong. I think he's a very good mid laner. But he's not really the best mid laner in the LPL. That's actually pretty tricky given the talent pool. But Doinby has proven time and time again, in any situation, he'll figure it out. He might not be the best 1v1 player, but he'll get his team where they need to be.
And this is Xiaogu personified, though, Doinby. No other mid laner could ever take Doinby's spot in this team because he is the team. He follows around his jungler if he's winning the lane. He wins the jungle with his own lane, and then he just takes over the entire map. And no one else in the LPL really plays to that style. And I feel like this is the most important matchup. You look at across the board, LGD star players, Xiaogu, they've got the very important jungle matchup. But I think at the end of the day, it does come down to how mid performs. And if Godvy's kept down by Doinby, and if Doinby is unlocked by actually doing well.
Yeah, well, the thing is it's his patch. Like, it's arguably not Godvy's patch right now. The Yasuo is something that Godvy can definitely play to great effect. But when you look at how strong the likes of Lulu and Victor still are through their wave clear and being able to support their AD carries, Doinby should still be able to do fine in this matchup. I agree that if you look at a completely neutral 1v1 lane, it's probably going to go in Godvy's favor. But then you've got people running around the map being able to help you out on Doinby's side. Like, you've got Swift always invading. You've got a very clear person to follow if you do ever want to go on one of those journeys. So I think that QG, they play around their mid laner's strengths very well, and that is his ability to teamfight and just push out waves. He's never looking for the 1v1. He just wants to get the heck out of mid lane and try and help everyone else.
And I guess kind of an extension of that, because I like that you bring up the fact that the patch does suit him. And Godvy's a very flexible player. He'll sort of do whatever works. Yeah. But he can't play hard carry, it feels like, as much as he used to be able to on maybe some control meters or the other bigger champions he was known for sort of early on in the year. So that's my other question is that, okay, if mid lane's a bit more of a farm fest, how important are these AD carries? Because you already know how good Imp is. So what about TNT and TCT there?
Yeah, well, I'll kick it off with Imp. He's the best in the world right now. He's an absolute monster. He's probably one of the better lane swap AD carries, and he's abusive in lane. Like, he will stand on his melee creeps. It used to be funny. We used to compliment Uzi for standing on range creeps with Caitlyn and abusing people. Imp just stands on the melees right now with the likes of Sivir, Cogmore, and just abuse earlier power spikes that no one else is able to take effect from. So I honestly think that in a laning phase, it's not QG's to their strength, but I think they try and just 2v1, because if there's, you know, when you look at getting V behind versus like keeping Imp down a little bit and trying to get TNT a bit more of a freer early passage, I think that's the case. Or they go Lucian and just try and outright win lane with something like Lucian Janna.
Maybe. I mean, I think in general, the theme of this series is going to be QG trying to contain Imp, because we know LGD will funnel as many resources as they have to make sure Imp gets the gold and gets the levels that he needs.
But the scary thing about that is they set up the rest on the map that well that you know they will always be able to farm two lanes. So they're never a single threat comp. They'll either run something like a Diana and be able to split push very well with it, or they will make sure that Acorn is absorbing a lot of CS by setting up slow pushes for his team. So because of their wave management and manipulation, they're never at the point where other teams have always had to run like solo AD carries.
And this is what makes LGD so good, again, as a team. Imp, really good in lane swaps, but LGD as a team, really good in lane swaps. They all capitalize on it. The side wave control, the vision, they put it deep, they make picks. Everything that they do is towards the end goal. And as you said, you know, I feel like it's Xiaogu's game to lose in the early game, but it's definitely LGD's game to win, because individually, if they can get the lane swaps, Xiaogu, they might go for the Lucian. They do have the preference at themselves on TNT. We'll see if they want to put that into effect or if they actually want to take the lane swap, because they like late game as well.
Yeah, I know they do. And I really want to hear your thoughts. Do you throw two bans at him? Straight up.
I think it depends on the side of the map you're on. So if you have first pick, you can throw two bans at Imp, maybe pick away something in the middle lane like the Victor priority. You know he's going to go for the Diana, so it's perfectly fine. But on red side, you have to ban Kalista because he's first pick. But do you go for the Cog? Do you go for the Diana, take it away from Godvy? Or do you prioritize maybe a particular top lane ban? Take something like Nara away from Acorn?
Yeah, because this is what I've been struggling with. I just don't know. QG are they pivot quicker than I thought they would, so they're able to change it up. I think the Nidalee prioritization in the IG series is definitely proof of that, because, you know, Swift was playing things like Gragas leading up to it, and then he had played a lot of Nidalee, don't get me wrong, but Gragas definitely was a priority for this team because of the team fighting prowess, and that was not the case at all versus Invictus Gaming. So I want to see whether they allow something to go through and like have something else in store for us in the bottom lane.
I mean, we were watching this earlier today. I was talking to you about this in particular, is the way that they run their drafting and how they have adapted very well to being in the game. So we were looking at the last game of that best of 5 series, and the way that they can seamlessly take picks away as well as get champions that they are looking for their own team comp is seamless, and it's a sign of a very smart and very on-the-fly adaptive team that Xiaogu could take LGD by surprise with if they get past 3 games.
And let's go top lane then, because we talked a lot about Acorn, but I'll talk about V for a second, because again, same sort of issue here. Okay, they need to contain Imp. Good luck, but they'll figure it out. Probably a lane swap might be their best choice. But that hurts V a lot. He's not a bad lane swap player, but he's just not Acorn. And he loves farm as well. Like when we talk about Xiaogu's big team fights, he's usually the one that's showing up with 250 CS at 30 minutes, being like, "Hi guys, how are you? Need a front line? I'm here."
Yeah,
I mean,
depends what he goes with.
Honestly, it comes down to how they play the lane swap again, because V is a low resource carry, so he's not actually known for getting that 250 CS and appearing with this massive horde of items and taking out the backline. The thing to contrast that with, though, is if he gets the farm, if they actually get standard lanes and he does well, then he can do that. And this is when xiaogu actually teamfight the best. Otherwise, it's on the back of Swift. But if they get standard, if Swift can play a carry champion, things start to favor them. But it's not always a necessity.
Yeah, it isn't a necessity, and that's why I actually like V a little bit more than... Like, I understand he is a weak link of the team, definitely, but when he gets things like Hecarim, he is actually able to get a lot of CS that you wouldn't normally expect. I think that they'll go low econ on him, though. I think that he's going to be relegated to Maokai duty today. I think that it'll be a very big priority pick, especially if they have to let things like Kalista, like Kog'Maw go through the draft because they can't afford to throw that many bans at it. They're just going to look to tie him down on something. And I think that was even further proved in Game 3 when Doinby ran a LeBlanc versus Invictus Gaming, because if they're able to make it work, even though LeBlanc's travel time is changed, she does the same amount of damage once she arrives, and the second distortion's on your head anyway, so that doesn't take any time to appear. So if they can run that comp successfully with the Maokai, with the LeBlanc, take one person off, and then play the rest of the team fight the way that xiaogu really like to, I think that that is a strategy that they can run either in a Game 2 or a Game 3 to steal a win for themselves.
So is it on Swift then? I guess Swift and Doinby is that pair to... We've identified the threat. The primary threat on LGD is Imp. So is it on the jungler and mid to, again, pick the team up in the early mid-game and say, Imp, you have a massive target in your forward. We're coming straight at you.
Yeah, like it's always been on Swift. He's always been the biggest carry of the team, but there's a lot of threats on xiaogu that go unnoticed. And again, if V gets that farm, if TNT has a good laning phase against Imp, I feel like there's multiple people that can carry it. Similar to LGD, they just get slept on a little bit more because you always look at the shining light of the team that has always been Swift. He gets the most gold compared to other junglers in the LPL besides Clearlove. I think he's second in that respect. So he can definitely carry, but that's because they're giving him prioritization. So if he goes back to a Gragas or something tanky, then they can always revert that back to V or TNT.
And I think that one thing you do have to point out is that Imp has this tendency. He's a beautiful AD carry to watch play, don't get me wrong, but every now and again, he does Imp things, like stealths on top of tanks with Twitch and unloads on front lines and weird things like that. TNT never makes a mistake in team fights. He's always the last person to die. He is so good at staying behind the front line that V Swift provide. Even Doinby at times when he plays things like Nautilus mid lane and stuff like that. So I would expect for TNT, even if he gets a little bit behind, to still do so much with his resources. He always has. So if it gets to the situation where they get to like draw up picket lines and go at each other 5v5, I don't think that it favors either side. I think that QG are that good in team fights that they might even have a slight advantage here. But LGD just never let you do that. They're always making you rush and engage because of a side minion wave. They're always like pressuring over here while Acorn takes something on the top side of the map. So definitely going to be harder for xiaogu to set up for those engages.
And you said this earlier, though, is the way that they can focus all of their resources and the fact that if TNT can get going, it would be massive, but so risky to do against Imp unless he does Imp things.
Well, let's take a look at xiaogu now. We start in the top lane. It is V. Talked at length about these teams, but as you can see, lots of tanks in those last few games.
Started to pick up a bit of Gnar, but the most played, of course, Maokai and Hecarim, so can diversify his champion pool if need be, but seems content.
Yeah, and now moving into the jungle, Swift, certainly the man we've said the most about on the team, not too surprising there, and Doinby, certainly the other rising star this split.
Yeah, and the Victor's going to be contested.
Yeah,
because if they,
absolutely.
That's their key to drawing out games. If they get the wave clear, Victor or Lulu, something like that, where they can just keep stalling until the end, is only going to mean great things.
Yeah, and of course that contested Kog'Maw picks to move on to TNT. Expecting to see that be very popular in these drafts. And last but not least, down in the bottom side, just about anything, it's TCT.
The man who was basically picked to ensure TNT survives. No surprise, he's got a lot of Braum games in there because that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and the Braum's going to be huge because we keep talking about this double wall composition. And Godby likes the Yasuo. I mean, he put it out the first time against Rookie, and then since then has always, it's at the back of your mind whenever you go into a pick ban phase. So being able to take away the Braum but not necessarily have to commit to the Yasuo if you are QG is going to be something that they can rely on quite heavily in the draft.
And the other question then comes back to Janna. While we're talking about champions that can, the double wall is potent for LGD. You don't see that coming out of xiaogu because Doinby can't play the Yasuo. The Braum's always going to be there, but the Janna is the other default support champion that has a lot of peel and plays to these champions' styles really well, especially in laning phase.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Janna's just so good at being able to set up different kinds of team fights for your team. The big reset button, the ability to flank. She's actually a very versatile support, so and she's a good laner. Like, that's one of the biggest things about Janna. The shield is so frustrating to play around.
Well, if a Vayne wins lane, because you've got a Jana. You're doing good things. So Jana, very good support. And, you know, Gragas Jana, probably the ideal Xiaogu team comp if they can ever get that.
That's the other thing as well, where all these big AD carries are flying around. Twitch, Kog'Maw, Vayne sometimes. Even Sivir gets a bit of extra help, and Jana really does boost all that up. But we're going to take a look at LGD now. Unsurprisingly, they'll start with Acorn, who's just gone off game after game.
It's funny because he actually has 2 Rise games in there, but this is a credit again to the forced bans against this side. He can actually play Rise twice.
Yeah, those TBQ now, the jungler, honestly, much improved as the year's gone on. His player performance has been stellar.
Yeah, it certainly has, and the Lee Sin is looking fantastic out of TBQ, one of the better Lee Sin players in the league.
Yeah, now you can see Godby doing just about what he likes there with those last few picks. Lots of Diana there as a throwback to one of his old signature picks, but can play just about anything, and so can this man. But understandably, he's been sticking to the Kog'Maw.
Can play anything. The question is, what will they let him play?
Yeah. Misfortune.
Oh, not again. Not like last time, Spawn. As PYL going to round things out here. The Bard, really the only Bard player in the LPL, makes it look good as well. But Braum, Alistar, Nami, Jana, Kitchen Sink, whatever you want, PYL's going to play it.
Yeah, he certainly can. And why I like LGD at the moment is that their Lulu player, when they run the Lulu, is Acorn.
Yep.
So it allows Godby to play hyperscaling assassins. It allows Imp to position aggressively. And then Acorn's a get out of jail free card. Just because TBQ is a tank jungler, they don't want him on anything else. He doesn't have to play in Italy. Lee Sin, Gragas, that is all they need from him.
And even to that extent is that Acorn isn't the designated Lulu player because it was getting banned away from this side from Godby playing it to great success also. So there's the flexibility behind that is just unrivaled.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Control mages right now are just really safe to run in either lane. Lulu's a lane bully in the mid lane. Give her a little bit of a longer lane, it gets worse, and able to pressure you under the turret. So we'll see if that man on your screen is able to pick it up in one of the first couple of games and punish V, who does like to go for things like the Hecarim.
I think it tells you a lot about a team where Lulu can be played in 3 different positions, is a key ban, and your AD carry is named Imp. That tells me a lot about how that team wants to play.
Jugger Imp.
Jugger Imp, yeah, pretty much. If you've done it on Twitch, they've done it on Kog'Maw, they'll do it on just about whatever they want.
Yeah,
This particular stat is actually not entirely accurate if you take into account Demacia Cup also. So their track record against each other, these teams, is 4-4. But for the purpose of the regular split of the LPL, it is 3-1 in favor of Xiaogu. But this is also 2 games without PYL.
Yeah, so that was what I was going to point out. Really important to note, PYL did not play in the first 2 games that these teams ran into each other. You see the blue side win rate for Xiaogu?
Pretty high.
Something that we talk about a lot of the time.
Yeah, really do here. As you can see, the jungler's being compared. Like we've said, Swift definitely the key member of this team. TBQ's been very much improved here for his side, and they're going to be key to the early games in particular.
LGD, being a lane swapping team and having that good of dragon control, is really just shows how well they play this map when they go up against other teams.
Oh, look at that roam success rate. You know these two like to get out of that mid lane.
The fact that Doinv seemingly has a lesser success rate than Godv speaks volumes, given that how often Doinv is actually not in lane, whether it's a successful gank or not. He just doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, like the roam counter. Like, yeah, pretty close. They'll pack up and leave if they have to, but they've been left alone a lot. Again, when you lane swap, Godv gets left as you move into AD carries. Oh my god, Imp in your stats.
I love that there's a farming stat.
That's great.
It's great. So good. Lots of farm.
You can see gold share. Imp just does so much with what he gets given. 24% of the gold, but 29% of damage. 2% higher than TNT, who was a fantastic AD carry in his own right. And Imp, he just punishes any kind of behavior. I don't feel there's a good way to play against Imp at the moment.
It's an interesting stat to consider, though. 1% less gold, 2% more damage. Doesn't sound like a crazy amount, but if you look at the entire season, a percentage adds up.
And you can see Kalista everywhere for a lot of these teams. And it makes sense, again, when Imp being the key player in LGD. Don't really want to give anyone Kalista, but in particular, not LGD's AD carry.
So the thing I want to point out here is the fact that LGD prioritize their jungle, because that is one tactic that has been useful against them. Ban out TBQ in the jungle, so they will most likely take a jungler in the first rotation of the draft.
You can see now Xiaogu's top picks here for the season, I believe. V's keeping it consistent. Lots of Malcolm, lots of Hecarim in that nah.
Yeah, actually 17 games on both, which is ridiculous. And it's actually a player that can play multiple champions. He just has the preference towards the Maokai and the Hecarim. So very interesting to consider.
And the Na doesn't look bad when you give him some credit. He's a really good initiator on that. Doinby, he's got the Cassinan up his sleeve. That's the interesting thing for me, whether we'll get to see a Diana versus Cassinan mid lane.
Well, maybe, as Godvy's sneaking Diana in there with a couple of plays recently to bump that number right up here. But I mean, lots of Sivir, lots of Vayne. Haven't seen too much of them recently, but are always a threat, especially with that cock.
You mentioned Godvy, of course, the Victor, probably #1 priority for both of these teams in at least the first pick. I don't think it'll hit a ban, but most played speaks volumes.
I like TBQ's Rek'Sai stat there as well. That is an unbelievable amount of Rek'Sai games. And again, it's just a comfort thing for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the fact that TBQ is able to get good success rates on the gank-heavy junglers as well does suit the fact that as they come in, because we were saying they had to lane swap and pick him Sejuani every game at this point last season, definitely has evolved as a player.
And I think counter-ganking has certainly been his new calling card, especially in playoffs. That he won't always be aggressive. He'll, again, happily play around his team, use those roams, but you can bet if you're ganking a lane, he's probably right behind you.
And look at this. LGD averaged 2,000 gold ahead of QG and 3,000 ahead of the rest of the league. That's a fantastic stat at 20. Have to see whether they're able to abuse that early game that they generally get. That's an early couple of turrets that you would have to think coming out of the lane swap heavy team. But QG, we keep talking about it time and time again, and it's because I think it's going to be a trend this game. Let's say 7,000 gold behind at 30 minutes. You can't count them out of it. They'll always come at you. They're the sledgehammer. They just kill you once and then take the map.
And even then, if they are that behind, sometimes they'll just find the fight. They're that good at it that they can still win. We've seen QG do some pretty miraculous things, and it started, honestly, this season 2-0ing LGD. So it's nice to see them both here in the finals.
It did start in the very first week for them also, so continuing that trend through. They do have an even match rate against each other now, but maybe the odds have tipped a bit. It's nice to see Xiaogu get some best-of-5 practice actually in.
Yeah, and they've looked much better than I thought they would after Demacia Cup, against IG in particular. That was a long and arduous series for both teams, but the tenacity that QG showed, and I think they eventually sort of gave away and showed a bit more flexibility. That's said a lot to me, especially going into a long best-of-5 versus a team like LGD.
Yeah, I think that the tenacity both teams showed in that best-of-5 QG versus IG really set them up for good runs afterward. You saw IG were able to even take it to EDG. And now the fact that QG are coming off that with all the momentum, that would be like, we beat a team that were able to top EDG as well. So went on more even playing field than would have otherwise been suggested from LGD's sweep of the reigning champions.
Certainly, and EDG not being here is probably the other big story. These two teams have certainly earned their spot, but it's crazy to see a final with, honestly, just so many new faces.
No EDG, no Clear Love. This is Berserk. I have no idea what's going on.
Gone somewhere as well, falling off the wagon there with OMG.
I had mentally prepared myself for the call. I don't think anyone was prepared for a lack of EDG, lack of Clear Love in this. But one thing that we do need to point out, for people watching that are wondering where the recent success of LGD has come from, it took a pentakill and Baron for EDG to put a nail in their coffin last playoffs. Def went berserk in a team fight and was able to turn that game around. So they definitely have been knocking on the door, and it's behind that a lot of that man on the screen. He looks very determined today, Godby. Normally shares a little bit more of a smile with the camera, but he's all focused.
Not rookie level smiles, but definitely always shows some smiles. But today he is all serious. Definitely means business. So scary thought to be up against him, and I would have hated to have been looking at him. During that opening ceremony.
Doinby wouldn't have cared, man. Doinby would have laughed. You know what Doinby's like. He's the biggest troll ever, so.
He'll hide behind Swift anyway.
Yeah.
Well, again, continuing onto the Rift, we might see some of that, but Imp has been so good all year long. Like you said, took a lot for EDG to finally best LGD in that best-of-5, but if you want to think about this year, at least in China, as one of two halves, the first half was all depth. He was easily the best AD carry, even besting Imp by the end of that season. But the second half has certainly been all about Imp.
Yeah, I will run this storyline into the ground. Imp is amazing at the moment. Just watch him lane. Like, it's so scary because you don't want to lane swap against LGD because they're generally better than everyone else, and you don't want to lane against Imp. So, like, there are 0 choices left for you on the map right now if you are QG, and that's why I'm actually going to call something fairly early here. I think that Swift will go towards a Lee Sin in Game 1. I think that they're going to look for an early pressure jungle and see if they can pick on TBQ a little bit. It's tried and true. And Yeah, I reckon that's what Swift's going to go with. Nidalee or Lee Sin.
He does have the pocket Lee Sin, may come out.
He has a really good Lee Sin.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Nidalee's also been changed on this particular patch to be somewhat worse. She got tickled a little bit.
Yeah, what did we say? She got grabbed and then gently lowered further to the ground.
Yeah, it was not directly hurt, but she's definitely got some changes. So we'll see if there's still actually that prioritization of the Nidalee also. We haven't actually seen these guys play on this patch yet.
No, and that's sort of the fun thing is both these teams are very creative, have great shot callers, strong drafting, very good players. It's sort of everything you'd want in a grand final. And if there's ever a time where things are going to go a tad pear-shaped, it's going to start now. Grand finals, game number 1 draft. As QG going to start themselves off on that blue side. And instantly, Diana Nidalee, get out of here.
And Yasuo follows. They have actually gone with a target Godv strategy here. And this is dangerous because the guy plays Orianna like no one else.
And this raises a question, though, is LGD going to ban the Kalista, or are they going to leave both open?
Up.
Because right now, Xiaogu are targeting the mid lane of Godv. 2 of his champions gone. There's so much available.
So the thing is if you leave the Kalista up and they first pick it, Acorn can just lock in Maokai, and then you can run the Kog'Maw, and I feel that there's just as good scaling, but the answer on the other side of the map, and you can see Xiaogu, they saw it coming and just get it off the rift.
Yep, gonna ban that instead. It's actually 2 junglers banned from LGD as well, so picking on Swift on one side and Godv on the other, but Kalista gets the appropriate nod away.
And I like this out of LGD, because that doesn't affect TBQ's champion pool at all. He doesn't play Nidalee, he doesn't play Elise from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Gragas Rek'Sai only, they can keep throwing the real hard carry jungle bans out there.
Last ban mid laner there from LGD, gonna take away the Victor, and Xiaogu are gonna hover the Lulu. Do they dare to take this one away?
Well, I guess the better question is, do they dare not take this away? In saying that, if they pick the Lulu, they deny the Lulu Kog'Maw. And you have to assume that LGD are going to pick the Kog'Maw irrespective. So TNT has a preference towards that champion. I'm surprised they didn't pick it themselves.
And the other thing is that this actually allows TNT to run Sivir, which really helps V out on being able to get in the Kog'Maw if that is what Imp wants to play, and it is.
By the way, Rek'Sai's already locked in, and there's Kog'Maw going to join it. TVQ took about 2 seconds to lock that jungler in.
So right now, I think they run Braum Simmer. I think it's a really good disengage. They have the kite ability, and Lulu's going to help Sivir's late game damage out substantially through that help picks.
Yeah, they also don't reveal the hand of the jungler usually until last. It's generally a big surprise to see that. For the most part, this drafting is exactly what Xiaogu do every time. They pick mid, they pick top and support, and then they pick in the carries.
Yep, and there's the top lane. Maokai going to be the pick for V, and Braum's going to be taken there as well. Does leave open Janna potentially, but LGD, let's see what they select here for their 3rd and 4th.
Wouldn't be surprised by Alistair. It gives a lot of roam potential out of PYL in the early game, and I know we love seeing that. Also a lot of follow-up gank potential. If they have things like Gnar and Rek'Sai on the map, they're able to get at least 2 pieces of CC into most lanes. Will also help TBQ because Alistair responds really well to invades into your jungle. He's just got so much CC, and that's what they go with.
Yep, Alistair and Gnar going to be LGD's next 2 picks as they've got some considerations. So I'll likely give Godv that last pick, but Xiaogu, they have to round out their team comp here. Rusty mentioned Sivir. We'll see if that's where QG are thinking.
That is a big question, or do they want to go for more the TNT route, which is go Lucian and try and win lane? That will be very indicative of a 2v2 or an attempted 2v2. But I do think Sivir's arguably better.
I think that you just make him play against the minion waves. That's something that Sivir does so well. Just being able to shove out, especially with melee support, because you get the Targons early on.
Wow. Oh, wow. What? Gragas, Vayne are their last 2 picks, and the Xiaogu lane shell game continues in game 1 of the finals.
So the Gragas is standard. This is Swift's most played coming onto the Rift. He's got a fairly good win rate with it as well. I think, you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, Vayne, I think 3rd highest pick right now for TNT. He played it a little bit towards the back end of the season.
It's up there.
But I wasn't expecting him to take a Vayne into Kog'Maw abuses Vayne in the lane. That's one of the hardest lanes because as soon as Sheen comes out, you can't get away. And if you hit the first ultimate, the stealth means nothing.
So are they making the assumption that they want to lane swap? That's what it feels like to me, is that Xiaogu don't want standard now. And you don't want to give Imp a free lane as a Kog'Maw, because he can get carried away with that. But in saying that, LGD's finished team comp. They're perfectly okay with the lane swap, and just most importantly, the fact that Godv locked in that Orianna.
Yep.
I was going to question whether they had enough peel and support for him, because naturally, he's going to be in the front line, and they didn't really have direct peel for him. So Orianna actually facilitates this, and we'll see most likely a zone control style of Orianna.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned LGD's lane swap, because with 2 control mages, that's going to turn into a farm fest. Very hard to gank early game at least. Acorn's ranged, so it's a lot easier for him to farm. And Kog'Maw will go fine against the Maokai early game as well. So I think that Imp gets a 1v1 lane, and that gives him levels for his W and early itemization in that Trinity Force.
Yeah, we see almost always the same thing from LGD, at least when they open up series, is get Imp going, and he's back on Kog'Maw. Xiaogu are not going to respond to it just yet here, but they'll keep it nice and creative. Very tanky and very Vayne-centric, honestly. But let's go through the matchups to start things off. Maokai versus Na as V takes on Acorn.
Yeah, just a big tank battle going to be up in that top lane, but of course we're not actually expecting direct lanes, really.
Well, probably not here as the jungle matchup also lines up. This is a classic from this split. Gragas versus Rek'Sai as we move back to control mage land. Doinby taking away the Lulu, but Godby easy to take the Orianna.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit more damage will come out of the Orianna, especially the way Godby builds it, some movement speed through the early Alacrity boots and then Luden's Echo and craziness that comes out.
And of course, the late game carries wouldn't be a game without them here in the LPL. Braum Alistar for the supports, but Vayne Kog'Maw as the carries of choice.
At the end of the day, when you look at both of these team comps, they actually picked what they wanted for themselves. I think there was target bans, but they got standard team comps. So if Xiaogu can take it late, they're comfortable. But LGD feel like they're in their zone as well.
Yep, and that's the best way to start a series here. Game 1 of the grand finals coming right up. And welcome onto the Rift here for our first game of tonight's best of 5 as we determine the LPL Summer Champions. LGD, congratulations, you're already the first Chinese team through to Worlds, but Imp would like to add another title to that very big trophy case in PYL. He's been desperate to win locally, now finally has his shot.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be an LPL playoff game without a pause.
Godby has Ghost.
And Doinby has Teleport. Welcome to the mid lane.
That's interesting.
Doinby, he did this a couple times, I think, in playoffs. He just loves the Teleport Lulu.
No, I think Teleport Lulu's fine. I think it's you can get around the map, you can just rotate.
That we're worried about.
Yeah, you can go Swift around as well. You can just place a ward. But I think the biggest question mark is going to be that Ghost on Orianna.
You mentioned the move speed. That's what he wants.
Maybe he doesn't want a Ludens.
Maybe he wants an Ludens. Trust me. It's still the same player. But
it's more move speed.
I think that Teleport is actually a better summoner spell when you're against a control mage. If you're against an assassin or something like that, you go the Ignite to be the lane bully, try and shove up and really punish. But Ignite is always going to be good, especially against a team like LGD, who just move around the map so well.
They do have to try and kill that Kog'Maw as we see the teams lining up. Doinby hanging out there in the brush, but nothing crazy happening. Lots of neutral warding to start things off.
And lane swap coming through from LGD.
Surprise.
I feel like it was just going to be a standard predicted lane swap as well, though, is that Xiaogu, if they wanted the 2v2, they would have all in at level 1. That's the only way you can play that lane.
And Gragas Braum, level 1, is so good at invading. You take the Body Slam, take Winter's Bite, and you can just walk at anyone.
Yeah.
Because in the space of the Winter's Bite and the Body Slam knock-up, it is so easy to get another 2 auto attacks in there from someone else.
You can see both teams have a decent idea of what's going on. Seems like V is going to be taking a camp. Actually doing the
little
balloon,
ones,
or at least starting it. Yeah, going to take
the baby
some
sentinels.
Experience away. And we do have the Crux being started by LGD's duo lane, which leaves Acorn and TBQ together on the right-hand side, and Swift starting his jungle on the bottom.
So the good thing about taking the Sentinels is you don't have to burn the teleport early on in the game, and you still get level 2 slightly earlier. So we'll have to see whether V is able to utilize his teleport to good effect.
See Doinby and Godby facing off, but a couple auto attack trades there as Orianna's going to win the very first level 1. TBQ is going to get his blue buff, does hit level 2 as Acorn. Sapped enough experience to hit 2 for himself. He's going to wander down into that 1v2 or possibly 1v1 as Braum's leaving the lane as well.
And we mentioned teleports, and irrespective of how much Godby wins this lane, if you can match pots used from Doinby, then you've got the teleport advantage. You can accelerate your wave control, you can push them in, and you start to edge ahead ever so slightly.
See Doinby trying to get a bit more harassed down there, but we'll be chilling out there on that get Godby as far back in the lane as possible. But we predicted the lane swaps here. PWL still in the top lane for now, but once again, Imp's playing Kog'Maw is going to be completely unlocked in this game.
Yeah, PYL wants to make sure Imp is safe. Probably also wants to level 2 and see if they can get the wave pushing into them before he goes anywhere else. Because there's always the, especially because Swift started on the bottom side of the map, the risk of Swift coming up and using all of the CC out of the Gragas Maokai kit.
Oh, PWL actually going to get a bit aggressive here. Imp's going to turn on the WQ, will go wide, but V hitting a massive amount of damage in the 1v2 as Swift and TBQ going to fight over the Scuttle Crab. No smites here. There's going to be all skill for this one.
TBQ level 3 as well. Has a slight advantage.
Swift! Oh, needs it. He did get it. Gets the crab away, but now he's in trouble. Has to body slam through all.
So worth.
So worth.
Very worth. It didn't even matter. He's still behind in levels, and TBQ actually gets a lot of knowledge of where he is. The assumption that, as you mentioned earlier, Spawn, he started on bottom, so he was most likely going to gank top around that time. It was good of TBQ to at least give awareness that he was in the area to prevent anything cute from happening.
As wow, V teleported into the bottom lane. They shove Acorn away. They're looking for a really quick fast push turret.
Apparently didn't like what was happening in the top lane 1v2. Xiaogu going to try and break the lane swap early.
They need to get a dragon off this as well, you feel, because if they don't, they've burned a teleport and top, wow.
Here comes the gank. TBQ flash there as well. Flash out from Doinby. Going to keep the distance out, but Oriana's going in.
Wow, nice.
Swift with a huge body slam as TBQ misses the Prey Seeker. Just barely saves his mid lane.
The smallest things in that particular trade actually get them out. Swift with the flash body slam and Doinby dodging the Prey Seeker by juking upwards as well. Manages to save his skin and has the teleport.
Yeah, double summoner spells used from Godby at the same time. Ghost and Flash Burn for that one. As TNT decides he doesn't like his health bar.
Nope, it's a couple tower
What's
hits.
that for anyway?
Does get the tower as a result. And Doinby teleports back to the mid lane. So a lot of summoners used early on, but again, breaking the early game up as soon as possible.
And this is something we mentioned though. You look at the beneficiary of this whole scenario, it is going to be Doinby because he can teleport back in. Spawn, you mentioned 2 summoners down for the Oriana. Well, you can see how this now starts to give a small advantage towards Doinby.
Yeah, have to see whether he's able to get, I was going to say, another shop in before they come back to lane. He would probably go, wow.
Roa? It's a ruby crystal.
That could be many things.
It could be.
It is a crystal of health, I would say, Rod of Ages. But I don't want to go too deep.
I think we saw Acorn do this from the top lane, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah, he did. That was also top lane.
Yep.
So,
and double Doran's Ring Roller in mid lane is also a really inefficient build because you don't get any CDR out of it. So it definitely could be the case. It probably will be the case. And I'll have a conversation with Frosk after the game.
Got the cooldown runes loaded in, mate. Don't you worry. As TNT and TCT have moved back to the top half of the map, they'll go into actually a 2v2. LGD lose their tower in the bottom lane, but decide to stay here.
you could just go Boots of Lucidity and have cooldown runes.
Yeah, definitely could. That is a possibility. But, ooh.
Got him.
I'm really surprised that they weren't able to shove this hard enough, LGD, to be able to pick up a turret in response. But now with standard lanes, making a Phage picked up, probably going to be in Imp's favor just because TNT needs life steal to be able to stay in the lane, whereas you've got an Alistair stomping his feet, giving you some sustain so you can get pure combat stats.
You know what's funny though is because of the teleport into the bottom lane from V, it accelerated the push to a point where they couldn't match it, and he'd already had the wave frozen, I believe, or somewhat frozen in a neutral spot in the top lane, so didn't have the numbers, didn't have the damage to take that down immediately. Actually worked out for Xiaogu. Such a non-impactful teleport actually meant a lot.
Yeah, it certainly did. And now, with 5 caster creeps, I get to finally answer my question of what is more important early game, caster creeps or junglers? Because Swift is about to come in.
Swift has been waiting here for quite a while, but LGD might finally be made pay here. Swift's actually completing that recall.
He knows his plays, man. Caster creeps at this stage of the game.
They're dangerous.
They're brutal.
Certainly are.
Sleeper damage, that's what that is. You don't realize, then you're dead.
I think these players certainly know here. So smart move from Swift, but does waste a bit of time as Acorn going to pop Mega Gnar on the bottom side. Level 5 getting awfully close to that 6 as TBQ was fishing for a gank, but V's playing nice and safe.
Standard V, of course, doesn't really want to die, and being in the lane swap position, the map's a lot more unlocked for junglers to come and make your life miserable. So smartly playing passively. So speaking of non-passive players, control mages are just duking it out.
They're going in. Godby versus Doinby in the Lulu Oriana matchup, but yeah, just trading back and forth. They'll mostly keep farmers even as they can. And once again, we have to look towards that top side back in that 2v2. You mentioned it already, Spawn. It's just a lane where Kog'Maw has to feel comfortable.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's range just gives Vayne so much problem. And as we said, standing on the melees. Not even standing on range creep right now and just denying farm.
Oh my god, going straight in. TNT gets ignited. That might be enough damage. A great Unbreakable as he's forced to flash out. He's still going to die as PYL barely gets first blood.
He was dead. There was no point even burning the flash. He was not going to live through the occasion. He tried to get an auto attack to get some life steal in to keep himself alive. And now PYL chasing down TCT.
Yeah, so he flashed on the assumption that it was enough to actually keep him alive. That one auto attack followed by the flash to dodge the Kog'Maw ult. The end result, not exactly what they were looking for. And this is the level 6 advantage, of course. TNT and TCT, 5 and 4.
And Imp's got double summoner spells still available. PYL's got flash. TCT, get out of there.
Yeah, he's leaving. He's like, I don't really like what's happening. He's going to get out as Imp will get the tower and even that metric up there for LGD. Swift and V will collapse a Rek'Sai tunnel, but it's been all quiet on the bottom half of the map. And once again, that unexpected duo lane, ImpYL showing up again.
No Dragon actually able to be taken as well, because that was a 2v2 that actually just gave them a kill. So no knowledge of where TBQ was prevents any kind of forward engagements for this Xiaogu side. They're left to just sit back and try and continue to farm whilst the top lane crumbles.
Oh, and he had enough gold for Boots as well as the Sheen. Even if they leave the lane swap where it is and freeze it out, there's no way that V can stay under that turret bottom lane because Sheen procs on Kog'Maw are just so brutal. LGD now in a very good position to be able to set up for that first Dragon around the 11-12 minute mark once they've put a little bit more pressure down bot.
Yeah, Acorn actually has the teleport available as well, so he's going to go back up to that top lane and deal with this Vayne. He does want to teleport in most likely, and they should contest the bottom turret for free and then the Dragon.
I think Acorn was expecting the Maokai to go into the top lane and not be denied farm because he's itemized a Hex Drinker early in the game. Not probably something you want to take into a Vayne lane.
It's actually good against everyone except TNT though, so it's just as much as a team strategy in terms of itemization as it is for the standard laning.
Might save his life against Swift.
Yep, he's certainly coming into the top lane now, trying to gank Acorn, but Vision is there. LGD going to back off their top laner. TCT is coming up for a visit as well, and Xiaogu going to try and trade objectives. Top tower for the first Dragon, because LGD, this one's already gone.
We mentioned that they were going to go for these things, but that was so very telegraphed from that they were going to do it. Xiaogu want to try and... What are towers?
Him?
Well, he's got a Maokai. He's got an Alistair that can come in, stomp his feet a little bit. He'll be fine.
Trample about, give some health back. And even trade, if you want to consider that against me. Not the best, but it still works.
Do you realize that that means Imp outdamaged the turret or went even as far as early damage goes? Yeah, okay, seems fine. Here is LGD. Going to bop down in the bottom side. Imp going to continue applying that pressure, and this Trinity Force is coming nice and quick. Again, sitting on waves. He's proxying as Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and the thing is that they had control over the bottom side of the jungle.
Going B.
Oh, going B. I'm sorry. PYL going to get the combo in. Shockwave's there good as well. The Wild Growth's going to get all three. He's going to flash up, but TBQ's going to follow. Swifty huge cast as V rides in as well into TBQ. He will fall. Doinby is barely going to live, and Acorn a little late to the party.
Swift is a monster.
The fact that Doinby lived as well is just unbelievable. He took everything. TBQ reserved usage of that unburrow to ensure that every single form of crowd control connected.
Would you say that's about a ruby crystal worth of HP as well then?
You know what, yeah. I'd say maybe the catalyst, like, itemization-wise. Things are doing well.
And the Motivators is coming as KBQ going to defend his Raptors against his mid laner by the looks of things. But he'll kick TCT out of that camp and we'll reset back to normal. So 2 towers to 1 for Xiaogu, but LGD have the first Dragon.
More importantly, LGD didn't get bottom lane, and the Vayne's gone back and picked up a Trinity Force. So if the Vayne goes back to standard lanes now, Imp needs to be careful in a long lane. It's so funny to talk about it, but long lanes generally don't suit you if you're a Kog'Maw and you're against a Vayne.
Yeah, and to further that even more, now he has the blade that's still not the full Trinity. Very close, though. You look at the Rod of Ages that has been finished in this middle lane for Doinby. He's got that teleport too. Keep that in mind. They've got that double teleport option, so you may even see a 1-3-1 style of play, where it may not just be the mid lane in particular. They may put all of their efforts towards the long lane that is dangerous for Imp, and have 2 teleport options available.
Yeah, search for a deep ward, see if you can turn a 3v3 into a 5v3. use that to your advantage. Definitely agree that right now, QG arguably with more options around the map, and it was just because Swift was able to turn that gank.
And that's been the biggest thing for me. We talked before the series that TBQ is not a completely new identity, but he's improved so much, and it's come a lot from that ganking and that counter ganking. He's getting shadowed by Swift in the first 13 minutes of this game.
Yeah, because what they were, you could see it telegraphed so clearly. They were looking to knock down all 3 turrets at the same time. They had just taken the dragon, get rid of the wave clear in the mid lane, rotate around, take that as well, leave Imp down bot. Instead, it all goes wrong. But the harass will not stop.
No, Imp is still playing aggressively. Every time that W's up, there's just nothing TNT can do.
Yeah, they maybe should have even just hard engaged.
TBQ's on point right now.
Really good counter
This
gank
is
here.
his style.
Yeah, funnily enough, though, we said that it was going to be TBQ counter ganking this entire time. He's been the one ganking, and Swift has been counter ganking.
Yeah.
And this is why it's been going bad. But if he can do exactly that, be ready to go, prevent the ganks from actually happening, then LGD are in a fantastic position. They did want to push all of the lanes down, get the big snowball happening. That was going to be the beginning of it, if that was successful. But Swift playing his best TBQ style actually turns it around.
It certainly doesn't. Akon grabs himself a red buff. That becomes a difficult lane for V, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Malco's doing okay. Up in CS right now, building in towards that righteous glory, but TNT is the one certainly struggling. That blade's done, but he can't really do anything. Going to go back in as PYL. Didn't quite hit the flash button, I don't think.
No, I think what actually happened was that they walked back into Fog of War, so the W didn't go off, and then so he just slammed his hands into the ground in an impressive display of strength.
TBQ going to look for another gank, but Swift is still here. He's been reading these patterns
He's about
very
to
well.
spot himself in Alistar.
Oh, that could be bad news. PYL going to get stunned up
Not
here,
the man
perhaps.
you want to engage on, though.
Yeah, just
Has
get slowed
ulti.
instead. There's going to be a telly. Zombie might join in there as well, but Swift's now in trouble. He forced the custom away. Akon gets condemned out there as TTT. He's going to be kind of caught out of position. Gets a 3-man ulti. Great wild growth there from Zombie. V's going to join in now as well. They need a kill, but here comes Godby trying to line up the shockwave as V is going to charge forward. They've already killed him. Wow. There's a double kill there for TNT. Swift just pops away with the body slam, and Xiaogu come up huge.
Well, this is the advantage. Double teleport.
Came early, right there. That was unbelievable. The fact that, you know, the double teleport, you mentioned that, but in saying that, Orianna was always going to be there because they were cutting up the river. It's the fact that when Lulu did get there, the wild growth went onto these targets in such a perfect manner that it was comboed with the Braum ultimate from TCT. And just like that, Christmas for Vayne.
Well, it's the positioning that the teleport gave you. They were there at the same time. Lulu was on the carries. Orianna had no choice but to hit the front line because she was walking into the Maokai, walking into Swift, who did the do-si-do and swapped positions with her very nicely over the wall. But definitely not what they were looking for. And you could see that with Akon picking up the red buff, they wanted to go to a split push style. It was because Swift was patient in that bottom lane, camped out the brush, was able to get an engagement, not onto the best target in an Alistar, but it disallowed Akon trying to shove in that top lane and use the red buff to bully around the Maokai.
And even though it was not the best target to engage on, it still forced one of 2 spells out of an Alistar, which is a very high cooldown and very difficult to use champion when you don't have one of the 2 cooldowns because you are combo reliant.
Yeah, and the difference is Vayne, a lot of self-pull, the PL, the tumble, the condemn, able to move around the map. Imp, if he doesn't have PYL on him in this game, doesn't really have any peel for himself, has the Voidooz, but Vayne doesn't really care. She just goes towards you and destroys you. She's kind of even an assassin at this stage of the game. And TNT, even though he's 50 CS down, 2 kills, has that sheen. Has Azil working towards what's probably a Phantom Dancer, looking good.
Going to be very happy for that money, certainly here as Xiaogu win the first team fight. Unsurprisingly, the team fighting team is finding those skirmishes or those 5v5s a bit earlier than expected. And again, it's all to do with that nice team play, and possibly there's 2 teleports as the gold lead is going to go up for them, but it's not massive here. LGD can certainly keep fighting, and Dragon number 2 has spawned as well.
I just want to touch on quickly what you just mentioned earlier, Spawn.
Oh,
never
join
mind.
me. Going to get aggressed on by PYL. Looking for the shockwave, but Govi doesn't quite find it.
Whipped
Gets
it.
Swift there instead. But the wild growth coming up as Imp's going to be the first target. They'll jump straight on him there. He's got collapsed on 3v1, and he will die to TCT. The passive going to try and find something, but Rek'Sai's already dead, and TNT going to join late, but he shows up just about when he needs to scoop up the first kill onto Nah. Now PYL pops his ulti, but Vayne does not care with the Silver Bolt, and another double there for TNT.
Vayne is so good into Alistar also, but this engage, it was a very overzealous attempt from LGD. They actually tried to knock Joinby over the wall, but they couldn't get him there. He had the flash available, gets to safety relatively quickly, and then the counter engage. Braum's ult did not necessarily connect on anybody, but it controlled a zone to the point where they had to actually flash to try and get to safety. Wasn't very safe.
And one thing about Braum's ultimate that a lot of people overlook is the fact that it has the residual slow afterwards. So even if you don't get the huge knock-up, it's still a pain to have to walk through. And you can see after that engage, Godby, maybe one of his first mistakes I've ever seen him make with the Orianna, went for a command attack instead of just putting the ball straight onto the Maokai. And that meant, onto the... it was a Rek'Sai, so that meant that TBQ wasn't in position to be able to get the huge shockwave.
And all of a sudden, Xiaogu find themselves up about 4,000 gold and getting themselves a dragon. We talked about them needing to start off in the early game, but these last few exchanges have gone very well for them.
It comes down to execution so much so that LGD are the ones trying to do all of these plays. Xiaogu, they caught the Alistar bottom once and they baited an engage that worked for them. But it was still a kind of counter-engage because they're just poking their heads around, forcing the go button out of LGD, and then turning the fight completely around.
Yeah, and LGD maybe need to be a little bit more patient because right now, their bottom lane CS discrepancy is 70. The only reason that TNT is still in this game is because they have picked bad team fights. If they had to just let that go, 60 CS is worth more than 2 kills at this stage of the game. Imp was still scaling better than the Vayne, but another bad engage and another couple of kills onto the Vayne, all of a sudden this is TNT's game to take over.
And you can tell where the focus is going there as well. 2 little team fights, and there are 3 people at least trying to dive out onto Imp. So Xiaogu have navigated well here, but they do need to pick up the pace perhaps and make sure they run with this lead. It's not enough to sit here. That is dangerous territory against LGD.
Not a place you want to be in. But Xiaogu, you mentioned the CS discrepancy. I did not even realize it was that big until you mentioned that, because it doesn't feel that way. It feels like based off these last fights.
Well, he's going to get to 2 items first.
Yeah, no, we still had the Blade of the Ruined King before the fights broke out. I think he was just away from that Trinity Force, just shy of it in terms of gold for Imp. So though the CS discrepancy was there, the cost of the items, they were essentially fighting in an advantage for Xiaogu.
Yeah, they certainly were. And this is Doinby. He's just so tanky for himself. So
yeah,
engaging on him, no longer a fantastic option. Going towards a death cap as well. Lulu very much a big presence in this game. I'm not going to say it's the damage factor that you would expect out of a carry mid laner, but control mages, there's a reason that they're so popular right now. It's just because they give you so much around the map.
It's the Doinby special though. Play as a tank. It doesn't matter who you are. He has the favors. He's played Nautilus twice, I believe, in this season to success both times. So interesting that he'll go for the Rod of Ages style, the top lane type of Lulu. Will make it work because he just doesn't die. And even if he's out of position, he's fine because he's a tank and Swift comes to save him.
Yeah, certainly had good impact in these fights regardless here. And going to be powering up TNT, who's the man to watch here over on Xiaogu. 4-1-1 with that Phantom Dancer now completed. And the items are coming in now for Xiaogu. Again, gold lead's only about 3,000, 3,500 gold. Xiaogu need a little more than this. But as far as starts go against LGD in game 1 of your best of 5 in the grand finals, things are looking good for the team, certainly.
Well, they are now. The start of the game was looking horrible. But they're able to peg it back and ensure that they have a lot of pressure. They're using the double teleport right now because look at the vision control up on the red side of the map. Ooh. Making sure that they have control over the Baron area. Doinby, he's got a teleport. He's also got wave clear for days. Means that Imp is down there collecting farm right now, but they can't stay there for too long because TNT with the Phantom Dancer destroys neutrals.
So the idea is there, what they're trying to achieve with like the 1-3-1 style or even 4-in-1 because Lulu has the teleport, is they're putting a laner that can deal with Imp or at least keep the wave in control of having Lulu bottom, but they can't clear and actually siege against an Orianna themselves, whereas the other control mage. So they need to actually change up that strategy. And what I suggested earlier is maybe go for the 3 bottom and have the teleport from mid and top because you can then control the Orianna who doesn't have any summoners that are offensive. They're all mobility based, doesn't have a teleport to match you. And if you can just work the map better, which not necessarily easy to do against LGD, you can actually find yourself in a very good position.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And being able to collapse with a 3v5, we've already seen it work once because Orianna's positioning was into the 2 tanks. Doinby got onto the back line, and I think that is something they can use to their advantage. I also think that it's going to get to a point as soon as Vayne gets maybe QSS and one more item that they're just happy to pull the trigger on neutrals. Swift is so tanky at this stage of the game going towards the Frozen Heart. As soon as that is finished up, he's not even going to take damage really with a Braum stand behind him. So They just need to be patient at this stage of the game. They've broken the outer ring. They've got their gold lead. Now they need to force LGD to team fight.
So it's patience, but it's also so difficult to execute now because now they're dealing with LGD, who are starting to feel comfortable again playing their own game. The Dragon should be free, based off control of the map. In saying that, probably not LGD. They are starting to posture around that a little bit, but something that I think is really good right now, once it's completed, is there is going to be a Zeke's Harbinger, you would imagine, from TCT as like his first completed item. He wants to augment this Vayne to just be unparalleled.
You really love that.
That's
Adam.
the best item. Come on.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but we'll see how it develops. Wouldn't be surprised, certainly. Saw a lot of it in the playoffs. But Dragon up now 20 seconds away. We'll see if LGD do want to contest, and the items have started coming out as well. Blade of the Ruin King there for Imp. We've got the Rabadons completed now for Donby as well. And the tanky items are coming out as Godby.
Stealthy
just going to get away with that blue.
Ninja Man, able to get that.
Ninja robots, huh?
Yeah, Super Stalker Robot actually brings the blue buff into the bush. Swept the ward as well to actually secure that one. Didn't take the ward down, just took the blue. So smart decision making from Godby. Gets the all-important buff before the Dragon is even looked at.
And Rex are actually stealing one away on the other side of the map to deny that from Lulu. TVQ, nice counter jungling. They recognize they can't fight.
He's going to find him. That actually might prompt Xiaogu to fight. He's going to get the blue. They wanted to pull the trigger but couldn't quite find it.
So this is something that we actually do need to point out. Even though there's only one teleport on the side of LGD, the longer this game goes, the easier time that Rek'Sai will have with Maokai. Not really much pressure going to come out of that 1v1 brawl.
Yeah.
So TBQ might be able to answer the push that will come out of V, and then you just leave Acorn with Doinby.
Yeah, no, it's entirely possible, and actually based off itemization as well. It seems to be the plan from LGD. They've got a lot of magic resistance on Acorn. He'll be able to deal with V and Doinby alike, and much more so than TBQ. So they put the one who actually deals damage with the person who can take it, in this case Nara against the Maokai, and then you put the tanky man, if you're looking to actually deal with the 1-3-1 if you're in a negative position, against the damage dealer of Xiaogu. So in this case, Nara against the Lulu.
Yeah, I certainly think that's something that's really interesting. And, you know, they took the Rek'Sai early in the draft, so it wasn't a deliberate, conscious choice once they thought that they were going to get double teleported on. But it does work out quite well as the game progresses. Right now, probably not the case, just because the base damages on V still quite high. But as you see the jet ski, as the game goes further on, you know, Maokai does fall off in terms of damage.
Well, with that, we are seeing again Dragon number 2 being taken up. Xiaogu got it a couple minutes ago, so we'll see it back up in about 3 or 4. But it's been pretty quiet, to be honest, between these Dragons, Smalljob. There's 2 big fights in the first, say, half of the game, about 15 minutes or so. And right now, Xiaogu are content to play the farm game, which, again, could be dangerous against a squad like LGD.
I actually don't think they are. I think that LGD's just really controlled the map, and Xiaogu can't find a fight. You know, they went for the Dragon. They're trying to force them out into the open, but LGD have just controlled the wave so well. And this is the thing about LGD. Even though they got ahead, there's no way that you keep all your outer turrets up against LGD, and as soon as the mid and the bottom fall, which bottom nearly just did, it's back to even Stevens in terms of gold.
It's funny the way that that actually pans out is you look stylistically at the way that Xiaogu have been playing this game also is they want LGD to fight them. So the fact that they've slowed down and they're starting to play a more controlled style of game is actually playing back towards LGD's hands to get them well and truly back in this.
Yeah, completely agree, especially when you look at prioritization of gold. 30 CS in the mid lane, 70 CS in the bottom lane right now for LGD. If they hadn't given away 4 kills onto the Vayne at the start of this game, this one would be a very different story right now because of how well LGD have funneled farms onto the 2 most important members.
And as it stands, Xiaogu are trying to set up for another fight. You see a lot of pink wards from the blue side over around the Baron area. You've got TNT up in the top as well, going to push those minions out. But Acorn, always annoying when it comes to managing those side waves here. He was known for it on Samsung Blue. He's still known for it here on LGD. And again, breaking this defense. We've talked about LGD's offense all playoff because of how well they've been playing, but they still play really good from behind as well.
That's actually distortion boots on both mid laners now as well.
Well,
That's
the
great.
reason that you feel that Godby has gone for the distortion boots is because the Ghost cooldown is just so effective at running around the map. So, you know, normally he goes Alacrity for movement speed. This time, distortion gives him that. One thing I do want to point out is that TNT going for a very aggressive build because he has the Lulu. And now I will question the Zeke's Harbinger coach.
PYL actually condemned into a wall, but they're going to try and start a fight here. Don't be a little bit out of position. as V's looking for the flank. He's actually already ported in, and LGD, I think they know it. Swift gets a massive double body slam, moves Godby back into the team, but a Brawl multi's coming out. The Shockwave's going to get lined up, finds it onto 3 there as Oriana takes out Vayne, but Godby's going to get savaged there by the rest of the side as Xiaogu still fighting out an Imp. It does not matter as he's just dishing out the deeps, and LGD, they'll win this team fight.
Yeah, and that's the difference between 1 carry versus 2. As soon as the Vayne goes down, all of the damage goes with it. Godby falls, but Imp is still there to clean up.
And all of this effort was genuinely onto Godby. The flash engage pulling him towards the team, but he had the summoners ready to go. So he gets himself to safety, and now LGD are going from strength to strength. Imp comes in, cleanup duty, but TNT was already dead, as you mentioned. And once that single carry's gone, well, Xiaogu, they've got nothing left to answer it with.
And I know that TNT needs to do damage, so I respect the Infinity Edge that is about to come out. But when you are against a Gnar that can just flash ulti you at will, especially Acorn's Gnar, not going for 3rd item QSS is going to be punishing, because you feel if he had have been able to stealth up, get out of that damage, with Doinby surviving for as long as he did, that could have potentially been a clean-up for the Vayne.
Ooh, PYL going to get tagged, but he'll be okay. Does have his ultimate still. Again, QG trying to line up this Baron, but Dragon's back in a minute 20, and that gold lead
They just started the
start
Baron.
to even back up. I think that was an accident.
He just queued it and autoed it. I feel like
Doinby's trying to tell his team something.
yeah, he's telling TCT to get out of the pit is what he's telling his team right now. Xiaogu are actually playing a lot around walls at the moment, and I'm not a big fan of that with their team because they're putting themselves in not direct choke points, but they're forcing fights in the choke points when they're on the far side of it. And not going to be ideal if Gnar is in the game.
Too many Victor games perhaps, as they have started off the Baron. LGD gonna spot this out. They pop the water, but it's very low here. Can they get it? No, Swift will smite it away. TCT gonna barely live as Akon goes in there with a massive 3-man ulti, but now TNT's on the backlines firing away. Duke's out of the way of the boulder tosses. PYL gonna run his way in. The Shockwave only hits the tanks. TCT still alive as he jumps in onto Imp. Xiaogu know what they want. Get the double, take it out, and the ace will be completed.
And the reason Xiaogu forced that fight is because Imp hadn't shopped. He's on the exact same items, had no mana, wasn't able to proc the Sheen as often as he would like. You can see him on your screen. Does not look happy at all. Godby's Shockwave didn't hit the Vayne this time around, and QG run over the top of them.
That was TCT right there. That entire fight, he had no right being alive for as long as he was, but because he had the Unbreakable up, TNT sitting behind him can just sit there and destroy Godby, move onto Imp, and this is all after Acorn dies to start with, and he's stacking magic resistance. He's only got the Randuins.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. They start the Baron up, and from there, even though TCT goes so low, Acorn doesn't get the Vayne. You wait for the Shockwave once again. It's just not on the Vayne, and TNT is going berserk on the right side of the fight by himself. No peel necessary. TCT eventually dives in there to die, but probably didn't even need it, because look at him, full health.
Just ridiculous.
My favorite part about watching that again is seeing TNT run around the edge of the fight after the tanks are dead to try and get to Imp, and the 100 health TCT used him as a diving board and manages to tag Imp with his Q.
I think he flashed to do that as well, just to make sure the Q hit so the passive was there. Xiaogu, they've just gone from strength to strength on the back of what was a fantastic Baron call to then get the team fight they were looking for. You mentioned the lack of items on the Kog'Maw. Having the Baron buff, certainly a big helping factor in that, and that was execution.
QG going to grab themselves Dragon number 3 and a tower down the bottom side with Baron buff still ticking away. TCT, the only one not to have it is Xiaogu. Have already got the mid inhibitor looking to close this game out. That gold lead has ballooned to about 7,500 gold.
Yeah, and it was just after LGD had got it back under 2. So definitely well played right now from QG. One thing they do need to be careful of is funneling even more gold onto Imp. He picked up a Phantom Dancer for himself.
Manly.
Yeah, really manly. Both AD carries, real manly right now.
I mean, clearly trying to outscale each other. Hard to say, but late game builds for both of them. It's just that TNT's team is the one with momentum.
Well, Doinby's got like a 1,000 health shield and ultimate on a 10-second cooldown for the Vayne, so you can understand why he feels so manly. He's also got a door to stand behind, but Imp ain't got much. Got a cow.
I think it's the I am behind in this game mentality of I still need to do damage to win team fights. So they just go straight damage.
Ah, the spawn special.
Yes, yes it is.
Guys, it's not going well. Trust me. This will all work out okay.
I will win or lose this game myself, thank you, sir, is what Imp is saying right now.
And look, that's definitely true of LGD, so I can respect the decision, but LGD have found themselves surprisingly far behind in this game. And Xiaogu just looking to move in, deliver the killing blows here and there. Mid's exposed, top and bot starting to get pushed in as well. LGD, they can delay for a while. That's something their team is very good at. And hat off to Akon there for that. But weathering another team fight is going to be real difficult.
Yeah, well, the siege isn't great, but the team fight definitely in QG's favor. So the fact that they can bait LGD out again in about 4 minutes when Baron is back up, that's how they probably win the game. It's very hard to run into an Orianna, and you definitely don't want to dive it.
And the best part is the base is already broken.
Yeah.
They haven't had this spot where they're now stuck in the mud. They can't actually take down any objectives. They've got the bear inhibitor that isn't up just yet, but I would imagine is not too far away. And also requires the attention of other people. So taking down objectives is far easier now. And they've got that double teleport still.
Godby's also in the bottom lane trying to deal with Doinby. So Xiaogu know they have a man advantage. They'll take the tier 2. LGD realize they have to constrict the area they can fight in. They are strapped up against their base right now.
Yeah, and unrelenting pressure right now out of QG. They've played this mid-late game so well, especially after the disaster start in the 2v2. TNT fell down, remember, one of those 2 deaths. One was a team fight, and one was PYL just going ham in the laning phase and taking him out at about 6 minutes in. So right now, QG definitely happy with how this game progressed.
Oh, and they realize trying to get in onto TNT.
So this is the danger of having Lulu down there.
Oh, this is so adorable.
Double TP. Don't even worry.
They need to engage on the 3-man unit.
They'll take out the tower. Akon's Mega Knight. He needs to be on the other side. LGD going to try and go in for something. They'll get Doinby, but V's going to move him out. It's a smart engage here on the bottom side, but the rest of QG are coming over. V is so tanky. Doinby's already popped his ult. He's out of there as Swift. Going to try and turn things around. TCT looking for a snipe there as well. And V, he's just still tanking damage. He doesn't care at all. Now TNT's in. Look at the ulti out. They're bleeding red now on LGD as TNT gets the first kill onto Rek'Sai. He's going to go off here.
Wow.
The shockwave gets flashed out there by Vayne. PYL's the target. Godby almost gets himself a kill, and Imp, he's still firing off. He's got the kill onto Greg as Xiaogu got so greedy as Imp. He flashes forward. He smells blood. The slows there onto TCT. PYL is about to get sniped. And a 1-for-1 trade is a miracle.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a miracle for QG. TNT once again on the side. This time, Godby was just laser focused. He was like, I don't care about anyone else but that pesky Vayne. But he made it work.
Well, you're talking about laser focus. TNT tumbled under the Nexus turrets to get in range of an Orianna who could just press shockwave.
Yeah, so and then flashed out of the shockwave, and went back in and nearly died to the dissonance.
Did not care. And that just goes to show, both these AD carries building that tanky, damage style, want to be the big carry. TNT feels the need to kill Godby because the shockwave was still available, but then you're focusing on the Orianna when Imp is still there, putting down this damage.
Yeah, and we keep mentioning 2 threats versus 1. TNT has picked up the Banshee's Veil right now, so that's a little bit better news for the Vayne, going to be a bit safer.
He's like, guys, don't worry. I bought the Banshees. Next time that happens, got it under control.
Yeah, don't need a flash. I'm just going to face tank it.
It's a theoretical safer, like he could
that's
be
why
safer. He wants to be safer. Chances are he's not going to be.
Yeah, this is definitely a playstyle choice right now more than anything.
Yeah. It's an aggro choice. The Banshees failers. They'll steal the blue buff here as well. Going to go over to Lulu. He's running herself in. That was quite a lot of damage from a good lens.
Void stuff.
Yeah, looking
Ready
good on the damage front. You talk about carries. Lulu's certainly not a hyper carry, but no slouch on the damage front right now.
Yeah, the problem is
running in.
Oh, they're going to trade Baron for 2 inhibitors?
Baron maybe for the game, potentially. Not too sure, but LGD, they're going to commit. This is the call
Double teleport.
Oh, Doinby's going to come in.
Although
the rest of his team's there.
Not there.
This is a weird choice here. Vayne sort of caught out in the middle. The TPs are going to come back down here as well. And LGD are forced into a really strange corner.
V's stuck on the Baron.
What is V?
He's busy tanking Baron. As Swift going to find the kill. Once Godby, they'll try and lock him down first, but Imp, he's doing damage. Akon gets condemned away there as he tries to warp. They're going to take out the tanks as a front line. He's just going through the back. Godby is going to go down. Swift gets ulted. PYL is going to get picked up. Imp is left completely exposed. And another wonderful team fight as TNT cleans house.
V tanked Baron, full health.
What was V?
And TBQ's done. He jet skis back to the base. He'll pop his flash, and Xiaogu win the first game.
Strength to strength just there, Xiaogu. The Baron fights is just their crux at the moment. They just destroyed LGD. It was a desperation decision, to say the least, to go for that Baron. But the double teleport, once again, actually shows its strength. And Xiaogu almost out rotating around the map.
I think that LGD will look back on that game and say, why did we play the first 10 minutes so fast? They played hard and fast, committed to 2 team fights, one in the bottom lane, which, okay, you can say that Swift set up for a very nice counter gank and was able to get positioning on PYL, who had to burn some things, but that at best should have just been PYL diving. And then going over the wall, trying to get Doinby back into their team. Made a mistake of that. In the end, TNT got 4 free kills and just ran away with the game. We keep saying how good this guy is at positioning without farm. Give him 4 kills, he'll run over the top of you.
I feel like, again, they did accelerate the game too much, but they accelerated at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So no Trinity Force completed for the Kog'Maw against the Blade of the Ruin King of the Vayne. And that's the moment where they chose to team fight and give away 4 kills to a Vayne, basically trying to lose themselves the game from timing. It was very close, only the smallest margin between good and bad decisions. But the end result, bad decision.
And if QG are going to be the fighting team, makes sense that they know when to fight as they do pick up game number 1. And again, we talked about it in the draft. Both teams, you have to say, will go into this first game and say, we got exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, I'm just looking back on the early game and credit Swift for the counter gank in the mid lane when he knocked TBQ onto the turret, because that was the point where LGD were like, if we kill the control mage, the Vayne has to go mid to try and deal with some form of wave clear. We will take all 3 out of turrets at 12 minutes into the game. Swift appeared, got the miracle cast, knocked 2 people back underneath the turret. Yeah. It was so beautiful to watch, and everything had already been used trying to take out Doinby's Lulu, who at that point had a catalyst and was just a little bit too tanky.
Went the tanky top lane Lulu style of build, and again, they played around them engaging on a control mage. Xiaogu played the counter-engage style, but they played it so well that it actually just favored them in the end. It's this desperation and, again, acceleration of the game from LGD on the wrong target, and then counter-ganked perfectly. Swift got them through early game.
Yeah, and this is what we said that TBQ should look to do. Follow Swift around the map and just counter-gank. Instead, he looks to make proactive moves. You know, maybe that's PYL shot calling coming out a little bit in the early game, but all they needed to do was let them come to them. We said Imp had an advantage in lane. The Kog'Maw versus Vayne is a very good lane matchup for the Kog'Maw, because as long as you're not near a wall, you just stand and deliver and out damage. You saw that in the early game, and instead they just picked these weird skirmishes. And credit to QG, they won every single one of them.
Yeah, looking real good there in the first game. And for a little bit more, let's pop out to the war room.
Thank you guys so much, and a fantastic game number 1 from LGD and Xiaogu. We got to see a really entertaining set from that, and, you know, it was a very close match. From the beginning, it looked like LGD had the game they wanted.
Yeah, and we kind of expected this coming out of LGD. We talked about it. They're going to have to look for a lane swap, because the best case matchup for Xiaogu matchup is going to be in the jungler with Swift versus TBQ. So by initiating a lane swap, LGD hide their jungler, and they try to buy enough time for TBQ to catch up to Swift, or to hopefully get another lead in a lane on CS, like what we saw with Imp.
Yeah, exactly. He did have a pretty enormous CS lead, but wasn't quite able to make it work in his favor. Now, we've actually got a replay ready for you folks of probably the second team fight in the game. You can see Imp rocking a pretty moderate CS lead at this point, but it really didn't matter.
Yeah, so the main point about this replay is that this is when the shockwave misses. And that's going to be the kind of big thing that you'll notice. The ball would be placed on PYL's Alistar. He'll go in and he really doesn't hit anything. And so naturally, since that's a massive cooldown missed for LGD, the team fight just goes in Xiaogu's favor. So we can go ahead and roll the clip. So there's PYL. He finds the engagement. Eventually, there we go. The ball goes over onto Alistar. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect with primary targets. And notice that this is a 4v5. Look where Vayne is on the map. He's not even in the fight yet. So here comes the cavalry. Ba-ba-da-bum, TNT, and just cleans up the back half of it. But this just speaks to the strength of Xiaogu. They are so good at playing from a 10k gold deficit. They've done it all season long against the top teams, LGD, EDG in particular. So you can never fight them when they already have a gold lead on you, even from a 4v5 disadvantage.
Yeah, we could see time and time again, Xiaogu taking fight after fight. And, you know, LGD, they did put up a good fight. They played their lane game. They got tons of CS onto Imp. They tried to get Godvi nice and far ahead.
But that's the important thing, though, is the fact that, yes, Imp had an incredible CS lead, but you have to think, a single kill on your carry equates for about 13 to 15 CS. So that 50 CS lead didn't mean anything on TNT's vein when TNT had 4 kills over Imp.
Yeah, we've actually got another replay ready for you folks, and this is about how GodV tried to land that shockwave, and this time he was able to pull it off.
In short, the first one, the shockwave misses. The second one, the shockwave hits. So we can go ahead and roll this one out. Now what you're going to see is Swift is going to start out this fight. He actually gets an incredible engagement with the cask where, come on, Swift, you Gragas. Da, 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 da. Okay, he's going to belly bot forward, hits the cask, knocks PYL and GodV into 3 people, but then GodV just obliterates 2 people with the carries, in particular Doinb. Now, Lulu is seeing a big resurgence into the LPL. That's why it's her ability to wild growth and to reset a team fight. But at this point, LGD have already won. They've managed to scatter Xiaogu, and they don't have the resources in front of them to create the peel for the damage necessary. So at that point, LGD just kind of hunker back into their little rock formation where Imp is at the very back, and they just push forward and win the team fight.
Yeah, that's a team composition that we saw them play earlier in the split to great success. And, you know, harkening back to last week when they played against Edward Gaming, it was Imp in the front, leading the charge for most of those team fights. That doesn't really seem like they can do that sort of play against Xiaogu.
Naturally, I mean, this kind of goes back to Juggermaw and Juggermaw's reappearance. And anytime Kog'Maw is actually standing in the front, I actually think the Juggermaw composition is more defined by your tank line than it actually is the Kog'Maw. But we're even seeing some variations in the draft phase. The fact that Lulu was the priority pick for Xiaogu in this particular game, which forced LGD to second rotation Kog'Maw out at the gate, simply because they can't allow, with the Lulu first pick, it said, okay, if we give them Kog'Maw, we know TNT can play it. We can't afford to give it that power pick, so we need to pick it now.
Yeah. Yes, we do. We actually have another team fight ready for you folks. I was trying to talk and I didn't have the microphone ready, so it's like talking to myself over here. But we're 30 minutes in at this point. You can see it's about a 3,000 gold lead. Still very close, but Xiaogu again have the kills.
And this is all what this comes down to. So first one, Shockwave misses. Second one, Shockwave hits. This replay is just about Xiaogu and when they're on even footing. In this case, we do see, again, another gold lead for them, about 3K. You can never fight Xiaogu in an even 5v5. I don't think any team in the LPL can. They're the kings of team fighting. So this already spelled bad news bears. We can go ahead and roll this one. The player that I want you guys to watch is going to be TNT and TCT. So Acorn does a good job, you know, starting up the fight. Imp's actually in the back here. He doesn't have any mana, but that's okay because his W doesn't cost any mana. But here's TCT. He flashes over to the back, tags Imp with the Q, and then dies, but making sure that he gets the stun. Notice, Imp dies with both of his summoners up.
Yeah, kind of going to be difficult to win a team fight if you're not quite using all of your abilities at the same time. But Xiaogu, they're the team fighting team, and they were allowed to take team fights against LGD. And now with the Baron buff, they ended up pushing in.
Well, that just speaks to, again, LGD had a very clear-cut strategy. Lane swap, high TBQ, try to get an advantage or get a gold surplus off of taking objectives, off of CS discrepancies, and then use that gold advantage to fight Xiaogu on more their terms. Okay, if we have a 3K gold lead, we can possibly look for a 5v5. But again, Xiaogu, you just need more.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can quite get that because, you know, going into game number 2, Xiaogu now have the momentum. They beat a team that defeated Edward Gaming 3-0 with the last win as a 22-minute set. They have got everything in their favor right now.
The one thing, though, is that they don't have blue side. Now, we've talked about this with Xiaogu. Xiaogu have a very high win rate on blue side, which speaks to how they understand their priority picks and what's important for their team and their composition. The red side win rate is significantly lower, even though that's an average for pretty much anyone in the league, but significantly so.
Yeah, we actually do have another replay ready for you folks. This is going to be that very last team fight. You can see it's only about a 9,000 gold difference when it's all said and done, but still, Xiaogu have got the game in their hands.
Only a 9,000 gold lead.
It's 36 minutes.
This replay, I mean, after this, LGD surrender the game, and it just speaks to, again, if Xiaogu have any sort of lead on you, it's just incredibly oppressive when it's a 5v5. We can go ahead and roll this out. We all know how it's going to end. Swift leading the charge again. V has done such a fantastic job all game, making sure that he's on that Maokai, that he's in the backline, that he's absorbing and denying so much damage of all 3 carries. And meanwhile, you have this perfect line in front of TNT to just run through everyone with that Vayne.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out from TNT and going up against Imp, who has gotten MVP in these past games and coming out relatively well in this set. It bodes very well. And to get back to that point, Xiaogu, they've got the momentum now. How do they continue rolling this forward?
It's a little bit scary. We talk about stylistic matchup when we talk about Xiaogu versus LGD. They're very clear defined and kind of with their win conditions. LGD, the chess masters of the LPL, very macro oriented. Xiaogu, the kings of team fighting, very micro oriented. They have playmakers in pretty much every single role, but they're facing across an all-star superstar team. I mean, you've got Flame, Acorn, Imp, Godv, PYL, all on that bench. But unfortunately, I mean, people kind of overlook Xiaogu's roster because there's some unknown names, but they were able to really step up 1v1 toe-to-toe with LGD.
All right, well, we're going to see how that happens in game number 2 as we toss it back to the desk. It's you guys now.
Thank you very much, Dom and Froskurin, as Game 1 already delivering in a best-of-5. LPL final is always so much fun, but I did not expect QG to win Game 1.
Not this handily, to say the least. And the early game, of course, it still looks so great for LGD. The laning phase of Imp in particular, getting him that far ahead. And to think it all just crumbled almost immediately with the first team fight.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be some disappointed members of LGD right now because they overreached so hard early game. There was no reason for them to, I guess, go as aggressive as what they did. So we'll have to see if that's something that they stylistically adapt to. They got the lane swap. They were able to, you know, even though some farm went on V, they had to use the teleport to ensure that the farm went onto V. And then top lane, they lost the 2v2 because that farm that went onto V, hey, it wasn't on TNT. So he was able to get beaten out in lane quite handily. So, you know, that is how we kind of expected the game to go, with the exception that we thought the turnaround was going to come at like the 25, 30-minute mark when they were able to find those scrappy team fights. What surprised me is that LGD was willing to accelerate the pace of the game, that those team fights occurred at 13 minutes, because that's QG's win condition.
Yeah, and that's so smart. It's, you know, you're trying to accelerate the game. You don't want to sit in a lane swap having Acorn run around like 10 minion waves in the side lanes. Just try and fight them. That's exactly what they did. And for me, the big mid-game linchpin there, if we're waiting for his Cogman to get stronger and he's had a great lane, where was Godv's Orianna this game?
He missed the shockwave.
He changed his build. I'm calling it right now. He did. His base movement speed wasn't as high. He was like, I can't deal with this.
Can't rotate in time. Of course, the teleport, I think one of the bigger determining factors. He had the ghost to move fast anyway, so he was going everywhere. Distort that ghost. In saying that, again, the teleport was there. The teleport into a better position for team fights. It's something that you mentioned during the game is the teleport not necessary. If they kite up the river, Godv was still going to be there. The shockwave may have missed in that particular case, but the fact that you can get to your AD carry and you can use your wild growth to keep them alive or use the wild growth offensively because you're next to your AD carry to keep him alive anyway was a big factor as to where Godv was, and that was not there.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you got to have a look at Godv. Once again, he had a CS advantage, but the fact that it was only 20, and even though they got the early gank, Doinby was just able to teleport back into the lane, means that time and time again, the Lulu was able to tweak the way that team fights were going, getting useful shields, getting big wild growths, the double knockups, bouncy castles. And when he survived that gank, you could just tell that maybe something had gone a little bit awry for Godv, because after that, he looked slightly miffed, maybe a little bit edgy in the way he was playing his Orianna.
I think it's safe to say he was a little bit miffed by it all.
Yeah.
Should have died more than once.
Yeah.
In fact, Doinby in that middle lane. But it's the tanky build. It was the health crystal that we questioned is, how's he going to live? Well,
yep, there it is.
that tilted me, let alone Godv, who had delayed against the guy. It's just not what you're used to seeing out of a Lulu player. But once again, Doinby, he is next level smart, man. We talk about people that have innovated mid lane and bringing things like Diana, Orianna back into the meta and give Godv a lot of credit. Doinby plays Nautilus and Lulu with a tank item, so, you know.
I think the trade-off actually between these two mid laners and why I said no one can replace Doinby and Xiaogu is the fact that he is smart. He's probably the smartest mid laner in the LPL. The rest have a lot of mechanical skill. They are leaps and bounds above everybody else almost in the world. But because he's so smart, because he can actually play that Nautilus, make it work, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, it just comes down to the fact that he gets behind 20 CS, but is still more useful than Godv. And we question Godv's performance. So hats off to Doinby game one. Whilst TNT was running around the map slaughtering people, he was certainly doing more than his job in the middle lane, tying down one of the better Chinese mid laners, probably the best Chinese mid laner at the moment. And, yeah, just doing a really solid job.
Yeah, and again, that's what we expect from this team. Have things go well. If they don't, okay, that's fine. Chill out. Get to the mid-game. Get to the late game. Start team fighting. Like you said, LGD has handed them a couple of team fights, and that's where they want to be. I think drafting, honestly, was really smart from both teams. But we kind of go into that game. I think you feel that LGD has a lead going into it on draft. But what QG did with their picks and how they put that draft together ended up working out really well for them.
LGD won the draft. LGD lost the game at 12 minutes when they picked two team fights. Like 100% with the way that game was going, you put 50 CS on an AD carry at 15 minutes into the game. Like the only reason that there was even a Vayne on the map is because he got delivered 4 kills. Like Acorn walked up to him, was like, "How you doing, buddy? Like, have a couple of kills. Like, on me, don't worry about it." Like, Imp was completely destroying TNT in that laning phase. Like, if you break that game down, like, they won the lane swap. This is LGD. They were winning mid lane because they burnt the teleport early. The only person that had a lead was V, and he was the one that actually surprised me. V was really useful on that Maokai and pinning down key targets, and V and Swift's frontline play was just amazing to watch. They out frontlined TBQ and Acorn in that game really hard. Like, you can break it down to mid laners, but V's performance was great.
But that in particular was also the biggest factor as to why these team fights went so well, because TNT can just sit at the back and take down Nah, a champion that has so much magic resistance, hasn't opted towards that armor to deal with TNT, but he's also the one hitting the Nah TNT, taking him down, and the front line is sitting there in the face of them and preventing that from actually getting onto TNT. So he stays alive from this front line, kills the tanks, and wins himself.
Well, you can see some of the highlights now from the game. There were quite a lot of them towards the top and bottom of the game, but like we've said, QG's team fighting almost flawless this game.
Yeah, and look at that. They go a little bit too early. No Meganar coming out. They'd already burned the shockwave onto no people at the start of this fight. That's why Vayne was going berserk.
And the way TNT played around now, this fight in particular, just watch how he literally dodges around Acorn.
Yeah, he actually plays the fight superbly. TCT, the real hero of this fight here. But in saying that...
How did he live for so long?
Unbreakable, man. It's a pretty good spell.
And Malco ult, I guess. Yeah, that's
helps.
funny. It certainly does.
But I mean, Xiaogu, the front line you're looking at right now, Swift and V, look at where they are and look at what Imp has to hit. Like, there's no way, especially with a wild growth available, that anyone can get to the back line. And even if they do, Doinby's there.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. The positioning of V and Swift in that last team fight just showed how well QG were playing, because they had Brom on the backline with the Unbreakable, keeping the Vayne safe. Everyone else up in front of the Cogmore, strangling him, making sure that they're in his zone and he can only hit the tanky members, which he did not want to do at that stage of the game. 9,000 gold means your tanks are absolutely massive, and you could see TNT just shredded everyone on the side of LGD.
And even Cogmore, the best tank shredder in the game, with having that W and the Blade of the Ruin King in effect, cannot take them down quick enough.
Well, that was the fun thing about that fight, is they engaged at the perfect time, because they had to use the W at trying burning down Baron.
Yeah.
And when V went in, it was actually as soon as the W had ran off. And that's why it looked like Imp was doing no damage at the start of the fight, because he was just sitting there spitting at them at like 525 range.
Yeah, it was actually very well played. And V, even waiting in the Baron pit, seemingly just sitting there to tank the Baron.
He wasn't taking any damage, man. That guy was
at least
huge tree.
Yeah, no, it was smart of them to wait around these summoner spells. The shot calling of Xiaogu seems to be coming through quite strong in this particular first game, but we'll see if that can continue. And we mentioned earlier, what do you think they should change? The drafting was fine. I think the change is decision-making.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's LGD need to go back to playing the map. Stop playing against an opponent. We talk about them in terms of like forcing people to play their style of game. So get the counter ganks going, push up your lanes, get all 3 lanes pushing at the same time, wait for the counter gank, make sure TBQ is nice and safe, doesn't have to initiate anything himself. So definitely think that's where they go from there, and try and play a similar composition, because honestly, you can attribute a lot of that. Like, losing a game like that is actually relatively easy. And the reason I'm going to say that is because if you're QG, you're like, wow, we were behind and then got 2 really good team fights and we dragged ourselves back into it. That's how we win games. LGD, on the other hand, just go, we're never team fighting them again. Pack it up, boys. Like, we are making them play around the map 100%.
And that was something I was going to consider as well, is LGD can slow the game down. Xiaogu looked like they didn't have an answer when the game was slowed down, so might be a good idea.
I actually like that you pointed that out, especially because LGD get first dragon, like, I think it's like 70% of games roughly. So the fact that they're able to rely on getting first dragon, especially on the blue side, red side of the map, not the blue side, when they swap to the top lane. So if they're able to do that, that means that QG can never tempo the game by saying, okay, you have to fight us on the 3rd, 4th, 5th dragon, because LGD are like, well, it's going to be 50 minutes into the game anyway. If it goes that late, we're probably lost already, because they're just so good at team fighting.
And all that sort of culminates into what was the game plan there coming into the series? Has to be kill Imp. Imp had a great game. He was insanely far ahead. And again, that front line, they had one job. Maokai was a pick that you, Rusty, thought was going to be quite essential to this series. And even after just one game, I think we can see why.
So that's the big thing, though, is that they actually just let both teams have what they want. So V gets his Maokai, and that's big because he actually does a lot of work with that champion. Can hard carry on a tank. And it plays to their team comp really well, and that he can be that unkillable frontline and deal with the carries. They just focus GodV down, and there's no way V's going to die to GodV at all because he's a Maokai that can just press that R key and be invincible, essentially. So in terms of drafting, it was still good from LGD. They actually gave them what they wanted, but they also gave Xiaogu what they wanted, and that is a very linear style that they can then pick perfectly towards and execute.
Oh, 100%. And I think that, once again, the thing that we have to keep throwing in QG's credit is that you can present opportunities to teams, but they will take every single one. As soon as they get a whiff of a one-team fight, they will be able to really punish you. You can see that they're happy to chase with things like Vayne with the Lulu on it solo to pick up the extra kill to make sure that they're exerting pressure around the map. So I think that the Maokai only makes that easier to execute upon because of the oodles of CC and the ability to reduce a lot of damage, especially if GodV wants to play things like Diana. And GodV was target banned this game. You got to remember Yasuo and Diana both scrubbed off the board, and very happy to make him play control mages yet again.
Because, again, he can't be proactive. That's the problem. Like, you can play well on a champion like Orianna, but you have to hit every opportunity you get, and you're mostly playing reactively, whereas GodV is a player that does play very proactively. He needs to be almost a second threat there with Imp. And all of a sudden, again, that front line diving into either Imp in the start or GodV in the late stages, and one of them's dead. Your two-threat comp's going to fall apart pretty quickly.
And it's funny that you say that as well, because the drafting of LGD put the Orianna as almost the zone-controlled defensive style of Orianna, which you said it isn't a style that GodV wants to play in particular because he's much more proactive. And he was trying to play proactively. He was getting engaged on by the Gragas, and that's when he was dying.
And this is why I want to go back to the item build, because that's not GodV's item build. He normally goes Luden's Echo, and a lot of the spells that he was hitting at the start of the game, if he had Luden's, would have deleted people off the map, especially that one team fight when he was able to grab 3. Doinby dies in that situation. Doinby actually lived a shockwave off GodV, which if you go back and watch last series when GodV was catching people with shockwaves, they were just completely obliterated. So, I like the pick. I really like his Orianna. I think he's a good Orianna. I think that he needs to play it in that aggressive fashion because he is that zoning, very up in your face. He's not appealing Orianna. He never has been.
No. Yeah. I feel just in general, like you said, LG just let QG play a little too much of their game. It's just like, again, they're happy to chill out and take team fights where they're appropriate. And that's just fine. Like, LG are a team that, again, get advantages and bury people in them. QG are like, we'll play from behind if we have to, but if we're ahead, sounds great.
Yeah, well, that's what happened is LGD did try and play tempo when they slowed it down. They stole a blue buff away when Dragon was happening, but QG were like, well, you still gave us a 3,000 gold lead. You can't slow the game down now. We're ahead. Straight away, they push into the jungle, then just sit on Baron because, if you're a Chinese team, you fight around Baron quite a lot. So QG definitely had the better of that objective.
And that raises the question, of course, do they want to control the tempo from the very beginning and not accelerate the game themselves? They had the scaling champions to let the game go, but they kind of threw it away to the point where when they tried to slow it down, control the tempo, control the map, it was already almost too far gone to the point where Xiaogu could use those flash engages.
Especially with double teleport. They slowed the game down and QG just waited for teleports to become back available. We're able to get fights time and time again. So, QG, the double teleport thing, I think, is actually the one thing that LGD will take away from this game and be like, that worked incredibly well against us, and we need to figure out a way to not have that. I thought Rek'Sai was going to be a good answer to it in the late game, but TBQ didn't have a fantastic performance on the Rek'Sai, so maybe get him once again on something like the Lee Sin, see if he can be aggressive early on.
It's funny, the adaptation, though, from Xiaogu was to put Lulu with the Maokai. And just push 1v2 against the Na and take things down because then there is no Rek'Sai to answer and he has to be with the rest of the team.
And because Braum's Unbreakable lasts for roughly the same amount of time as what a teleport channel will come through. If you don't get over the Unbreakable and kill Vayne from behind, there's not any way that you can really win that team fight.
Yes, so strong stuff there in general for Xiaogu. As you do see, they take game number 1, 10,000 gold or so ahead by the end of it, and 19-6 in kills. It was just those team fights, really. LGD, they found their opening in the first 10 minutes, but as soon as QG could strike, they did. And Swift, a very well-deserved MVP game 1.
very deserving of that. The counter ganks that we saw from him in the early game was what gave the team the entire game in and of itself. It was really well done from Swift.
And I want to see, this is what won them the game, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, no, so that was the first one. It was actually the second one where he was able to do the same thing, but he had ultimate at that stage, and he shoves him underneath the turret.
It's a Swift cam, by the way, so we get to watch the man in action once again.
Yeah, and it was really well played from Swift. The fact that Doinby lived the first time, the fact that Doinby lives the second time, it's all on the back of Swift on this Gragas being there so very aptly timed.
That is some sweet tab spamming, by the way, there from Swift. Clearly checking the KDA, making sure he saved Doinby's life again. You know Swift is never letting Doinby forget that. Mate, you remember you got ganked, I saved you?
Yeah, why are you texting my wave? You remember the last game when I saved your life twice? That would be so frustrating if you got me. I'm just watching it back again. And
oh, yeah.
Where are my
to
kills?
watch a Lulu live on sub couple of hundred health 2 times.
Looking at that ghost being like, you don't do any damage.
Yeah,
what
are you?
Why did I not have Ignite is the better question to ask then in that respect. But it's enough to break a man, to say the least.
You're a mid lane player. I can't believe you can watch that without shedding a tear.
It's painful, but it's a control mage matchup, right? You're never actually expecting to kill anyone.
Hey, if you blow 3 ultimates, you're expecting to kill the enemy mid laner.
But if you've ghosted towards them, you've flashed to auto-attack them, and they still don't die, you start to sweat.
Yeah.
You start to worry.
Especially with 3 knockups in there. But once again, that's just credit to Doinby for swapping up the item builds. If he has Morel and Omicron, which is what every Lulu apart from Doinby would have probably built in that situation, you're dead. But he went with the Scaling Rod of Ages purchase and kept him alive twice.
Yeah.
And again, QG, smart decisions, smart team fighting. That's what we expect from them here. But LGD, they've been in this position before. They've played plenty of series, even against QG. The last record in best of 5s between the two was 3-1, so history would indicate that LGD are looking good in games 2, 3, and 4. But anything can happen. It's only one best of 5. QG start the series off well for themselves, but LGD, they'll bounce right back. And I wonder how the drafting changes. Because, again, I look at Cogmore. I look at how well Imp played. I'm thinking before the series, what are you doing? Don't give him this champion. And they managed to beat it. It took a lot, but they did manage to beat it.
I think the fact that they did beat it speaks volumes for how they're going to play from here on out. Perhaps LGD, they'll still prefer the Cogmore. They'll still want to prioritize that pick, but then maybe they won't be as confident in doing so because it shows that Xiaogu have the ways to beat it.
Yeah, look, it's a potential, and the other potential is that Imp's a fantastic Sivir player, and that went through there, and he just plays a lane bully, something like the Sivir that can get up in their faces. I still think they'll stick with the Cogmore. If anything, I think they'll swap over to a Twitch. They just didn't want to do it with the Braum.
Yeah.
As soon as you see a Braum, you kind of put the Twitch back in your
fair,
pocket.
Imp's
done
does
it
it
before,
anyway.
yeah.
So
No, I will accept that as justification, just Imp things, but Braum kind of stops the rat-a-tat-tat damage in the latest part of the game especially, but if this continues to be a lane swap game especially, I expect the Twitch to move up in priority.
It's the LGD. It's like the only team that can actually get away with the Twitch really successfully. In fact, Xiaogu have tried to play it once. They lost with it. And the one time that we've seen Imp lose with that Twitch was against the Braum. So just Imp thinks he may have picked it. Doesn't mean that it's good. And they do need to actually look at their drafting phase, last pick that Twitch potentially, before they actually go for that.
And if it stays control mages, you can definitely last pick an AD carry. No reason to not be able to last rotation at least, and that's what Xiaogu did that game.
Well, don't be looking pretty happy there after that game number 1, and I would be too, given that our upper game against LGD here in the grand finals of the LPL summer. Seems like we might be lining ourselves back up into game, and a series that certainly could have looked one-sided given LGD's run to this final. So Xiaogu just winning game 1 is a huge boost for them as far as momentum and confidence goes. And remember, they want to prove you knocked off EDG, they were the number 1 team. Okay, don't forget, guys, we're number 2.
Well, I think, like, even you look at the run into this final right now is the fact that LGD played 11 games before coming into this. Xiaogu only played 5, and that was in 1 series. So they got put to the wire, and they are new to the best of 5 series. LGD very, very experienced, even from just this split alone. So moving into this second game, you don't expect LGD to really be in a bad position mentally. They should still be perfectly fine, and we should reset. And this time, they get the first one.
Yeah, we've got nice experienced players, plenty of morale and leadership behind this team. PYL, he's been in tough spots before. Remember, he's been playing for a surprisingly long amount of time. One of the players that's, unless you followed China closely for the last few years, might have slipped under your radar, but certainly proved how good he is this year. He's already at Worlds. That's a great step for him and his squad, who look fearsome towards the end of this season. But PYL wants to win. He wants to win very badly, and there's no title quite like the domestic title, I feel like.
Home pride is certainly a huge thing, especially for such a massive league with a huge following like the LPL. So PYL wants it so badly today. That man on your screen would also like to win more things.
He's already won.
He's got a trophy house, I think,
Korean
somewhere.
national. He's the defending world champion. He'd love to add LPL champion there as well.
First world champion that can go back and defend his title as well. Imp adds more to his accolades as he continues to evolve as a AD carry player. But Xiaogu right now in the driving seat, I think that blue side wins are super important for this team because, you know, if they are going to win a best of 3, they need to win 3 times on blue or at least sneak a red side victory in there somewhere. So the fact that they've started on the right foot, definitely a good thing for this team.
Definitely is for best of 5 series in particular to be able to start on blue and to be able to get that first victory. You mentioned it yourself, is that it actually is leaps and bounds in terms of blue side win rates that Xiaogu are pretty good at doing.
They love that blue side.
Right now, the whole world is really good at blue side.
Yeah. I would love to see the win rate of every
major region.
Yeah, every region and their blue side win rate. But since the latest patches, it does feel like it's a massive deal. And one of the bigger factors is for Xiaogu, their style as a team, Baron control because of the terrain advantage, where you have lane swaps from LGD. So Dragon's always up in the air depending on who does the lane swap. In this particular game, LGD put the lane swap into effect. This gives not only the control of the Dragon now to Xiaogu because they've got extra members bottom, they naturally get control of the Baron area later on from the terrain.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's a couple of things that you have to go with. A, because Assassins are no longer seeing huge play in the mid lane. It's not as snowbally, and with control mages, the game generally gets to a point where Baron is more of a control. That's why blue win rate fluctuates so much, because at the start of the game, especially on very old patches when you had an assassin, you just controlled the dragon area so well from red side, so you had the counter pick as well as the dragon control. Right now, because it is a little bit more scaling, the Baron becomes much more relevant because the game time is around the 38-minute mark right now.
Well, Curtis are lining back up behind their players, and we're into the draft for game number 2. Well, swap sides, of course. Xiaogu find themselves up a game here in the best of 5 series, but still plenty of games to play as Nidalee, Victor, and Vayne are the 3 bans for LGD. And QG go straight back to where they started. Diana and Yasuo already banned out.
Kalista or Kog'Maw going to get through?
Probably Kalista should be banned. I'm gonna dangle that one out.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not the analyst, but I think we can make the prediction, and it is going to be Kalista last banned.
So the Vayne ban is always interesting, and this is something that we saw from the last drafting phase, is that particular first pick.
Lulu.
Surprised they didn't ban that one away because of how much of a flex it is for LGD.
Just too scary. I mean, if they think they have to target Godv, they certainly have to take away Kalista, so we might see this develop. Lulu as the first pick for LGD does tell us a lot, but lots of junglers left open this time is the key difference here for Xiaogu.
Yeah, it certainly is. Elise is left up.
Yeah.
We'll see whether Swift wants to play it. I don't even know whether they need to early rotation it.
So it's been banned from him in the first game also.
Yeah.
Worth considering to pick up. Or they could just do what works.
Straight back to what they know. Gragas Maokai.
All right, this is officially dangerous. Yeah. Lulu Kog'Maw, like, there was a reason that Vayne was doing a little bit more damage than you would usually see out of a Vayne last game.
Yeah.
Because of that help picks that can sit around. And with the Kog'Maw, we've seen it just be so effective. And it's because of the movement speed as well.
It's innate strength of Elise in as well, is that you can heal and disengage if they were to go for that comp. But realistically, as a jungler, you can go anything you would like ever.
Ooh, they might get Braum here as well. There's a lot open actually for LGD, so we'll give them 25 more seconds. We'll see what they want to choose as their next few picks. But they're starting off well. They've got the Lulu. They can already protect the big carry for Imbi if they need to. But they might just have a bigger priority on the old Kog'Maw.
And this is something that we've been really vocal about. And
wow. All right, there's Kog'Maw, Braum, and Xiaogu insta-lock Jana Siva.
I was going to say, this is the danger of doing it, but Braum is just seeing so much priority in the LPL at the moment.
It is, but I mean, you look at these two teams stylistically, and I feel like Jana's actually the superior support for them. It's just that the wall threat of the Braum in particular is very good against burst champions, so it's ideal to pick up and deny assassins out of Godv. And now Doinb may not want to go for that Kassadin as well, just because Braum's always going to be in the way.
Well, I wonder who the mid lane is going to be, because like you mentioned, LGD do have a lot of flexibility.
Fiora.
Apparently, as far as Imp's current hover goes. And of course, you still have a jungle consideration for TBQ. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Rek'Sai, but Lee Sin certainly up on the list for him here as well. Imp having a bit of fun with the people at home. There's 10 seconds left for them to choose. Oh my God!
What do you mean having
Fiora
fun?
Lee Sin.
I said that with confidence.
Well,
that's great. That's really
and
great.
there's a Zir for Doinby.
So just to clarify, we're on 5:15.
Yep.
So Fiora is kind of a good champion at the moment and is...
So this is something that we have been incredibly vocal about. Gangplank is sleeper OP. Fiora is nearly better.
Yeah.
Because her ultimate, you don't even have to kill someone. You just throw it on the person about to die, and you have a zone where the team can no longer fight you. And the LPL is all about zones. Like, as far as, like, it is a monsoon, but, like, better.
Yeah, and you know the best part is if you can ever get a Janna with it, all of the
Oh,
monsoons,
the
the
heals.
strength that actually comes out of Fiora is so team-based as well as individually strong because your laning phase, you can use that parry, deny a lot of damage, and then if you ever have the Janna with it, heals are heals everywhere, basically.
I wonder if LGD looked at the last game and said, we didn't have quite enough carries. They're like, Godvi, get on the Lulu, get your control mage, Akon, we need a second threat, you're up. He's like, I can't play Ryze. He's like, pick Fiora.
Notice the summoner spells this time around. Believe there is an ignite in the
There
mid
is.
lane.
Godby wants some blood here. Let's go through the matchups, though. Acorn busting out Fiora here for the first time in the best of 5 versus V's Maokai once more, as TBQ is going to get aggressive as well. Takes Lee Sin into Swift's Gragas.
And, you know, if Atlas can win solo queue games on a champion, it must be pretty good. And I've seen him do it with Fiora at the moment.
Oh, that was Godby's Lulu versus Doinby's Azir. A strong last pick for the mid laner from Xiaogu there as well. But it's back on Kog'Maw as TNT's taking the Sivir, and Braumjan is going to round us out.
And they didn't hesitate either to pick that Sivir Janna.
No,
they
they knew.
really wanted this, and that is a dangerous prospect to consider into the Braum and the Kog'Maw. It's a very big protect the Imp comp, and Imp usually makes that happen, but Xiaogu, they're pretty much designed, they're sculpted to run at him.
Well, they've shown they can beat it already. I guess they're going to try and show it off one more time. With that, let's go on to the Rift as LGD are going absolutely bonkers. And here we are as Acorn moves out with another carry champion. He played Ryze in the playoffs, was looking good, was able to be a carry threat for his team. And this time he's going to step further, I have to say. We've shifted patches right before the final finishes. And who shows up in game number 2 than Fiora on Acorn, of all people?
Acorn on Fiora? Fiora on Acorn? I don't mind which way it is right now. But the duelist, the grand duelist,
Yes.
makes her way on the Rift with an edgy new haircut as well.
Oh, it's very edgy. Xiaogu, they're the hair team. They'll be very jealous that Fiora's on the enemy team, but
I actually believe that Doinby sported a similar do for the start of the season nearly.
yes.
Not far off, actually. You know what? Speaking of Fiora, it does say to me that LGD aren't going to play their typical lane swap style. They do want to win their lanes.
There's a quick lane, jungle follow if you go with things like Q and able to race around the jungle. But I agree, much better 1v1.
Of course, keeping in mind the cooldown is ridiculously high at level 1, even when it does connect. I think it refreshes 40% of its cooldown if it hits, and it's still like an 18-second cooldown at level 1.
Yeah.
How do you know so much about Fiora already?
League of Legends is a great game.
It is a great game here, and it looks
play it
like
too much.
it might be standard lanes. So the intuition is there, as well as the Fiora knowledge out from Rusty. And this is a different look. QG, again, the team we expect to really take advantage of this sort of position, but LGD with a bit more aggression on their side as far as the draft goes might feel confident here.
I like watching QG double jungle, by the way. In this case, they use their supports because you can see that they've given the little sentinel over to their Sivir. Then they're going to go bottom lane and try and shove it out as fast as possible. And that's really hard to do against Braum because he gets 2 free creeps at the start of the game. But if they're able to successfully do it, they will get the earlier level 2.
And again, we talk about Janna being a strong support for both these teams. Level 2 there for Imp. Might give him a bit of initiative here in the lane, but TNT on Sivir, a well-practiced champion and clearly a lane that Xiaogu were happy to take. Not sure if they wanted or expected a 2v2, but they locked it in so fast that you have to think they're more than happy with the situation.
I like how the dynamic changed, though, between the two. PYL took a lot of damage, has the relic shields, but Imp immediately level 2, so the experience was given to the range advantage of the Kog'Maw. Things looking real good in terms of their strengths here for LGD, but Xiaogu playing against the minions are starting to mount a Defiance.
Ooh, you can see the shield out there as well onto TNT. Trying to get some of the early damage out, but PYL is going to block some of that off with Braum. As we check in with the top lane, V versus Acorn. Malco versus Fiora.
Doesn't even matter which way you parry, as long as you parry the spell, apparently. Acorn aiming for nothing.
Hanging out, pivoting his mouse there as Swift going to get his red buff here as well. And I guess the other thing to look at, not just Acorn's Fiora and how well he can go in what you, I guess, would be a free farm lane, but mid lane as well. Control Mage on one side, but
we're going to get a gank in the bottom lane. This is bad for QG.
Yeah, TNT's almost already dead, and now TBQ is going to arrive in here. They have to try and turn around. TNT already knows he's done. He's going to try and not give an assist away. He does do so, but it's first blood for Imp.
So TBQ there was really hesitant. You could see that he did not want to kill him, so didn't run up auto or anything. Tried to get an assist off the E, but that kill was going to Imp. No one else was taking it.
He safeguarded to a ward as well, I think, or safeguarded to something, so he didn't have that available to shield for an assist, and then the end result is nothing for him, but he gets the experience, and all things considered, Imp was winning that trade anyway.
Yeah, and I was going to say, QG must have known that he was on the bottom side of the river. Warding a lane brush, especially when you're going, oh, this is a gank in the top lane.
Good bit of CC there as Swift trying to make his way up in the top. Acorn will dash out from under the slow, and Swift got there in time to even burn a flash.
V having no twisted advance, already used it, and no mana to follow up with anything. It would have had to have been a flash from Swift to even look at a potential gank, but the presence has been noted. Acorn does have to respect that, go back and most likely teleport to his lane again.
That was actually a really weird arcane smash from V. He's just made the lane push back into him, although Acorn teleports to a minion anyway and shoves it out hard.
Yeah, reasons.
Yeah, double Doran's there for Acorn, and double Doran's actually for V, so they both teleport back in. I can just continue farming as Braum, looking for something here in mid, but TBQ's already made his presence known, so PYL looking to form that three-man gank.
There's not even enough mana from Doing B to actually get something happening, so his over-aggression in positioning right now is a non-factor and should never exist, and this is a lot of time wasted from LGD on the assumption that he's going to play aggressive with Godvy's lack there of health.
And wow, Maple straight on the rift.
Swift's actually going in now. TCT and TNT have roamed their way in. TBQ taking a big burst of damage as they're trying to dive back in for the last few points. Swift's going to come in. Massive flash from TBQ. Gets him to safety.
That was close, but it was also predictable from Swift. And the real issue there was the way they worked around terrain, is that the flash was actually probably not going to hit regardless because he was stuck next to a wall. And they actually get out with their lives pretty big here. TBQ almost doesn't.
Pops his W, he'll be safe. As you do noted, Cogmore got that early first blood, but he's gone for Vampiric Scepter and the Longsword there spawn.
Yeah, so I think he will still go Trinity Force first, and that second Longsword will go towards the phase, but just wants to have some form of sustain. Doesn't have Alistair this time around, yelling and giving him back all that HP. Although, there was a very famous AD carry in the North American LCS that was quite vocal about Blade of the Ruined King Cogmore being much better than Trinity Force first Cogmore. You used to still get both of them, so you end up with the same spike at 2 items, but just depends how you get there.
Well, TNT's also got double Doran, so it's aggression across the rift here.
Oh, double Doran Sivir.
An insane amount of Dorans in this map.
The Vamp Scepter's going to be a lot better than double Dorans in terms of sustain also. And Imp's got that range advantage, so double Dorans is a desperation, I need an item right now style of buy to try and keep up in this slowly declining lane.
And all that control.
It's level 6 to level 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Imp's really far ahead.
He's making it known as well, to say the least. He is
oh my god, V's dead actually in the top lane. Acorn's going to get the assist, but a roam up from Godvy as well, and then Maokai just collapses.
Doesn't even have to use the ultimate out of Godvy. Do use the Ignite, however.
This is one of those interesting things, and why you don't want to give LGD the Lulu, is that he can now control that wave. Joinby's got issues with mana without the blue buff on Azir, because he just constantly tries to spam, and to push out a Lulu with a Chalice takes all of your mana bar. You're never going to be able to keep up with a Lulu. And he just goes top lane with TBQ. They find very easy kills.
And LGD, again, being a bit more aggressive. The first 10 minutes of last game were good, but this is a very different sort of thing. And TBQ again, he's going aggressive. Oh, that's awkward.
That's really bad, actually.
The blue buff steal.
It is bad. Thankfully, has a Chalice that can still keep up in this lane. And it's something we just mentioned, is Doinby's limited in terms of his capabilities. And as unfortunate as that may be, there's worse situations.
Yeah, there certainly is, and he got full experience for it. So now, if you Godby, you say, okay, now go kill their jungler and bring me another blue buff.
Yeah. Get level 6, kick mid.
Oh, Godby. See, getting harassed there, but don't be like you've mentioned, Rusty. Gonna run low on mana in those trades. V though in the top side now. Glacial Shroud first up against that pickaxe double Dorans, but farm is relatively even. Seems like top lane, apart from that good roam, gonna stay quiet here.
Yeah, and Fiora's Q just goes down so far in terms of cooldown. If you are able to get to the point of the game where you have maxed it out and you're able to hit it reliably. So we'll see Acorn continue to harass. There's just windows that Fiora are able to do a lot of work, and that's with the E and the Q cooldown.
It's one of those cool champions in regards to target selection on the Q as well, is that the way that it works is like always within range of the Q, even if you dash in an interesting direction. So still fairly easy to actually hit the Q. The question is going to be, who is he hitting the Q on in those fights? It's actually quite easy to take down tanks and Fiora.
Well, we'll check in with some of the other lanes now, as it is actually Blade of the Ruin King first for him. He's got the Cutlass, he's got his recurve bow. Going to be changing up that build. Still has a lead, don't get me wrong. TNT only rocking that pickaxe right now, but again, LGD just off to a better start. It's TBQ's proactive ganks that this time managed to pay off.
Yeah, he didn't even get an assist.
Okay, that first one's probably not on him, but the mid lane, the top lane certainly was.
Yeah, the top lane was definitely a good thing as Dragon started up. If QG are able to grab the first Dragon, definitely a good news story for them, and they must know what's going on here from LGD's lineup. Bottom lane just backed away completely.
Oh, you can see Doinby trying to keep them out, gets turned into a cupcake! TBQ going to ride his way in, the Dragon's dead, and the barrier will just keep him up.
And you could see Godby was like, he's got a blue buff. Get me it.
Yeah. That was really close as well. Doinby actually getting out with that dash at the last second, as having the flash already down, I believe it was. The smallest amount of time actually keeping him alive from that gank, because there was the attempted kick back into the Lulu, and he almost had that blue buff for himself.
And TBQ was a little bit out of range there. Otherwise, you would have expected the immediate wild growth to go up, which meant that the Q wouldn't have worked.
Swift knows.
He wants the kill. This could be a good counter gank opportunity. Goes the cask in there. TBQ's tanking up the turret. Gets the slow, but he can't quite finish the kill.
That was honestly just for damage. That felt like it was just completely to put down damage and prevent TBQ from getting a gank off in the near future. Because you look at what Xiaogu can do right now, what Swift can do right now, it's not much.
Yeah. Sometimes it's about
really
sending
not
a
much.
message.
Yeah, it is.
Certainly is, as Doinby does complete the recall, goes back, gets his mana and health back, and gets himself a Stinger, which looks like Nash's first there, joining in with that Fiendish Codex. Other than that, just checking through, Cinderhawk for both junglers as well, so TBQ is going to be sticking to Cinderhawk Lee Sin. No aggression this time.
And I want to hit on Imp's itemization a little bit. The rate that he is pushing up right now means that he's getting so many auto attacks on the wave, and with lifesteal first, he is just always doing like damage to creeps and he's sitting at full health. Even if he gets traded against underneath the turret, next wave comes up with that Cutlass, just able to lifesteal back up to full every single time and just continue this long range harass with the W on cooldown.
Yeah, Imp is a lifestyle choice, not a play style. He is just hyper aggression, and the fact that he's gone for
That's
that
a 2v2, 11-minute lane. Wow.
This is the same as last game as well, as they just command their way through laning phase, and this is where the questions start to raise as to, are they going to be able to turn this laning phase victory into an actual snowball of the game, or will they give Xiaogu a team fight?
I think TNT might be in a bit of trouble there,
I'm really concerned for TNT right now. The reason is he's run out of slots. So he needs 1550 next shop, and that means he can't walk out of base with potions or
he sells a
wards,
Dorans
or he sells a Dorans this early in a game.
Ooh, Swift flashes out. Doinby's going to go straight in, though. Once TBQ and Godby, the ulti there for both. Doesn't quite get the kill, just has to keep them out.
Signs of miscommunication. Flash as well as Doinby going in at the same time. Not on the same page there.
And that's rare for these two. They are glued together almost.
Best friends.
They are certainly best friends.
Glued together, I think Doinby is the one trying to make sure
Maybe
that happens.
Doinby's stuck on
I'll flash it
Swift.
and I'll save you. It's just like, what are you doing?
I had ulti even.
But the end result is a lot of stuff used that didn't necessarily need to be used, and that's in a position of an even lane. And then we look back bottom. Not very even.
Yeah, these lanes are starting to open up a little in various places. Mid lane's actually a lead there, so Doinby has about 20 CS ahead, is looking good. But a lead now for Acorn. He's got his team out now, so going to start to pressure Maokai a bit more. I'm going to talk about Imp the whole series, I have to feel, but he's already up almost 40 CS or so.
And PYL's doing PYL things right now where he takes the talent that he catches up in experience very quickly. So he stays in the wings, doesn't actually take experience for himself, and this gives Imp this huge experience advantage. And then when PYL needs levels, he just wanders back into lanes and gets it 10% quicker than you normally would.
Yeah, and it's funny because you already get it so much quicker anyway from the way that experience works in League. Is you catch up quicker if you're behind based off everyone else around you. So he's always going to catch up in that experience, and it unlocks him to just be anywhere he would like around the map. He's looked for a gank mid once already this game. So things working out well here for LGD, and POL doesn't even need to be bottom.
And the Blade is finished now for Imp. He's going to pop his way into the top lane and really pressure V, who's not quite finished that Frozen Heart yet. It'll be nice against both Fiora and the Cogmore, but needs to get it done here in Imp. Not interested in messing around, just wants to create some pressure. Even with Dragon up in a minute 40. See if Xiaogu can get Dragon number 2, because right now LGD are the ones 2,000 gold up and with all the tempo.
Good news story is that Doinby's up in CS.
Oh, yeah? He's up in CS, but he's against a control match, so it's always a big concern as to if he can actually make something happen, though he is a carry himself.
I have more bad news. V's getting dove here. TVQ going to kick him into the wall. PYL's going to complete the chain. Imp's actually taking a few too many hits, but it's PYL that gets the kill.
Acorn teleports up as well.
He really
just
wanted
to be there.
Moral
just to
support.
hold their hands. No, it was really smart, though, from him to actually tank that many tower shots. He always had the heal and flash available if it came down to it. And it allows TBQ to sit there and put down this damage. Of course, Imp was still going to be doing that from his long range. The second the W runs out, he's like, oh, better not tank this anymore, and gets out to safety.
Now Xiaogu trying to defend all this pushing in the top lane, but again, that'll open back up the Dragon. Acorn, yep, leaves immediately. Sees 3 members from Xiaogu who are now going to try their hand at counter-pushing top lane.
They've all got weak spots, though. It's got to be so tempting. It's almost like consistent Lee syndrome, where you want to go in. They've got to Lee's into boot.
With TCG is exposed.
That's a really good response out of QG, however. Being able to shove in a creep wave, get the gold back down to about 1,500.
Definitely was. It's taking what you can, essentially, right? It's, you know, and this is the LPL thing, is trading whenever it's possible. So they make a very positive scenario out of something that wasn't necessarily great. They are sacrificing a lot of this bottom lane where Imp is just going to run circles around V because he has a Blade first item against Armor Stack. So things are going pretty well here for LGD, but Xiaogu makes something happen, and they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, speaking of trading, Dragon number 1's going to fall into LGD. So Xiaogu give up this Dragon, but they did get the tower to trade that all out and try and get some of that gold back here. LGD going to claim that. And again, slowing down a bit here to the mid game. You feel like LGD started off a lot better here. Not going to fall into the same mistake of letting QG get a team fight they fancy.
This was the one thing we said LGD should look to do in this second game, because this is where they found strength from game 1, the period of time where they slowed it down. The only problem with that was they slowed it down at a gold deficit. So now they've started ahead. They've made the patient moves themselves. It's only going to mean good things for LGD from here. And Xiaogu now with the side with the Gragas and a Janna, and even a Maokai, they're working around zone control. They're the ones that now have to engage themselves, and it's not that easy to do.
And the way they're juggling farm on Imp right now, rotating him down top and bottom whenever the lanes swap, especially because Fiora's got an early CS advantage at this stage of the game, just means that Imp is going to continue to grow that gold lead because they need V to be massive. The problem with Fiora, with Imp being on the map, is that if you don't have a huge primary tank, it's just going to get blown up time and time again.
Wow. TNT going to get all in by Acorn. Ground challenge is issued, flashes out, Acorn's going to follow in, heals used there as well, there's no help coming just yet, the dash will come back up and Acorn gets an easy 1v1.
No escape. There is no escape if you hit the first Q as a Fiora. Well
now
done.
fighting the top lane, 3v3 under the tower as PYL taking up a little bit of damage, flash ulti there, gets PYL to eat another tower hit, but Imp still safe in the backside, firing away.
Yeah, got the summoner spell out of PYL, however. Govi
Now finding his own 1v1. Slows up Doinby, he gets the tower, but Doinby has to fight back. Puts up the Sun Turret, tries to push him back into it. But the wild growth is out. Doinby's going to pop the barrier. Massive 1v1 as Cog gets the tower, and Godby is barely alive now. PYL's coming in. Who wants to fight me under the tower? He flashes forward, but he runs out of mana. He's still fighting forward. He's alive for a little bit longer, but he can't make it happen as Swift now getting caught out. TCT gets the kill onto PYL. And Swift still caught up as TBQ and Acorn are fighting in. Fiora's damage off the train right now, and it all ends in carnage with LGD winning up the trade.
But the danger this time is these are those hectic skirmishes, and LGD are getting ahead with a Fiora on the map who's just going to become an unkillable split-pushing threat. Meanwhile, they also take top lane.
So much credit where it's due, though. The way that Doinby
so
played
smart
was exceptional. He took the tower, placed his own tower there, and lived for way too long. Dodged everything, and it was actually the smallest pixel between the Lulu being stuck under the turret and not. And that could have been what changed the fight. One small mechanic that didn't go in their favor. So all things considered, Doinby played that like an absolute mechanical god. Just did not go their way in the end.
There's a reason we call him the genius mid laner, I think. That was genius.
That was just exceptional.
Yeah, that was beautiful. But on the other side of the map, we mentioned that TNT was falling behind. Phage boots 2 with the enchant as well as Blade of the Ruined King to just IE static. Not even static shift.
He wishes. Just an Avarice
Blade. That is not a good news story. 2 levels.
Acorn now. Going to steal the blue away. V's kept up in farm, but Acorn's right now, especially 1v1,
dominating the
doing
map.
too much. Oh, they're going to go in for the blue. Who got it? I think it was Swift. So does keep it on his team, but doesn't get it on the target he wants.
Yeah, Swift picking that one up, of course. Good that they don't get the blue for LGD. Fiora would have loved that one. You can see how desperately he dashed towards it to take that one down, but they do get it for Gragas. In saying that, it's Doinby who's going full damage, is very blue reliant compared to Godby, who's gone for the Athene's build. Doesn't necessarily need it as desperately as an Azir.
I think this series might be full of different Lulu builds. Because we have another change here for Godby. Sorkshu's Aether Wisp Chalice is his build. So they're going to try and get a blue buff back.
Swift takes another
smite there.
Why not? It was going to be another contested blue buff, so may as well give it
Blank
to your
coming
team.
in.
Oh, now Fiora's going to try and line it up. Swift going to walk back through the wall. Gets pushed out there as Acorn can't get back through. Imp is firing from the backline. Whimsied up, but he can't quite find the damage. Xiaogu disengaged well.
They tried real hard.
So let's hit on team comps one more time. Xiaogu never have to fight when they don't want to.
Yep.
Gragas, Azir, Janna, as you can see, really good at stopping the fight. But the chase out of LGD this time is the difference. They've got the Whimsy. Better yet, they've got the Q out of Fiora, and you can see Acorn can just continue to dive into people.
They definitely can. It's just, again, you touched on this to begin with. It's so hard to actually do against this Xiaogu side. One spell can be used, the Azir ultimate. They've still got the Monsoon, the explosive cask, and nobody was going to die.
Imp. He wants it so bad, but he knows he's safe. Godby's there with the ulti. And every time I see Imp's Kog'Maw being allowed to play this aggressive, I just wonder what happened in the draft, because Imp, this is the way he loves to play.
He even has both summoner spells.
Oh, he tags the Sivir there. Can't believe it didn't go. Just do it.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
They're just going to keep it calm for now, as LGD going to take this outer turret, break open the mid lane, go up in turrets, and create some space here on the map. Drag it up in 20 seconds. Baron up right now. LGD have plenty of buffs to consider, and they're still getting that gold lead, creeping further and further up. About 3,000 gold ahead. Going to look to keep that snowball rolling.
LGD. As you said, snowball rolling. I don't think there's a way for Xiaogu to really want to contest this one. They're running a disengage comp. And ideally, this is the spot where Xiaogu should engage. It's because LGD have to come at them. And that's the strength of their team comp, is they can go in, they can go out, they can reset 27 times before they actually want to commit. But because LGD already feel like they're so far ahead, to actually set up for the Dragon is difficult.
Oof, he's actually porting. They might try and fight here. Doinby's on a decent flank. He kicks 2 out there as Acorn and Godby move back. Zonya's pop there. Wild goes on a TBQ. PYL gets a good ulti down. They're going to try and dive in onto Imp, but TCT flops them back into the fight, but Acorn's already doing too much damage. Swift is going to die here as well. Imp is staying alive for so long. and the front line's going to melt. TCT will get chased down as well. V will barely live. TCT will die, and that's 4-0 to LGD.
And I mentioned the Fiora ultimate, and people keep saying, how are you supposed to ace?
Good snipe from Godv.
How are you supposed to activate it? Throw it on the lowest health member. Get the huge reset. Acorn just put 3 half-health members back to full health in that fight.
Yeah, it's like you have a Jan or I have a Fiora now, which is essentially a better version except for the displacement out of the Monsoon. He just picked on Doinby in that fight. They made sure that Doinby go down. Godfrey's in a really intense battle right now.
To steal the red buff.
You thought the last team fight was hard, Rusty. You try and take on this red buff.
That was red wins.
It does for now. Godv will be back. He actually did that with the Aether Wisp spill as well, so he's got a lot of money to spend, and there's that Ludens we were looking for in Game 1.
The build that you're very fond of, Spawn, actually goes for the Godv special, is on the control mage with the Ludens Echo, but again, that last fight, Doinby, you mentioned, had the flank, but he wasn't even actually on a flank. He was just out of position. He goes down very quickly, has to force the Zonias out immediately. Didn't have the flash, or he just got it, or just didn't use it. I'm not entirely sure. Couldn't get to safety, and this is where the Fiora ultimate that Spawn mentioned can then be very easily activated and resets the fight for themselves.
Oh, TVQ trying to get Swift. Flash kicks him back there as Imp's going to try and get the kill. Those passive will lock it down. Swift will die, and Imp's going to get his 4th kill of the game.
And look at the difference between Game 1 and 2. That would have taken Imp 5 minutes Game 1 to kill Swift. This time around, however, nice and fed 4-0-4. Able to delete Swift off the map.
And it's causing problems for Xiaogu, who are trying to defend. We talk about them playing from behind. Might be a little too far behind right now. 7,000 gold down at this current stage. Down to Dragon here as well. And things are only getting worse as Acorn having a fun old time split pushing bottom lane.
And look at the ward coverage on the bottom side of the map for LGD also. The blue buff just spawned, but they had 5 wards placed in advance of this happening. And they can potentially come in and do exactly that.
I like that you thought about, this shows how different we are. You looked at wards, I was like, wow, Acorn's 3,000 gold up. You know how many items that is right now, Rusty? That's nearly the finished Bloodthirster.
Yeah, but he's not going to be the one next to action right now.
I mean, let's hit on Acorn's build, because again, Fiora, champion that we didn't see that much before the rework and haven't seen that much of her since then. Ravenous Hydra Bloodthirster seems pretty standard for an AD carry. We already saw what the ultimate brings to the team fight, but what else is Acorn looking to bring to this side?
So all he wants is enough lifesteal so that when he chases either Doinby or TNT, he sustains through their damage. So the overshield to go into a team fight acts as a little bit of a defensive buffer, but then the ability to use your AD, wow,
and your Essence
Reaver.
Never mind.
That I'm confused about.
Don't worry about the Bloodthirster, guys.
Cooldown reduction.
That's good.
Lifesteal.
It's also good.
10%
Damage.
less. Lifesteal, is
Yeah,
it?
but like he's already got lifesteal from the Ravenous Hydra.
Maybe it was cheaper. Like he just didn't have the gold. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Just didn't have the gold.
But I'm just going to say it's a good decision.
Really?
Cooldown reduction on Fiora is great.
No, that is good.
It's a way to get damage and cooldown reduction at the same time in a very efficient manner. Though the Bloodthirster gives you the overshield, it gives you the health to sustain through. People, when you chase them down, it's similar to the Gnar that builds damage in that respect. Like a mini Gnar needs to keep up with you. The Fiora is just all about killing them right now to the point where we saw TNT try and live. He wasn't even turning around to auto-attack. He was just dying.
Yeah.
Running away.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
As Imp does get the tower in the top lane. 5-2 up now for LGD and towers. As they're looking at a Dragon coming up as well. Xiaogu are really just trying to fend them off here, but LGD, this is what we expect when we see them play.
Well, this is 60 CS in 2 positions. I don't think anyone expects to be 120 collective CS in top and 80 carry positions at 26 minutes into the game. That is monstrous.
It is, and that's the snowball we've seen from this side. We look at the gold values. Everyone is winning by a pretty substantial margin. Imp, probably more than anybody else. But LGD, sure, they can play it safe. They'll play it slow if they need to, but when they are ahead, Imp especially will play up. And this is exactly where you don't want to be as Doinby. Imp's going in.
Wow.
Goodbye. Oh, he lives. The heal's there as well. TNT's getting thrashed as Imp gets knocked out by Swift. They can't even fight one of them, let alone 5 of them.
That was absurd. The damage he just put down, the barrier is actually what kept Doinby alive. TNT, the knight in shining armor, arrives and gets hit once in the face and instantly regrets his decision.
He had to heal as well. That was, wow.
That was a lot of damage.
And now Akon's 1v1 in the tank. V gets towered over, lucky to be alive. LGD going to keep knocking down turrets. And Xiaogu have very few good options left. TBQ do it.
You already safeguarded PYL.
Disappointing.
Decision was made.
Oh, look at him. He's so far forward. He just doesn't care. He knows he's safe. This is the problem when you get Lulu cocked. Everyone is Akon. Dives in there, pops a repulse. Grand challenges Swift, but he's going to get knocked back out here. QG might have a mistake to capitalize on. Akon still not dead. Does get the first kill. PYL now going to jump in and save him as Swift is bleeding and will get sniped out by Godv. V's chased down. He'll die next. And it's going to keep chasing down. That's 3 dead already. Akon threw away his life, but LGD will break the front.
That was just gross.
Oh my god, he's alive.
We talk about how aggressive Imp is.
Akon.
Fiora, man.
Look, Fiora
Is this the reality? We're going to have a best of 5 where Fiora has to be banned in a grand final? Is this what you're telling me?
Yes.
Well, it's looking good so far, that's for sure.
He's going for like a max cooldown reduction style of build, has the makings of the next big item for himself, has decided to go multiple routes instead of.
So you're going to go Spirit Visage and Frozen Heart and sit on 40% cooldown reduction and be tanky with all the lifesteal in the world and just be able to shred people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and he had none of that armor beforehand, by the way.
Yeah.
I like that the Spirit Visage change, which happened, what, 3 patches ago? Actually makes Fiora's ultimate even better. That
makes everything about Fiora even better. The true healing, essentially, that will come out of that is absurd.
Suck it, Jonna.
Yeah.
TCT's real jealous right now.
Yeah, speaking of absurd, though, he went over that wall and took on 5 members and almost killed 5 of them with just like a Lulu ultimate. I think the only thing that stopped him was the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, that was.
And
they were dead.
And a lot of panicking out of Xiaogu. As OGD find themselves in a very strong position, to say the least. If it's just Imp or Akon doing it on their own, who knows what they can do as a unit. LGD so far ahead now, 10,000 plus gold ahead. Dragon number 3 is going to roll around, and Baron Buff has been left very lonely all game long because LGD do not need it.
You know the best part about this is that we were looking at it earlier and I said it's like Lee Syndrome, but even worse.
Yeah, he got it.
And then that happened.
Yeah. So it's like Lee Sin and Fiora on the one team. You're expecting unparalleled aggression if a single spell connects. It's pretty much what we saw.
I don't think the first spell connected, actually. I think Akon was like, yep, going in. Oh, TCT caught out. Goodbye. Imp's going to get the kill. The port's coming down now. Is LGD going to keep running in? Doimbi gets caught up in the ulti, but he might have actually got the choke down. Launches himself in. Swift ultis them out, but it's not enough as Imp's going to get himself the double. Swift is stunned up. Can Imp find the triple? He's going to look for it as TBQ going to hand it over. Imp gets a triple, and Xiaogu forced back to the fountain.
Yeah, Doimbi looked a little bit resigned as he threw his body at 5 members there. QG just not able to get game 2 rolling the same way they got game 1. And you have to say it was the extra patience, picking their spots a little bit better this time around. Not diving in control mage, instead going towards the top lane, picking on the Maokai and building this huge advantage.
He's doing stuff.
Where is Akon?
He's doing stuff in
hanging
their
out in the base. Well, Baron Buff is down. He's 1v3 right now. Trying to get away from all of this. He'll dash himself to safety. Ultimate did get popped on V, but that is obnoxious.
I completely agree with the point you were making as well, as Akon thrusts himself at everyone ever from Xiaogu, is the way that they actually played around this game was much more reserved. It was slow, calm, and collected. And this is what does work really well for LGD. And when they don't play like that, when they feel proactive, perhaps it was nerves in game 1. It was playing into the hands of Xiaogu. And now from basically losing laning phase, they've all started to snowball out of control individually, and then they come together as a team with those strengths and just destroy them.
Yeah, now Baroned up and going to head into the top lane. What can you do? There's just so much strength right now on them. And once again, really like the Lee Sin pickup. TBQ plays Lee Sin so well, 2-0 and 11. What a different performance out of the jungler of LGD. Game 1 looked all out of sorts. This game, much more TBQ-esque.
Now LGD going to try to go in. TBQ dives straight on top. As Imp's going to get the first kill onto Jonna. Akon's now going to dive in as TNT has to run. Swift's going to get polymorphed there as he'll just get knocked down. Godv going to get the next kill, and LGD, they get 2. They don't need much more. Doimbi going to try and make something happen. He launches back into the enemy team, but he's only going to give himself up another kill as LGD look to take game number 2.
He just dies with style, Doimbi.
Got me altered, so I think the game's over. Xiaogu do tap the mat, and LGD will equalize in game 2. Now 1-1.
10-0-7, Cogmore.
Not bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good to say the least, but every single individual member of LGD just looked stellar in that second game. The first game was very shaky for them, but they got it all together. They're an experienced side in best of 5s. They've played 11 games coming into this best of 5 series, and now they feel like they've found their stride.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and you have to just point back to how they went about it. This time it was a 2v2 lane. They got the early advantage on Imp with that level 2. Then they punished once again with another 2v2 kill. Imp YL is just such a strong bottom lane, and that opened up the map. They got the turret really early, able to rotate that into the top lane. Godby this time was like, okay, control mage is really hard to kill. I'm just going to go to other lanes and help my team kill the other people on the map.
And I think junglers was the other big story there, because Swift, you see him on your screen. So his game 1 Gragas looks amazing, and all of a sudden we get a very similar jungle matchup, and TBQ's just doing that much more work this time around.
Yeah, so it was a proactive style again from TBQ, but the way that it was working is that Lee Sin just does so much more damage that people were dying before Swift could actually get there and make that counter gank and actually turn things into his team's favor. And just that small snowball of that laning phase, some aggression from TBQ, and Imp just performing like a freak. They managed to get the entire game almost off the back of that.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate my point from game 1. Imp against a 4-1 Vayne was still 70 CS in the lead. This time around, TNT didn't have the kills. And he still was able to position relatively well in team fights, but when you just don't have the gold, especially he went like pickaxe, Avarice Blade, boots.
Yeah.
It was just not up to the start that he was looking for, and that game was just all LGD.
I think so as well. Imp's been playing phenomenally all throughout the playoffs. That's not changing here, even in the game that they lost there.
And I think the biggest thing they have to consider about this is they gave them Lulu and then gave them Kog'Maw on that silver platter. They didn't pick that for themselves. They confidence picked a Janna and a Sivir immediately after.
Yep.
But they gave LGD what they wanted and then some.
Yeah, and the way PYL actually played the Braum in that lane meant that Ricochet wasn't hitting more than 2 things before he was behind the next creep with the Unbreakable, and it just stopped the lane push, so they couldn't even shove the lane out and look to get aggressive elsewhere on the map. It was just always in their turret. Imp was just bullying them around.
He really was there. Plenty of problems for Xiaogu, but a great play game from LGD. Let's get a little bit more as we go back out into the war room. This time it's Atlas and Froskuren.
Thank you so much, guys. And a great set. I'm not Atlas.
Hi, Atlas.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well. Anyways, a great set from LGD with that game, really bringing it to Xiaogu in game number 2, taking the eventual win, and it was awfully unexpected. We saw something that kind of threw us for a loop.
Yeah, it may have been in the top lane because Acorn decided that he wanted to play or find, I guess, a worthy opponent and insta-locked the Fiora. Now, naturally, because of how draft phase worked, there was a high priority on Lulu from blue side, and then second rotation from Xiaogu was actually Maokai and Gragas. So again, Xiaogu, they play Maokai a lot, taking that high priority, kind of a disrespect to LGE, because you knew as soon as we saw the Lulu priority pick that LGE were going to look down the line and pick up that Kog'Maw. So Acorn being able to find the counter pick and bring out the first, this is the first time that we've seen a Fiora since the patch?
Yeah, competitively. And we actually do have a replay ready for you guys where we get to see some pretty exciting Fiora action. I mean, it looks fantastic. Acorn, he's been waiting in this bush for the past 30 seconds. He's on the hunt.
First of all, I want to kind of explain how Fiora works. So Fiora's Q is going to, let's start with the passive. The passive is a true percentile true damage passive, and it applies proc. So what you're going to see is around Sivir, you'll see these 4 little
rings, I guess?
Directional arrows, and these are just for murder purposes. And the idea is that Fiora's Q then is a dash, so to help her reposition to hit the directional arrow on which side they proc on the champion. And then she gets a W, which reflects damage. So if they throw any sort of ability or any immobilizing CC, it then also upgrades that CC. So if you hit Fiora with her W up with a Dark Binding, it upgrades the CC if she counters it to a stun, which is pretty ridiculous in itself. Then the E gives you on-hit effects, but then the second auto attack after the E is a 100% guaranteed crit with bonus damage applied to it.
It's pretty powerful. And we're going to take a look at TNT trying to escape from this because you can see right now he's dashing forward. Acorn has just stepped out of the bush.
Yeah, okay. So we can go ahead and roll the clip. So once he gets a hold of TNT, he procs his ultimate, which is why you see all 4 rings there. Or excuse me, all 8 rings. Acorn is then going to flash on top of him. Now, he needs to kill the opponent or to proc every single one of those rings if he wants the actual ultimate to drop down the healing base right there. Doesn't need it. He just kills everyone.
Yeah.
But this play actually continues. This one
it
goes
does.
on for a long time.
It's an intense team fight. We saw the assassination in bottom. Now we're going to get some action in the top lane.
But before we roll this one, I just want to kind of underline the difference in LGD that we see. So last game we saw LGD initiate a lane swap because we said, okay, they're going to try to hide TBQ because Swift versus TBQ is probably the most uneven matchup in terms of just across the board. This time around, LGD are like, okay, 1v1 against Xiaogu, let's actually just take it to them and see if we can get ahead so we don't fall behind or we're not even in gold when it comes to these massive 5v5. So taking the Fiora pick like that, taking it to the 1v1 and beating Xiaogu, definitely kind of a game changer. But let's go back to this now team fight in the top lane. And the big guy that I want you to watch is actually PYL because, what is that, V? No, TCT. TCT makes a crazy play here. So we go ahead and roll it. So TCT is going to flash forward and he's going to pop PYL back into the tower. PYL has a great, or excuse me, TBQ has a great safeguard and PYL flashes out to safety. But then from here, they just get pretty crazy in the mid lane.
Yeah, once again, it was all about winning lanes for LGD, and this play exemplifies that the most. Action in the bottom, action in the top lane, and now action in the mid lane.
What to say before this play? Well, Doinby's going to miss his Azir sec, or what do we call it? The Shurima shuffle?
Yeah, the Azir slide.
The Azir slide, the Tokyo drift. He whiffs it on Godv, but this turns into a crazy 1v1 that then gets the rest of the team introduced. So we go ahead and roll this one. Oh, here we go. So Doinby, Godv takes down the tower, which Doinby then immediately procs his passive on. There's the whiffed Azir ultimate, but Doinby using the barrier and his tower almost 1v1 outplays Godv. But it's okay because PYL's here to save the day. Never mind, PYL doesn't like that. TBQ walks in, misses the Q. Doinby then slides to the side, doesn't have the knockup because we're 5.15, so TBQ does eventually find the kill. And then TCT, the hero from top lane, runs all the way down to mid lane and helps pick out something from that team fight. But meanwhile, Fiora.
Yeah, she did use her flash to get over there and pick up that extra kill, but that Fiora was so much fun to watch. So much damage. Ravenous, Hydra, Essence Reaver.
Yeah. Let's talk about itemization for Fiora. So obviously picking up the Ravenous Hydra makes sense because Fiora doesn't have a lot of natural wave clear built into her kit. So by itemizing the Ravenous Hydra, you shore up that weakness, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. The Essence Reaver was a little bit curious. I think Rusty did a great job explaining that one on the cast. We were kind of, debating in between in the war room, is he going to go for a Bloodthirster and look to make himself just more tanky to have that shield to synergize with his ultimate when it does drop in a team fight, or possibly look for a Blade of the Ruined King so he could chase someone down and look for the 1v1. But instead, went for the Essence Reaver.
Yeah, so we actually have another team fight ready for you. And again, it's the Fiora show. Can she pull off the ultimate this time? And we'll go ahead and bring the replay up on screen in just a moment. But it was Acorn all over the place. You can already see him on the side over here.
And again, just to underline what Fiora's ultimate does, you want to place it on a very low health target because once you kill the target when the ultimate's procced onto them, it drops a circle of health regen and just immediate power for your team. And that's really what saves the day for this team fight for LGD. So we can go ahead and start it rolling. I believe it goes down on Doinby after he comes out of the Zanya's Hourglass. Yep, there we go. So the ultimate has now been procced on Azir. Once he's dead, you see this giant ring. Look at the health regen that LGD are sustaining because of this Fiora ultimate being procced down. And that's really the trick from it. After all of that said, LG regroup their resources, they get all healed up, and they just mow through the dragon fight. Acorn actually chasing that one down again with a flash.
Yes, so much mobility on that Fiora. The fact that she's doing so much damage, Godby cleaning it up with the ace. LGD, they looked like a completely different team this game. As you mentioned, they came in with a set strategy and executed perfectly.
But again, I just want to say that I also think it was definitely disrespectful from Xiaogu to the draft phase. Again, you saw that first priority Lulu pick. You know that it's going to synergize with the Kog'Maw. So you would expect, like LGD did in the first game against Xiaogu, to second rotate the Kog'Maw to deny it away from the enemy team. Instead, prioritizing the Maokai, prioritizing Swift's Gragas, which Swift has had a fantastic performance on Gragas in both these games so far, but it opened up that Kog'Maw pickup, and Imp is just a monster on that champion.
Yeah, an absolute titan. We've got another team fight ready for you folks. Again, LGD are running away with the game. 11,000 gold, 27 minutes in, 11 kills ahead. This is where Acorn tries to get a little too fancy.
I have to laugh because as I pull it up, I'm like, which replay is it? Oh, it's the 1v5 replay. Okay, so yeah, we can go roll this clip. Acorn's going to come over the wall. He's going to try to immediately assassinate Doinby so he can proc his ultimate. His ultimate, I think, might have been a misclick onto Swift, but right now he's having an inability to proc all of the passives because he can't get around Doinby's wall. But just look at how long this Fiora survived 1v5 to allow the rest of LGD to come in, dive the tower, wait for the creep wave, and try to clean up the back half of this fight, which just goes to speak to LGD's massive goal discrepancy at that point.
Yeah, some serious, serious trouble for Xiaogu in this set. And you've got to wonder, how do they deal with this coming into the next game? I mean, do you waste a ban on Fiora, a champion who's been played competitively once?
No, I don't think you do, although they may have to look for it. Curious if they will go that direction, but I think we actually have one more replay.
Yeah, we've got that last replay ready for you folks. This is the end. It is 32 minutes in, 5 minutes later, and LGD look to push to victory.
And TBQ just goes nuts on his Lee Sin. From there, the tower dive, they walk past the tower, so they're making sure that they're not fighting this engagement underneath the tower. They've got the Baron buff. They have a massive gold lead. That's over 10k, and at this point, LG are just styling on Xiaogu. But again, it's the change of mentality of, we're not going to lane swap. We're going to try to beat them 1v1, make sure that we actually get the surplus gold lead so that when we do 5v5 against Xiaogu, because you notice all those early fights, they were skirmishes, as opposed to a big, full frontal 5v5.
Well, we'll see if they can bring it back in the next set as we toss it back to the casters to get us into game number 3.
Thank you again. Here's we are going to line up game number 3. Xiaogu come out, win the first one. LGD fire back in LGD fashion. Handily pick up the second one here. And you have to think, 2 blue side games, 2 blue side wins. And what's the common factor? It's Lulu. The big pick we kind of saw coming into the rest of the playoffs.
I mean, honestly, there's nothing else about it. It's the fact that they gave them Lulu, and it's always blue side that seems to get it, so it doesn't feel like it's their priority in terms of banning. But they didn't just give them Lulu in that second game. They gave Imp Kog'Maw again, something they're not showing a lot of respect towards, and then they're giving the Lulu to boot. And that's just too much.
Yeah, and you have to think that Imp must be winning scrims on so many different AD carries right now for him to get Kog'Maw every game. Because it's to the point now where teams are like just resigned to it. They're like, well, he's going to play an AD carry and he's really good at majority of them, so we're not going to throw bans at it. We see the Kalista just because of ridiculous mobility means that it's even more punishing. But Kog'Maw, as far as it goes, great late game damage, but fairly immobile as a carry. That's why they're going with Maokai to try and deal with it. But this time around, just did not work.
And so the big question, of course, is always going to be that they're banning mid laners. They're picking on Godv. Do they want to change that to Imp? Because honestly, he's just winning every lane.
I think at this point as well, especially if Lulu becomes this huge priority, why would you ban 2 assassins with Lulu on the map? Like, I can understand the Diana ban because she takes teleport and split pushes. If they're going to pick Lulu, I do not understand the Yasuo ban because that is actually one of the most frustrating matchups in the world because it's not a particle. You just turn into a cupcake the whole time.
Cupcakes can't use spells. It's kind of annoying as
It's
Yasuo,
really annoying as Yasuo.
Yeah, it's not great. I understand that 100%. And maybe that's where they want to change their bans towards, address the issue that is the AD carries or the Lulu in particular, or leave the Lulu open. They're on blue side again now. And work towards a team comp around the Lulu themselves.
And we have another series where you feel like a pick that saw a little bit of play in Lulu is going to take over the rest of the series. 2 games, 2 Lulu bans. This is QG all over again with the Nidalee. It has to be addressed at some point. You just can't let it keep going through and winning games for you. Well, you can, but we'll have a 5-game set with a ban in the 5th game probably. So we'll see whether LGD do flex because you feel that their bans are a little bit more flexible right now.
I think QG also LGD picked up on the Lulu factor a little bit earlier than IG did in their last best of 5, so might not have a Nidalee situation like we did in the semi-final here, but I mean, look, if that's how it's going to be, QG at least get 3 games on blue side, so you never know. Maybe that's why they like to play up to 5 games, like, you know what, we just need the blue side, give it to me.
Could be where the gauntlet's raised, of course. It's like, we've got blue side, if we don't ban Lulu every time, they'll have to ban it eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be the big turning point. But unlikely. It's something that should be addressed immediately, not at Game 5, because then you're making the risk of going to 5 games. There's a few things that should be addressed. I think Lulu's number 1, though.
Yeah, I agree. And the second thing that I want to talk about is the fact that they left Elise up this time and Swift didn't take it. And you saw how crazy the early game was, like completely nuts.
Yeah.
He was on a little bit more of an early game focused jungler and can walk into TBQ's jungle because all you have to do is get eyes on TBQ and you can neutralize him very easily. He follows his mid laner around most of the time as well. You saw the first gank, even though he didn't get an assist. Second one went top lane with the Lulu, was sped up underneath the turret. So I think that Elise is something that Swift can use to really keep tabs on the Lee Sin. And it's a very frustrating matchup for the Lee Sin player, especially when those Spiderlings keep following around.
Or even the Lee Sin himself.
Yeah.
Something that he should consider doing is matching the early aggression. And though they've got a lot of peel, they've got the team comp that they're looking for to let LGD come to them, you can't lose laning phase with it. So early aggression's a necessity from Swift.
Yeah, and we've seen it so many times from Swift. He is a good early game jungler when he wants to be. You can see that they're trying to go for the big team fights. They had triple disengage this time. Azir, Gragas, and the Janna. But when you're fighting skirmishes all over the map, I mean, that replay was brilliant because it showed Acorn bottom lane, 3 members top lane, the 1v1 mid. It just never synergized because they're all over the place with the ultimates.
And that's the nice thing, I guess, I like about the way LGD played that game. Obviously, drafted very well, got some good picks in, were able to snowball the early game and do LGD things and have Imp and company take over. We're going to watch a couple of highlights now, though, and see LGD, just how well they navigated
this. This is the Fiora ultimate, and, we touched on it early game, but look how low TBQ is. Look how low PYL is. Fiora ultimate goes down. Everyone back to full health.
No problem.
Trumps the Janna pick almost entirely. You have a Janna, well, I have a Fiora ultimate now, and just pick the target that is going to die. Because Fiora, kind of a big deal. Just leave them with the ultimate and disappear and kill everyone elsewhere. Yep. God, we actually sniped V here as well.
Nice. Just, again, chasing the poor AD carry. And TNT had a much worse time of this game. As we're going to see Acorn do it all again.
This is just, highlight worthy in and of the fact that
it's so great.
Not getting kills, but he's so manly.
Wild growth there as well. And that was what I was trying to say, sorry, is that Acorn also being able to present a carry threat throws even more problems into Xiaogu's drafting.
I think, it comes down to Xiaogu playing very much like a one carry style. They picked the Sivir this time with the Azir, so Doinby was the big carry, whereas in the first game it was the other way around with the Vayne. But as you can see, Doinby is the first to go down every time, and this is to the 3 threats that LGD have.
And as well as Imp is playing from these highlights, I think we're going to see an Acorn.
Yeah, I think so too. I was thinking that exact thing. I'm watching all this. I'm like, I think I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Now. I mean, look, he had a great game. It was a lot of fun, certainly.
I wouldn't mind if they gave it to TBQ. I know scoreline would probably reflect it, but TBQ played out of his mind in that game.
Yeah, and especially the last team fight that we didn't get to see. He went in by himself and got the Azir ultimate and only the Lee Sin. If you can get that every single time, that's only going to mean good things for your team.
Yeah, definitely. It was TBQ stepped up, but so did everyone as well. They're winning laning phase, and something that Xiaogu probably want to address is laning phase.
Well, we mentioned this, the fact that LGD are really strong mechanically. Like, the fact that we call them the chess masters and complement their macro play so extensively does not take away from the fact that they've got some really good, strong individual players that play well as a team. And I think their bottom lane personifies them very well. They've got aggression. They've got a very good follow-up support player in PYL. And he roams around the map really well. So have to see how QG try and handle that, because arguably they look better in a lane swap. So maybe QG initiate a lane swap.
And that's weird, because that's not how this is supposed to work. LGD is supposed to be the team that are so strong at getting Imp up in the lane swap, but even just 2v2, ImpYL seems more than content to take it to TNT and TCT. We said it at the start of the series. If you're going to beat LGD, you have to contain Imp.
This is the worrying thing again, is that it feels like the bot lane of Xiaogu just aren't matching the caliber of LGD's ImpYL bot lane, as it has been so aptly described as. They're just carrying. They're straight up winning their lane by 70 CS, even in losing games. And then in winning games, it's just kills as well.
And you can see the formula. Like, get the Maokai, get the front line, jump on Imp and lock him down. That's what happened in game 1, but they fell too far behind to enact that plan in this one.
Yeah, 100%. And maybe they go towards a lane bully combo. I would have really liked to see the Lucian that game, especially with the amount of PL he had, because Lucian's biggest thing is that he has to be a little bit aggressive because he has 500 range and maybe less at the moment. I don't know. It seems really short when I play him anyway.
550, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 525 at the moment. So yeah,
it's in there.
It's in that ballpark. So, but if you got triple disengagement tools, that's probably the one time you can play Lucian very comfortably, and he can trade well with a Cogmore at the start of the game. So
and the Vayne was banned as well, so there's not many other options to default to if you're looking to be a low-range carry that TNT seems to love so much.
Especially not against the Braum, because like generally you'd be like, just play the Corki, but against Braum, it's just such a negating factor trying to take a Corki into that lane. So understand why he went with the Sivir, especially, once again, with Maokai. That's their answer. It's not even, they don't want to play 2v2 lane. They just want to neutralize it and then just speed up a Maokai and let him deal with him. But that game, it didn't work.
Yeah, just too far behind, honestly, here. And I like that you hit on supports because we talk about these two players, and Braum, Janna will be the big picks coming into this series. We've had 2 games already, and what's the support that's winning? It's Braum once again.
Yeah, it just seems to be the LPL special in terms of support champions, and they don't need a Janna, they have a Fiora, so you know the trade-off's always going to be there. Have both essentially. In terms of their
that would be horrifying. Can you imagine?
No, I don't want to imagine.
No, I don't either.
That would be horrifying. That's a lot of heal.
Yeah, and the one thing I do want to point out is that Janna trades really well. Braum makes you trade with Braum. Like, so there's just a completely different playstyle out there. They're trying to throw the shield onto the AD carry and make them trade and get all those good things. With the long range of a Cogmore, Braum just stands in front of you, and all of a sudden, if you're Sivir, it's, I hit the support who starts with 4 health potions in the case of Braum, or I don't hit anyone because of the way that PYL was playing that lane. So you can understand exactly where the frustration is from. And that's why right now LPL teams seem to favor the Braum. He's got great disengagement in his ultimate. He's got one of the best passives for a support in the game in that Winter's Bite cold thing that stuns you every forward auto attack. It's fantastic.
It is.
And honestly, his mobility with things like Lee Sin and the stand behind me is really far underrated. Like, the ability to jump on a creep and point blank people is just something that you don't necessarily get to see out of a support player, and he does the forward and backward thing. And as soon as you get a champion that is good at going forward, good at going backwards, they're generally outside of a meta anyway.
And we've seen that. I mean, even in game 1, had the little springboard. We had TCT jumping on his buddy TNT to get around. Like, Braum's been a big factor to me, and that's with Yasuo getting banned. Like, the double wall comp's been massive in playoffs here as well. So maybe, honestly, both walls are too good. Take them away here. Have to expect we do have at least 2 more games to play. Going to see a lot of changes between these two teams as they continue drafting against each other.
But of course, take away the second wall. You're leaving open either a Yasuo, Diana, or Kalista. And that's against LGD, the side that you don't want to give those to whatsoever. So being first pick this side, Xiaogu, they should prioritize the Braum, I would say. Most likely over that of anything else. Maybe the Maokai because it shows a lot of success. Lulu, kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
I agree. But Braum's just this overwhelming factor. And keeping in mind, they'll have to go Lulu because the second or the first rotation of the red side would be both Lulu Cogmore.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't do that thing anymore where they take Lulu and try and trick you into giving them Cogmore. That used to be what they did when they assembled that comp.
Yeah.
People just realized that Cogmore was so good, they're like, we're just taking it.
It's also just better than Jinx as well, which is generally the fallback option in that hyper-scaling protect the carry combo. Cog just does so much more.
Yeah, the danger is if you take the Cogmore instead of the Lulu, that they just go like Braum Twitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they get both of them at the same time and they're able to lane swap and just go berserk. And you see this time around, LGD, what I was going to point out last game was the lack of buildings that they took. They only took 2. This time they got 7.
And the one who took 2 was in fact Xiaogu, as Imp does pick up MVP with his Cogmore. It's not the Acorn Fiora.
Thank goodness.
Really. Did you not watch the same game as me?
I did. I saw him get first blood, man.
I mean, Imp's aggression, both in a 1v1, in the 2v2, pretty much wherever he goes, has been absolutely awesome to watch here. And Imp Cam should be quite a sight here.
They skipped the first blood. Sad day.
It's okay. We still get to see Imp make all of his buttons in an effective
so
manner.
fast. And again, just standing happily in position. The rest of his team's following in. And he's just dishing out damage. He gets thrown back into the Fiora ulti. That's a bit awkward.
The way that Imp's positioning right now is he just hits the closest person. It doesn't even matter who it is because they're going to die. And that's just so easy to do because this is the team comp that they have actually devised almost entirely around him. It's just so strong.
And I think that's the most brutal thing about Cogmore is that once he gets ahead, as soon as he hits his W, you just can't do anything. You have to run away. And an AD carry that carries that much threat when they're ahead is just like
Well, the dangerous thing about Kog'Maw is that he comes with Lulu, and you can't itemize against him because he does half magic damage. Like, statistically, late game Kog'Maw, like very late game Kog'Maw with crit and everything is like 60-40 because the help picks just obliterate you if you have any form of attack speed. So it's just so hard to itemize. In fact, most people go Spirit Visage top lane if you're against a Kog'Maw, just because at that point of the game, when he's only on Trinity Force, he does arguably more magic damage with his first auto attack. So it's a lose-lose situation against the guy.
And in that respect, it's also just ridiculous to try and itemize against in terms of, like, if they actually put a lane swap into effect as an example, usually don't get as much money to actually itemize it all. So you're just sitting there and letting this Kog'Maw freely farm.
Well, that's what we said. As long as Imp has Cog, V needs to be in a 1v1 matchup, because if he does not get Frozen Heart Spirit Visage, he just can't go anywhere near the Void Puppy because he just spews out like sick damage.
Yeah, literally sick damage there. I mean, and that was the problem. They got their Maokai, they got standard lanes, but Acorn's there with the Fiora counter pick of all things. Just ready in the top lane, ready to go. And then all of a sudden, the strategy that Xiaogu showed in game one is just gone.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the Western scene, Vizicachi was the first person to do this, but people like Flyndre have done this a lot in the LSPL going into the LPL, is Maokai doesn't hard lose many lanes, but he doesn't win many lanes in his own right, which means you can play sick things like split push, Trinity Force, Static Shiv, LeBlanc's into it, and just take over games. Chachi used to do the Poppy, where he'd just run Poppy into Maokai all the time and be like, well, you can't deny me farm. Now I'm going to one-shot your AD carry. So this is exactly what happened, you know. Early pick Maokai, and they're like, free lane. Like, what do you want to play up there? You want, like, I don't know.
Not this time.
Do you want Fiora? We'll give you that.
Yeah, you've got the control mage mid to boot, and you know that your bottom lane's going to win. So Acorn, honestly, in this series, completely unlocked to play whatever he would like. And they try and lane swap against it. Perhaps Xiaogu might want to do that to prevent the counter swap. They don't want to be up against 3 threats. 2's hard enough for them to execute against. So putting the lane swap into effect doesn't favor Xiaogu, just prevents the issue. And this is the thing. If they want standard lanes, then sacrificing themselves to lose in slow motion.
Yeah, at this point, you think maybe Dragon, early Dragons, try and force 5v5 team fights, keep the lanes as even as possible, try and deny backs. One thing that Xiaogu did really well first game was when they lost the team fight, they still denied the back so that they won the one straight after it, because they actually came back with more items after that. They got a free shop while their screen was great. So we'll see whether they can strategically make the little plays that catch LGD off guard, because you feel like that immediate Baron call is what caught LGD off guard that game.
I think so too. They've been playing quite smart. Like, you're not LGD level. You're probably going to take a lot of time to get that refined, and that's a big mark for PYL about how good he is and what he brings to a team. But Xiaogu have made a lot of strong decisions. And again, when Swift's able to do what he wants to do, Doinby's going to neutralize the lane, especially if TNT gets gold. But even if he doesn't, just having someone like V get his item so he can tank all of this damage from Imp, it's the little things that really add up in this sort of game. And we've seen both teams play their game plan. They've each won a game apiece here. We're going to move into game 3. And as always, draft will be important, but both teams must feel confident now that we can beat you.
Oh, 100%, especially Doinby arguably won his lane. I recognize the fact that Lulu went top and got an assist for the team, and that is about 15 CS because you miss roughly 2 waves. But to be up like 25 CS on a Lulu as an Azir matchup, especially when you're getting denied blue buffs, is really credit to Doinby. He played the laning phase at least really well.
And you touched on not getting blue buffs. And this comes back to what you said, though, is that Xiaogu plays best when they have got an unlocked jungler, when they're actually able to let Swift work around the map, when the mid laner Doinby can follow Swift around the map. This is how Xiaogu actually wins the game. But they're so far from that stage, if Godvi can even keep Doinby down, opposed to the other way around, bot lane is naturally winning. And that's an area where there's resources just pumped into them. This side, they do put a lot of effort into TNT. But if he's losing naturally, he's never going to be able to go off, get those items. So then they start to switch the resources more to V. And he can carry, but it's not to the extent that Swift will across the entire map.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing about Swift right now is that bottom lane's losing in a way that he can't gank it. Because it's always shoved up and teleport's readily available because top side of the map has no pressure. That if you try and gank bottom lane, you fight a 3v3 with all the creeps in your favor. And like the already behind Sivir has to run through like 6 ranged creeps and just gets obliterated before she's even in the fight. So he's in a hard decision, which is why I think trying to find TBQ at the start of the game is just the right move. Try and keep TBQ down. Make it so all of a sudden pushing up in lanes has the inherent threat of you have to leave the lane and then you lose a lot of free CS and experience while you're doing that, especially if people start freezing you out and things like that. So if he's able to get an aggressive jungle, Elise in Elise, even go back to something like Nidalee if they leave it open and try and bully TBQ around, will set Swift up for a little bit more success. He's playing well in the team fighting phase. We just want something out of him in the early game.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They have to get there safely, mostly intact, and not too far behind. Xiaogu are a team that can win at a deficit, but it's don't make it that hard for yourself. Like, they already did it in game one. They fell behind, found the team fight with some crazy Lulu teleports, and were able to win enough skirmishes where they could come out ahead. QG know what the game plan is for themselves here. I think it's just LGD at a lot of little levels are just better at a lot more than you are. So it's a matter of really fighting to your strengths, figuring out what they are. And honestly, I think play two threats. One threat was really cute in game one, given the comp that you built. But I think if you're worried that your bottom lane's going to fall behind and Doinby can't hard carry because he's not going to like smash Godby in a lane, I think give them both a carry, maybe even look to the top, possibly jungle as well. We've seen Nocturne out of Swift before. That could be something they could consider. There are options here for these teams, but I think after seeing two games, even in the game one they won, I didn't like them only playing a single threat.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you could diversify, get an extra threat in there and actually have a very strong late game type of phase where you are strong as a team. But we've mentioned Xiaogu are good at playing from behind. If you're ever behind against LGD, no one's good against playing from behind against LGD. That's the problem here, is that maybe you run two threats, but then you're also sacrificing your early game to try and get to late game. And if you are behind, you're done. And
Nocturne is something that you pointed out, and I think that right now you just do it a little bit better than Elise because she gets on the back line as well and actually has some magic damage. The way he used to run Nocturne was the fact that that was like the most famous Nocturne game he had this season was when he made Def lose on Jinx. So just be able to dive in there with your top laner, just completely smash the AD carry with Nocturne. Run something like a Janna to disengage the fight afterwards. So you use everything, get in, kill one member, disengage, and then go again. Problem is you're giving up until level 6 on Nocturne, which is like 7.5, 8 minutes into the game. You give up 8 minutes of a map against LGD. You saw what happened game one, especially if there's a Lee Sin running around the map. You just might not have a chance to get to 25 minutes after that.
Yeah, completely agree.
It's tough. I mean,
that's
the thing about
there's
this
no easy answer against LGD.
There shouldn't be an easy answer against LGD. That's how good of a team they are. But just someone has to slow down Imp. It's ridiculous how well he's playing. I don't think I've seen him play a bad game in about 10. All playoffs long, Imp has looked absolutely insane. Like, he's not just getting a little bit ahead or carrying games in the mid game. Like, he's actually just smashing people's faces in.
I guess it gets me that we're sitting here trying to think of what Xiaogu can do to win the game when they've already won a game against them. It's just that LGD found their form and suddenly they look unbeatable yet again. But there are ways to do it. It's just that Xiaogu seem to, stylistically as a team, almost feel outmatched.
Yeah, well, and that's why I want to go back towards earlier fights. And, like, I think that you can pick them around Dragon, maybe invade second red or second blue as it comes up at the 7-minute mark, go a little bit of an earlier game comp. Because, once again, like, QG's strength over LGD is if they find each other at even footing, which they should be at around 7 to 10 minutes into the game, they're just able to start winning team fights. That's what we saw game one. So you have to strategically pick parts of the map. So go with jungler like Elise, grab an early Sightstone, get just your jungle item upgraded, not into something like a Runeglaive or a Cinderhulk. Ward up an area of the map and then continually pick fights. Drag them out of lanes. We've already said LGD are a great laning team, so don't fight them in the lanes. Like, there are ways to pick fights around other parts of the map, which can definitely happen. I mean, you saw them fight over a Scuttle Crab early in that game, and the collapse nearly came through and worked out. They can definitely do things to win.
Not to mention Xiaogu are best when they're not laning, so there's a lot of factors that they need to consider coming into this next game. And the less that they can lane, the better.
Yeah, a team that was really good at actually doing this was OMG. OMG used to drag you out of lanes and around the map earlier than any team. They were like Moscow 5-esque with how they used to do it. And they honestly, if they even started to show signs of losing lanes, they'll just group up as 5 and just fight you in a lane. Like, send 5 members top. Okay, we might give up a turret, but they would never blink. They would just push until you responded to them in some way. So I think that there are still things that Xiaogu can do to win this series. This series at 1-1 is not over by a long shot.
And I guess that's the other thing, is that it is now even. We're going into game 3 at a very high level. Take a big step back. How important is this game compared to the rest of the series? Because arguably, game 3 is the most important when you take a split like this.
I think this game is important to see if there is adaptation. So both teams have won once. We've seen small changes from LGD in terms of their banning phase, things they're going to implement and put in place. But this game to me is the most important to see how Xiaogu now respond after losing, to see if they can then adapt themselves and actually find strength again, because they've been exploited now. And it's up to them to cover their weaknesses.
Yeah, I think this game is important because Xiaogu is such a good blue side team that if they win 3 times on the blue side, they win this set.
Yep.
Whereas if this game goes over to LGD, they've broken that, and all of a sudden QG have to win on the red side of the map. And they've struggled even during the regular season to do that, let alone playoffs. So once again, if they lose on blue right now, I think that this series becomes very hard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We saw it obviously in the IG series where they won game 2. They went 2-0 up, mostly on the back of Swifts and Italy. So they did win on red side there, but that was a very different style and start to a series. And even then, they had to go all the way to game 5 and back on the blue side to even get this spot in the semifinals, where LGD were rampaging through everyone as poor EDG got knocked off their pedestal by a team that's looking very hungry for an LPL title.
Hey, if I was Aaron, I would have had some choice words with Pawn after that game 1, because that was looking very EDG-esque, that series, until the man decided to dive an inhibitor turret at 22 minutes into a game.
And look, you're not Acorn's Fiora. You got to calm down, Pawn.
Yeah, exactly right. You can't stand in the middle of a 5 members. You won't have Fiora. You don't have wild growth and help pick.
Are you ready? Because now Pawn's going to play mid lane Fiora. I'm going to look very silly.
I am so ready.
Fiora Yasuo matchups.
Oh my god.
I think
no one's ready for that.
You know, stylistically as well, we look at the history between these two teams. It's now 3-1 was the last time they played in a best of 5. They actually went in favor of LGD. So that's actually just as important as everything else that we've stated before we get into this game, is if LGD can essentially break the serve of this Xiaogu side, then things look real bad real quick.
Yeah, talked about blue and red side a lot. Going to be an important game here for Xiaogu, but the coaches are back behind their teams, looking very handsome. But I think that means we are going to have Champ Select coming up relatively soon. It's been quite a long break. Thank you all for sticking out with us, but whatever's gone wrong, they've presumably fixed, fingers crossed, and these teams have had a lot of time to prepare for this third game.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's probably just a little bit more time requested from Xiaogu to make sure that they're prepared to step on the rift here.
Just double checking, were they allowed to play Fiora? The answer, of course, is yes.
Yeah.
Ready to go. Push-ups have been done. They're all calm and collected. This pick and ban phase is arguably the most important part of this entire series right now.
Yeah, it feels like LGD have won 2 drafts. Game 1 was a bit here and there. Xiaogu put together a good comp, but LGD might have won the draft even then. So coming into Game 3, teams have had a lot of time to think about it. Game 3 is real important as far as momentum goes. Xiaogu do not often lose on the blue side, but if they are, it's going to be now. And we're going to start things off exactly the same way we've started the last few. Diana and Yasuo there for Xiaogu as LGD banned 2 junglers once more on red side, Nidalee and Elise.
LGD banning the Elise, though.
On red side only, apparently.
Well, they don't even really need to ban it if Swift's preferring Gragas over Elise. And then the Lulu's also going to be a first pick priority. So if they give them the first pick option of Elise and they go for the Lulu or vice versa, they'll still get a really strong first pick themselves.
I think QG have to ban Kalista here as well, which is awkward because they're sort of like, well, we're going to stick to our God V bans. They kind of already know what we're doing here because I don't know if they want to take Kalista over Lulu, but it's so dangerous to give LGD Gaming either of those picks.
Very risky right now. LGD, 13 seconds to choose what they want to ban. Do they want to get rid of the Lulu?
I don't know. They do. I think they do as well. I'd like to see it just. It's if they're up and if it's 2-1 up, by the way, I think they 100% ban it. They actually banned Vayne as the last pick there from LGD. So the QG just take it. Oh, Victor's open. That's what the extra jungle ban added.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if he's better than Lulu in this series.
It is for Doinb.
Yeah.
It just straight up, it just is for Doinb on Victor. You want to give him that champion. Most comfortable. Take it away from Godv as well, first and foremost.
Godv ignored it last time around, so.
It was banned.
It was banned?
Yeah.
Second game?
Sure, he would have played it if it wasn't.
Yeah.
I think it was banned. Because he played Azir, but I'm sure he plays Victor if that's open. I mean,
I think this is risky. I honestly think you take Lulu over it, even if you are Doinb. Right now, he's a great Victor player, don't get me wrong, but you are 100% giving up Lulu cold first 2 picks against LGD, and as much as Victor excels at deleting a member of an enemy team.
A little harder when Lulu's on the team.
Yeah.
You can see Xiaogu are taking their time with the pick. 5 seconds left, and they will lock in the Lulu.
I think the reason as well is that Doinby is the only Lulu player of the team.
Yep.
So they know it's going to be mid lane, whereas LGD can very easily flex pick that because it can go mid or top.
Yeah.
Probably support as well.
That was
Not
quick.
sure TCT want to dust it off, but yeah. Gragas taken away from Swift and Cogmore once again for him.
Well, yeah, LGD respect the Lulu Cog so much. They're happy to second rotate it. They're not going to give it up, so we'll see how it works out.
Ooh, I like this. I mean, I like that they're even posturing. They do it.
They can.
Braum and Victor, the next 2 picks.
Ryze is available. Acorn plays Ryze into Lulu really well.
He also plays Fiora.
I'm ready for the Fiora.
To everything.
Ryze into Lulu is a really good lane matchup for the Ryze.
It is. It definitely is. Lulu's a very low impact, more wave clear centric laner, so Ryze can very easily scale, do well in laning phase in a direct 1 versus 1 anyway. And this adaptation though from Xiaogu, super interesting. In terms of how they drafted, it made a lot of sense. You always expect them to pick mid, support, top in whatever order they think is priority. But it's just, yeah, like they did pick the Lulu to take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. We've seen, again, what Lulu Cog's going to do. No one's banning Cogmore just yet, even though we have Kalista banned by Xiaogu on the blue side. Like, there are so many considerations here, given how strong Imp is as a player.
Oh, wow, they went with it.
They know they have to mix it up. There's the Fiora again, and looks like Alistar for PYL once more.
He's listening.
Godby knows. He's
It's not
like,
that
don't worry,
funny.
guys, I got this as well.
The game.
It did.
It's
It won
great.
the game. This is happiness right now.
And a little bit of confusion from Spawn's face.
Well,
I mean,
no, the thing is, we thought it was strong. We legitimately had the conversation 40 minutes before the game. We thought it was strong.
Yeah.
There's a very big difference between, as a color caster, thinking something is strong and seeing it in back-to-back games of the LPL.
well, we'll see if
Just
Acorn
take
can
a
do it
second
again.
here.
I assume that's
Acorn
his pick.
summon a spell.
Yeah, I saw them. He's got teleport exhaust because he's
Oh,
manly.
wow.
I mean, it's not quite
So
Maokai,
manly.
but I feel like you will get a decent amount of farm against Lulu. It could be tricky in the early stages.
Yeah, I guess it's the Maokai logic as well, as you can play a carry into a low impact style of laner. The difference is Lulu's ranged and has picks, so early damage is actually still very high.
Well, the thing about Lulu is that she's a lane bully with Ignite because she actually has really telegraphed.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Rek'Sai, Ashe are the last 2 picks. The Freyord bottom lane. It's getting real frosty.
So
down
Lulu
there.
has really telegraphed damage. You know how much damage she's going to do per auto attack, things like that, so you can navigate the lane fairly easily. Wow, this is throw me from
This
QG.
draft is great.
They've gone for the hard engage.
Yeah,
They had a
super
Lulu
hard
top
engage.
lane. Their jungler that they picked at the same rotation was Rek'Sai, is not guaranteed engage, usually has to flash to make sure that that's secured. But if someone's hit by an enchanted crystal arrow, they're secured. So
Yeah, especially when you look at the layered CC that's going to come in afterwards. You've got the Braum that's going to use the ulti straight away, as well as a gravity field after that. You think that that is a good 5 seconds of CC that will be able to pick someone like Acorn's Fiora, unless he's able to get a great riposte and send an arrow back.
Oh, we can really...
that would be
You
amazing.
can really see some plays here. But Cassidy has been the last pick. Godby will take it into the Victor matchup. Been relatively popular in the LPL.
God,
But I
we
like
did this.
Yeah.
This is his matchup. He loves Cassidy so much. He was a man that popularized the Roa into Athene's Unholy Grail into Zonya's Hourglass and just have all the mana in the world, Cassidy. And there is a couple of magic dealing threats right now. The only person he really needs to worry about is TNT towards the late game.
And that's something that worries me here for Xiaogu, because they've gone for an Ashe into a riposte, into a Kassadin, which is near impossible to connect with, a Cleanse Cogmore, and an Alistar who has
I
the
love that
ultimate.
from him.
Yeah,
Oh, and Alistar.
And he'll just build Mikhail's.
yeah, he's going to catch it.
Yeah.
Flash into it.
Yeah, no,
Cleanse it.
legitimately. PYL will catch a majority of arrows unless they're really on point out of TNT here. It's the Olaf theory, man. Just walk at the front.
By early Elixir of Iron,
Olaf
block
was
it
better
away.
here than Fiora too, just quietly.
No.
Well, it is Fiora this time instead. Acorn's going to run it back this time against V's Lulu. So a bit of a surprise pick out there from the top laner.
Which one? V? We know Acorn plays Fiora.
And then Swift on the Rek'Sai up against the Gragas here from TVQ. They're going to swap roles around. Doinby, though, back on Victor. A big champion for him, but a big one as well for Godby on Kassadin.
Yeah, so they pick the high damage mid laners, of course. Any wall is not safe now for LGD as we move towards our marksman.
That bottom lane, Ashe versus Cogmore, as Xiaogu coming up with more creative answers to the Cog. But Braum is on TCT side. PYL is going to go back to Alistar.
And important to note that New Ash is actually quite a lane bully. The Q does so much damage, and you're going to have to trade with the Braum one more time. So maybe this time QG can put a little bit more pressure out.
Stroke of genius, perhaps here from Xiaogu.
I think it forces the lane swap, though, from LGD. So we'll see what they actually want to.
Well, we certainly will. So we're going to find out and getting ourselves in a game number 3. And here we are as we move out into game number 3 of our grand final. Xiaogu on the blue side here for the third one. LGD over on the red. We've split the first 2 games. That Fiora certainly had something to do with game number 2.
They're going to camp it out. So smart. Just has so much impact. Send 5 members top.
Yep. And you can even tell they're trying to make sure that they get good advantage here into the brush. Good dash out from Acorn. Going to get himself out safely.
Yeah, luckily has the Q now is a different Fiora to the old one, so can dash to safety. The kill potential at level 1 from Xiaogu is not that high. The Ashe, and like if it was a direct 5 versus 5 there, they would 100% win because their damage is just ridiculous. In saying that, LGD are just going to be very fanned out. They're going to split, they're just going to get knowledge. They only got knowledge of where they were though.
Correct. Godby eats a Q.
Got given the chair. Referee wasn't looking.
Nope, definitely
now we
wasn't.
can't recall either.
But I mean, we've seen neutral
he's gonna
starts.
be a little bit late.
Does he get an extra potion though? Yeah.
He has to.
Extra potion now. There it is.
He's got it. I mean, lane can be a bit tricky. Doinby has gone for Ignite there as well, so a bit more kill potential. Swift might look a little more aggressive. It's not quite least in Elise, but can get things done early on the rec side.
As him pings out his Krogs, he's like, hey, PYL, where are you?
Well, he's waiting for the delivery service. Going to start them up here, and PYL going to help him out, which means we do have another lane swap here. Again, Shago on blue side. They'll take 2v0 right now into the bottom lane, and Imp's going to get more free time as Cogmo.
Yeah, I think it was fairly telegraphed again by actually having the champions that they do. The second Ashe was locked in, the second Imp went for cleanse. Yeah, they didn't want to be a part of that.
Certainly did not as TVQ hits level 2. Going to get a bit of help there from Acorn. You mentioned it in Game 2 Spawn, but Fiora's jungle follow actually pretty good.
Yeah, she just has really good attack speed out of the E, and because the cooldown lasts for a couple of auto attacks, you get to use it once every camp. So it's, don't get me wrong, it's not the best. I'm not going to say it's like Shyvana level where she flies you through the jungle on a magic carpet and then delivers you like level 4.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
Certainly not here as Doinby back on his big signature pick here with the Victor. He's seen a lot of games on it and a lot of success here as well. But LGD going through their jungle. Good hawk shot from all the way down the bottom lane is going to give them some nice vision. And now V's level 2 going to roam into the top side, try and get that farm out away from Cogmore.
I guess the big question mark now, though, is that they're actually not getting farm onto the Fiora. A champion that likes to build damage, likes to has items.
Yeah.
Lulu's always going to be relevant, has got wild growth, can shield people and still be useful.
And has a blue buff. Like, we pointed it out, Rek'Sai doesn't really need that as she jungles around, beg your pardon. But will definitely help out the Lulu pickup in the top lane.
Doinby's booking it. He knows that the gank's coming. Does see some good vision here as they might even line up a tower dive onto V.
Yeah, there's 2 wards though, so really nice early vision control, and you can see Swift making the call to come up.
TCT's here as well, so it's 2v4 right now. Could be 3v4 soon. The turret's going to help tip those scales, and looks like just a push now instead. Swift does spot them. It's going to force them away. And all the free time goes to this Ashe. Imp at least getting slightly disrupted here.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe is still getting that free time you mentioned. Lulu's actually very comfortable now that Braum made his way up. The second TCT hit too, they knew to respect that a lot more. Very difficult to dive a Lulu and a Braum, and Swift was making his way up very, very promptly.
And Acorn's going to come bottom lane. Level 2 versus level 4. Big struggle there up against the Ashe. TNT's done a nice job keeping that wave nice and close to his turret. Those hawk shots.
I like that Fiora teleported and then just did the scuttle crab as well. It's, didn't even do it, just watched.
The hawk shot, man. It knew. It had all the vision. TNT is onto something. We'll see how it pans out.
Like Acorn teleporting is just risky. It's just plain risky because you now know that you're up against a lane where there's pretty much no chance of you fighting successfully.
Oh, and the Brom's behind as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the ward though.
Nice little reset there from the E. Bit of harass out there into TCT. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet here. And again, in a lane swap situation, Xiaogu looking nice here. Swift even starting to get a bit more aggressive, considering a tower dive here onto Godby.
Yeah, so the benefit right now is the fact that you've got a cleanse Cogmore. Free laning phase, like not being disrupted.
Oh, they're going in. Swift looking for the knock-up. Godby's going to flush himself out. Swift will follow. Gets the unborrowed. Damage is good, and first blood goes to Rek'Sai.
And that was just very smart decision-making here from this Xiaogu side. They're seemingly excelling in these lane swap environments that they're being placed into here. Doinby actually doing very well in this mid lane 1 versus 1. There is an ignite for the Kassadin as well, so doesn't have any defensive summoners to get out, but the dive was just so seamlessly executed by Xiaogu. They look really good.
And that's Swift for me when I've seen him play, especially early on in the season. The aggression and how intelligently he ganked people was really a trademark of his play. It's nice to see that come out here in Game 3.
Definitely. And speaking of...
Yeah, going back in. Akon now in trouble. Dashes out to safety. No, not safe enough. Gonna get stunned up here as well. Good riposte. I think just dodged the stun.
That was really cool, though.
That was cool.
Not only did he predict the Braum stun and use the riposte, Xiaogu actually stopped autoing him, so nothing happened from it. But it was double mind games, and nothing came from that.
Well, Akon actually going to get himself to safety and see a bit of fun here as TBQ and PYL.
Not going to hit the turret. They can shove someone under if they go right now.
Going back in again. No. LDD have to come in now. Good hawk shot, does spot out the Gragas, but gets a ward down, has to back off. Akon's going to get himself some farm. Probably more importantly, finally catch up in experience.
TNT has the arrow ready to go. This is dangerous territory for LGD right now. But Swift has already made his way out of this area. And they're just going to try and actually get experience and farm onto Akon, honestly, because he's the one who really needs some.
As I said, Q-Max Ash, if that is what TNT is going for. No, he's going W.
Wave clear. Harass. I don't know, it all does the same thing, really. It's just a matter of preference when it comes down to what you max.
The under the turret harassment of Q, however, is just so good.
Ooh, Swift here again. Doinby puts down the ulti, gets the stun there as well. Knockup's good. Godby's going to get taken out again.
That was a silver platter
that was
right
so
there
smart.
from Doinby. Actually gets the stun to connect, puts down the ultimate. Swift can just meander his way in. Just get the knockup, and there's a second kill for him.
What's Godby going to do? He'd already used his flash. He used his ult to get aggressive.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a questionable decision to riff walk onto the...
Ooh, Akon. Trouble? Not quite. Gonna dodge out the stun there, but TNT having a good lane for the first time, I think. Keeping up with Imp on CS, who's actually not having the best time. V is running away with the top lane matchup comparatively.
Yeah, if you compare the top laners, of course, doing so well in this lane, not ahead in compared to his lane opponent, which is Imp at the moment, but the Fiora has done nothing, is really struggling to get a single thing done. And this is Ash being that big lane bully.
Ooh, good hook shot again. I think TCT might have smelled what was happening, was trying to line up the dive, but he'll just keep doing damage to the tower. Akon will do what he can, but Swift's going to come back in. He's hit level 6, he's got his Cinder Hulk. Early power certainly in Xiaogu's court here.
It looks like the Dragon and Blue buff are going to be the next plans of attack here from Xiaogu. They want to make Kassadin's life miserable. Not only have they banned him out, they're now focusing him. And Doinby's got that Victor, so...
And as we said, there's ways to make LGD fight you outside of laning phase. Invading blue buff, especially against Kassadin, is one of those ways. Godby's response to hard shove mid lane and get a free chop in for himself. But he's level 6 to level 8.
And it's just this aggression again. Swift unlocked. Able to do a bit more around the early game. Xiaogu taking the standard lane, actually taking the lane swap.
Arrow
making
mid.
it work. Oh, going in! Godby! Barely gets out from under it.
That was so close.
That was very close.
The smallest amount keeps Godby alive, saving the ultimate thankfully, but still having no flash available, so if that were to connect, he was a very dead Kassadin.
Doinby had everything. He was ready.
Oh, he was so ready.
There's TVQ with PYL looking for a gank now into the mid lane. Going to go aggressive. Doinby in trouble. Puts down the gravity field. TVQ flashes in. But a sick flash from Doinby gets into safety.
And that is one of the hardest things to dodge. When it comes to Gragas engaged the flash body slam. It's entirely prediction and no reaction.
And the scary thing about it is if you go early, Gragas just doesn't flash because he flashes the end of his movement. So you have to know exactly when he's going to pull the trigger. Otherwise, it just doesn't come out. And we have a bit of a lane swap back.
Yep. People going to move back now. Do you see Imp into the bottom side? He's got his items out, though, and TNT going for a bit of that early investment build.
Yeah, so that's why they swap back. As soon as you go Avarice Blade, you cede any control you have over a laning phase. Right now, even with Cleanse, Imp's stronger because he went 2 combat effective items and you're against, like, what, Banker?
Yeah, completely, unless you get a miracle crit.
Yeah, Accountant's not very good fighters.
Yeah.
Pastry time, so, you know, TNT going to struggle.
He's not that long-term loan at the moment. Looking to scale up in terms of his damage, but as you mentioned, the relative trading's pretty damn average. So the fact that it is average, it's interesting that Imp and PYL are respecting them in terms of their laning phase right now.
Still pushed up, and Swift's had a great early game. So don't want to go too aggressive.
No, got to respect the Rek'Sai, that's for sure. But check in with Acorn. He's going to be very happy for the swap back. Forget about Imp having a fine time in the lane. Acorn finally getting some CS here. He's still behind V, but he's going to start playing catch-up. He's already closed the gap pretty significantly.
He definitely has. They know Swift's here, by the way. They pinged him multiple times. So the pathing that TBQ is taking immediately is not to go into his own jungle. He doesn't want to fight, but he knows that there's fighting.
They've gone in on the bottom lane.
Yeah, TNT's in trouble there as well. TCT's going to try and save him. Teleport coming down as well. That's going to be V joining in, but the portents are here for Akon. V's in already. He's actually now caught out of position. Forced to use the wild growth. There's TNT. Gets taken out by Akon. The ulti's back there from TBQ. Akon scoops up the double, and Xiaogu have no answer.
That's dangerous territory to be in now for Xiaogu. 2 kills on Acorn, who was behind his lane opponent of V. Now well and truly ahead. Not only that, they're getting so much more from it than just the fight, unless Doinb can be a hero.
I just cannot believe that TNT went Avarice Blade. That has completely blown my mind. You back on...
He's trying to steal it. He's not going to get it. Doinb is, though. Swift going to get knocked back. He'll flush his way out. And Xiaogu steal Dragon #1.
So they grab the Dragon. That's fantastic news. So great job from Doinb and Swift there to be able to pick that up. But the fact that you go Avarice Blade when you have 1,500 gold is just, that's completely blown my mind.
You're set on that fact. I agree completely, and that's a big factor as to why this laning phase has suddenly turned back in the Kog'Maw's hands, even though he has a cleanse and shouldn't be winning the lane. But TNT and the rest of Xiaogu should have responded to the fact that he's gone for the Avarice Blade and not gone for the 2 versus 2 immediately after.
Defensively warded out. You could see that the ultimate was used. Have to see whether it's aggressive or not, because the cleanse was definitely blown by Imp, so that hit him. But there just wasn't the follow-up damage needed. And what's real, the other itemization that's perplexed me right now is the fact that Godby doesn't have any mana item. He's got cooldown reduction boots.
And an Amp Tome.
And an Amp Tome. So my thinking is maybe Sheen as his mana item. And get the W max in there second. Make sure that he's using the Lich Bane to reset his build. I have no idea.
No, he's going to max the Q and then follow it with the E because he's already maxing Q. So this is the Victor matchup. You have to max Q or you will lose the lane because he's a burst mage. The question you're raising, the Sheen's good. I think he'll leave it at Sheen potentially.
Yeah.
And then just go for some raw damage. Or he'll go all into the Athene's build and go super defensive from here. But from the looks of it, having the boots of Lucidity, may just go Morello's. May just man up.
I mean, we've seen that, I think, from...
It has been done, yeah.
It's like the kind of the snowball choice where you're like, you know what? I'm going to get my item eventually. Let's take the cheap one and then just try and find fights here. Especially if he times it with his level 11. This work they can do here. But Xiaogu right now, all over the rest of the Rift. That swap happened and they're straight back to the blue buff.
Yeah, Xiaogu, they're playing the bully right now, trying to make things happen. They've got the Ashe to be proactive with it, so very easy for them to work proactively. And the fact that Doinb is in such control of this middle lane, he has no mana items, Godby. We mentioned this, and well, he's stuck under his turret. Swift's not letting him stay under his turret. He's in base.
I thought there was an arrow. That was a hawk shot, though. Again, TNT getting that vision down. Godby's going to stay here, but that's going to be the tower going down. The first turret of the game is almost a solo mid lane effort by Doinb.
stretching to call that lane a one-on-one, but that's been a whole team effort out of QG. Denial of 2 blue buffs, a couple of early ganks. There was a turret dive from a level 4 Rek'Sai in there as well, so a couple of target bans and a good overall strategy means QG definitely get the advantage.
Did the hard work. He did the lifting.
Doinby and friends managed to get the turret in that middle lane. But he's found himself with a big CS advantage. And
he's 2 levels up as well as B in the top lane. Going to get aggressed on by Akon. Godby's going to die as Doinby takes him out with his ultimate.
That's a one-on-one. Give you that one.
Thanks.
That was also a flash used by Godby on this Kassadin. He is having a nightmare of a game. And the fact that Doinby is doing this, this is why Xiaogu are contesting every single blue buff. They're going off as a team now. Because when Doinby is unlocked, Swift is ultra unlocked. He's a super mega unlocked man that just destroys the map.
Yeah, the danger though is that Imp has Trinity Force boots versus...
And what does Ash have?
Yeah, an Avarice Blade. An Avarice Blade, mate.
And 280 items. He's got a dagger in there.
Yeah, but it's a Trinity Force. That's the big problem here. Is that
also looking for Krugs that Swift just took, so...
You know what's good, though? The fact that he did max the W is a lot more about wave control. He's doing his best Sivir impersonation.
Just shove it out.
So you just have longer range. Doesn't feel as
and
bad.
An arrow instead of on the hunt. So, like, it's effective, it works, but you're now into a lane that you're sacrificing. You're, like, looking to lose your own lane to scale against a Cog.
Yeah, top lane. Also, bit of help there in the top has mean Akon got himself 2 kills despite being a bit down in CS. He's going to take the tower there as well. That means the gold lead's going to sit just 1k up there for Xiaogu. But Dragon up again in 140. QG stole the last one. But LGD hitting some good timings in the top and bottom lanes with the Fiora and the Cognaut.
Wow, Godby actually just sucks it up. He's going to have a 20-minute, if that. If he's really lucky and gets a team fight, he'll have a 20-minute roller. If not, it's going to be one of the later rollers.
You know what that says, though, is that the amp turn was just immediate power.
Yeah.
He just needed items. The second he went back to base, and, I mean, Doinby was getting items, but well, I need something to get me through this. And didn't get him through it, but it was the idea there.
Imagine how much worse it would have been.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't think Godby wants to think about that now. He's still struggling
about it.
in the 2-level deficit. But the tower does fall in bottom lane. LGD even that gold back up, taking the tower lead 2-1. That's all.
And Imp's on the clock, man. 172 CS at 17 minutes. We were complimenting TNT's early game. He's 40 CS down again.
Just keeps happening.
Yeah, just built average.
Need to swap back maybe. Apparently standard lanes do not work out.
Said it earlier. Imp is a lifestyle choice.
He's a full commitment.
It doesn't matter how he does it, because just by default, 30 CS ahead every single time.
And now he's rotated into Doinby's lane. Maybe the one window they have, because he hasn't got a blue buff, but he has a Thien, so yeah, no, you're not sieging down that turret.
Doinby's just holding the wave.
In fact, he's like freezing on him. That's gross. He's in a lane where he's down in terms of members against him, but he's confident enough to try and freeze it so that it stays just outside of the turret range.
Oh wow, does it again. They get their last hit. Finally drags it in as TCT comes to help. But they'll take this out. They'll prep for the Dragon because it's back up right now.
We were talking about CS leads.
60.
Yeah, we mentioned how the AD carries have got a CS lead for Imp. That's a big CS lead in that middle lane, and that's honestly going to be like a 25 to 30 minute rod of ages at this stage. And he can't buy the prerequisite items. He has to buy the whole thing.
Xiaogu going to move into LGD's red side jungle. Try and take some stuff out. TNT's almost there in the Infinity Edge. Couldn't quite get there, even with the Avarice Blade investment, but they will go onto this Dragon. They stole the first one, but they're going to easily take away the second one here. Doinby is just too threatening, and PYL pokes his head in, but doesn't go any further than that. Dragon number 2 will go to QG.
And this is the trade-off, right? Is that we question when LGD actually feel like they can fight because Godby is so far behind. He's now going to split push. They'll work around Imp actually having the big item strength.
3 members bottom. This is mean. The continued pressure on Godby right now. Looks like they will give up mid lane turret.
Godby, you better Rift walk away. Doinby very aggressive there. Going to get the tower
Ash going to get
dove. Well. Oh, that's bad news. TNT
actually backs away there, PYL.
Still the blue buff though. Akon will get it. Takes away that CDR. Takes the pink ward out as well.
Backs off till further notice.
And Swift's going to take the other one. Imp's going to take this first tower here. That's why TNT was safe between 2 turrets. As they get the bottom side as well. And now actually the ulti out from Rex side. They're going to defend this tower successfully.
Yeah, the fact they get to defend that tower is Swift actually being a Rek'Sai using that ultimate and getting there in time. The damage isn't going to be there from just Imp, but this is LGD trying to play around the map to their strengths, utilizing the Kog'Maw who has items and trying to hide Godby, which is like the old school TBQ strategy, hide TBQ and get the rest of the map going. So they can very easily implement that, but Xiaogu's response has been, go wherever Godby goes, and just make his life so very miserable that he's never going to get his Rod of Ages and feel happy about life.
Yeah, so the danger with the strategy is that means Imp has to overextend if he wants to trade and punish that, which he doesn't want to do right now because he recognizes that he's the threat. But then Doinby, you saw, he had the same moment where he was like, hang on a second, I'm in a tier 2 turret and there's not many other people here. So they will allow Doinby to freeze for now. It's what, Godby to freeze for now. It's what QG can get everywhere else. Can they siege up this top lane?
Well, coming into the top lane now. Acorn, I think, realizes there's a few too many people around. TNT does not pull the trigger on the arrow just yet.
Don't want to. They're riposte.
That was actually supremely unlucky right there. Acorn was about to come out and put some hurt down onto V, but Braum revealed himself to place down a ward at the same second. So that was unfortunate, but the numbers advantage in that top lane does start to snowball some objectives.
And like Spawn was saying, what can they get as far as trades go? Godby's sticking in the bottom lane. You know he's not pushing it anytime soon. Now starts shoving it back in. And they just go top, take a tower. QG, at least for now, are going to have control of this map. And that's been a rare thing in this series so far.
But what that means is because Godby's frozen the lane out, he's actually picked up every CS he possibly can. So now we're looking at a 60 CS discrepancy in 2 different roles. This literally becomes Doinby versus Imp for the rest of the game. V and Acorn, they're going to do their weird like repelling of split pushing with Lulu, which is super effective as the game wears on, especially if she gets 40% CDR. And Acorn's not in any hurry to leave his lane because he recognizes that Doinby just kills him when he looks at him right now. So we'll have to see whether Imp is able to keep up with Doinby and lay down the herd as just Kog'Maw.
Well, he's almost at 2 items now, but TNT catching up, moving in towards that static shift. QG looking to get aggressive on the top left-hand side of the map because Dragon is down.
Can they force Baron early? With the Ashe, at least if they secure vision control, they can maybe get some picks going with the arrow.
The key factor between these two teams, you said it's going to be Doinby taking on Imp, but TNT's got utility behind him. He's got that arrow to engage. He's still going to be useful. The question is, can Godby be useful at all? Or is he just going to be sitting duck and duck?
He's got the Rod of Ages. It's super late, though. I assume he just got it about 22 minutes in, but that is well behind your average timer.
Yeah, lots of time's going to be spent scaling from Godby. I would wager a lot of that is going to be spent split pushing as well. Acorn can very easily 1v1 anyone at the moment, and he's building more so for the Lulu.
Hex Drinker. Like, it's just such a good item against Doinby and Lulu. Burst Mage's Hex Drinker is really cost efficient at this stage of the game.
But then, if Godby is going to split push, he's going to be facing off against potentially Swift. And Swift can take him at the moment. No worries.
Yeah, that's not even close.
That's a Spirit Visage.
Swift's on 100 CS. He's doing a really good job of farming up those jungle camps. TBQ actually also farming really well.
Hop out of the Baron pick because he doesn't want to get killed. And again, very quiet between Dragon spawns. This seems to be the trademark of the Xiaogu games where it's a little more even. They're actually ahead by a few thousand gold too, to be a bit more precise. But they're still waiting on the Dragons. Again, what's the same story as game 1? Get ahead, get control of some of the objectives, bait out the Baron, go safely to the Dragon, just play patient.
I think this comes down to Victor's next Palace. So I think they're waiting, they're biding their time. If they make a pick, then that is perfect for their playstyle. But if they get one more item completed onto Doinby, he's not far off, then they can just kill anyone they would like.
We've also got Rod of Ages charging for V. He's about a minute or 2 away. He's got Morel and Nomicon now as well as Akon. He's going to dive in, but he gets stunned up by the gravity field. Chaos Storm is down. Damage is there. Huge Brawl ulti as V's coming in as well. PYL's looking to be the first target, but Imp takes out TCT. They're still going to go. The double knock up there from Swift. Polymorph down. Imp's going to cleanse out, but it's a double up already. Imp's going to get sniped by Lulu, and Xiaogu win the team fight.
Acorn went super deep off the back of that, wanted to proc the ultimate, wasn't able to get it done. They're streaming towards Baron because Swift can just ultimate his way back in. Not looking good.
No, Acorn looking a little sheepish. QG will start it. The ultimate's down. That's an awful lot of bodies in the mid lane. That was what LGD ran into. And again, another team fight around the Baron, and Xiaogu launch ahead in this game.
LGD's version of a trade right now is going to be a blue buff, but this was on the back of Acorn with that over-aggression. He goes on to Doinby and attempts to negate the damage, but the damage was well and truly placed down afterwards. TNT even saving that arrow to hit members after they were on the retreat. So they don't even get the dragon for their troubles here.
So, to Acorn's credit, he takes every bit of damage they have and lives. But from there, it's just the fact that Imp gets polymorphed right here. It stops his damage for so long. And it means that the rest of the team just cannot keep up. Godby isn't strong enough. Double lasers, the Doodle Lance and the laser from Victor coming through, the Death Ray. They're going to grab Dragon number 3.
Same thing. Xiaogu, get the 5-man team fight, get the win. They'll take Dragon 3. They've already got Baron, and that gold lead's left up for them here. They're up 4,000, 4,500 gold ahead, but Doinby is on a rampage. Perfect hex core, Zhonya's cooldown boot, and the Fiend's all done at 26 minutes in, and he's almost level 16. This man is horrifying.
And they lose another 2 turrets. Wow.
It's blue side strength, man.
Yeah, every time their first pick Lulu on blue side just seems to make it's funny because the teams play the pick very differently, but it just seems to work out.
Yeah, the adaptation between the teams, the fact that they can make it work in different styles is him showing that he is not afraid
He's
of anything.
again ADCS ahead. He's trying to make it happen, but the front line is there this time. Lulu's going to make anybody tanky, and Doinby's damage is ridiculous.
And this is always going to come back to the front line of Xiaogu, is that if Imp can't kill them, then generally Xiaogu's having a fantastic time in these team fights where they excel at so very well. And right now, they're just looking to try and siege down bottom. They've got the sustain. Things are still working for them.
Yeah, they have to abandon it. One thing we always credit LGD for is their side wave control. Look at top lane right now. They were able to set that up with 3 members. They gave up 2 turrets to be able to do so, preserve the base by setting up a really nice push in the top lane.
QG do have some Baron buff left though, so there'll be maybe a time to still poke in and try and break the base. But Doinby, he'll take the blue buff. Xiaogu going to go back, spend some money, reset, and then look for their next point of attack here because they know they have a lead here. They just have to snowball it a little bit further, break that base open, and really get themselves into a commanding position.
Yeah, that's the next step, is break the base. And that's where you can actually work around a broken base and start forcing LGD into positions they don't want to be. Very difficult to control side waves when there is one of the lanes missing part of your base. You can see the focus now is the free objectives.
And now the problem is they're splitting farm between Godby and Imp, and Imp really wants that last whisper. Godby's like, if you do not give me farm, I'm useless.
And there's a 6th tower falling down as well. So in and amongst all the squabbling, LGD are going to lose their outers and all of their tier 2s. And now Xiaogu with a bit of Baron left, going to try and take out this tower.
But still, the side waves from LGD, they're nowhere near a point of contention here for both of these teams. So Xiaogu are committed to the top lane. And if they can't actually get something going in this top lane, then they're wasting a lot of time.
I wonder if they'll dive. Doinby certainly, if he sees a kill, he will go in for it. The poke is not bad. TNT doing a nice job there as well.
Problem is no flash on TNT, meaning he can't walk up and hit the turret.
Or B, or Swift. Very risky for them to consider diving, especially against this team of LGD. Having an Alistar, Gragas.
Yeah, risky hitting the turret. Like, PYL has his flash available. He can just flash on a carry right now. So you can see they're actually going when the wave isn't there and PYL backs off.
Smart stuff there from Xiaogu, but it's slow going here for these turrets. Baron dropped off pretty much as soon as they got here after breaking the tier 2. And the side waves again, not looking in their favor. QG are committed though. They know they have to break here. The longer LGD a group like this, given the lead they have, it's likely better for Xiaogu.
I mean, the fact that they can poke away at it, it will go down eventually if LGD don't pull the trigger. And PYL is not tanky unless he uses that ultimate. So he's getting fairly low and needs to constantly go back to the base. And that gives them windows to actually poke down that turret.
Imp though getting his own poke back in. Does give LGD a window.
Imp walks out of the base.
He'll force them off. I'm telling you, man, Imp had 3 great games already, still massively ahead in CS. If there's anyone you can rely on to not be afraid, win, lose, or draw, Imp is there on the front lines.
It's officially 100 CS, however. 110 between Doinby and Godby.
A bit of gold. That's a lot of gold, actually. I take that back. That's ridiculous. Godby is a non-factor at the moment and is really struggling to get back into this game because
5,000 gold. Wow.
God.
Yeah, the farm that he's getting is contested with Imp at the moment. Imp's trying his best to carry, but if Godby is non-existent in this game, then it is entirely Imp's job to carry this.
Swift is really far ahead of TBQ as well. About 2,000 gold up, and TNT's as close as it's been to even with Imp. I feel like most of the series. I mean, he got gifted kills in the Vayne game. He's done a decent job trying to keep up in CS and getting global gold. Again, it's a strong game here for QG, but they're chilling. They know they've got 5 dragons on the way. Dragon 4 is going to be up in a minute 10. No need to rush here against LGD.
So one thing that they got just then for LGD is the last Whisper on him. So all of a sudden, Swift isn't as imposing as he otherwise was in that turret siege. So maybe Imp positions like an absolute genius and wins this team fight, but who else can actually take it? They need to, you feel that if they get an assassination on TNT or Doinby and then use the Fiora ultimate to reset a fight really well, they might have the setup to be able to sit there and wail on the carries. Otherwise, it's just not going to be a good news story. And the danger is that Doinby looks at someone, they die. So
now they have got that last Whisper, their damage is well and truly there. And the adaptation out of Acorn now is a Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
So he's going to try and be that front line.
He's suiciding for it.
Yeah. He's now going to be Suicide Fiora, trying to actually kill people whilst not dying for as long as possible. And if he can get that ultimate down, then yeah, LGD well and truly can take a fight. It's just going to be really difficult to do so. But if you look at who they're against, low mobility champion like Ashe is mostly about using slows to kite and keeping at max range.
Yep.
And Victor, who has a speed boost on his Q, has the flash now because they all have their flashes available again. But other than that, I mean, they're entirely killable.
A huge purchase for V. He went back and got a Rabadon's Death Cap as his next item, and he's got his port as he whimsies his way down the mid lane. LGD know the Dragon's up. They're going to take a bit of the power play here, 5v4. They're not going to get too much out of this one. Not even going to get the tower. Imp actually forced to cleanse out, but Swift going to dive his way in. I think he got polyed. Acorn gets the kill there. Ultimate's going to knock them away. PYL though is going to go down, and now it's 4v4. Damage is there. Doinby's disgusting right now, and he's going to flash forward. He wants Imp. He's going to go in for Acorn again. V flashes forward. Acorn's going to try and get out, but he gets stunned away. Victor's going to grab the double, and that's a 4-1 win for Xiaogu.
Victor is trigger happy with his Zonias, but all things considered, Xiaogu just convincingly win that fight. We mentioned the Fiora passive that went off, but it was so far out of the way that there wasn't actually a way for it to be utilized in an offensive manner to reset the fight.
Yeah, they shouldn't have re-engaged. They should have taken the 1-for-1, backed away, fought another day. Instead, they commit afterwards. Definitely agreed that it wasn't the opportune area for it. You know, TBQ was dead anyway. Instead, they overcommit afterwards. They're going to lose Baron, and they lost their inhib.
Yeah, still 10 seconds left on Imp and Acorn. Acorn does have his teleport. Could potentially risky Baron, but QG are pretty healthy. Can give up the Dragon if they absolutely have to, but they are going to try and take Baron. And Godby, who's still looking to build up items, does have a Zonias, but this Baron's dying way too fast.
Yeah, it's gone.
Godby's like a wet noodle.
He's a bit. Oh, Doinby. So much damage. Godby Riff walks away. QG are going to try and get a kill, or just a Dragon, or possibly both. Godby has to keep running. Swift is not stopping. He's going to keep chasing in with the Rek'Sai. Good slow.
There's a point where you do have to stop. It's when you want to go towards the Dragon and actually take the objective. But they get a free Baron for their troubles on the back of a one-team fight that was just entirely destroying people that are the tanks, or meant to be the tanks of LGD. They just go down too quickly. They know the Godby's not going to be doing as much damage as Doinby, so if they take out the front lines, the rest of the fight is a piece of cake.
Yep.
From there, Baron, Dragon, Xiaogu, they've moved from strength to strength. Once it hits about the 30-minute mark, they look unbeatable.
Certainly do, and let's just take stock of how far ahead this team are. 12,000 gold up. Doinby's full build. 7-2 in turret, 4 Dragons, and now a Baron buff as well.
Yeah, Doinby's full build. Godby's half build. And he's got twice as much gold.
Yeah, he was 5k ahead last week check, so that's really, really gross to consider. Full build, 34 minutes opposed to nothing at all. And he's even on time with the clock in terms of farm.
Ooh, Acorn trying to do some damage. TNT's like, hey, get off my jungler. You can see again, got the tanky front lines. Even Brom's relatively massive here.
That's good though from TCT, sitting on the flank, preventing them from looking at defending the turret because he's got the threat of his own ultimate there. Second inhibitor is just too easy for them, really.
LGD just can't fight right now. I don't know what's left in this game. They can try and find the miracle fight. Imp does decent damage, but Doinby has taken over this game. You can kind of see where they might have targeted Godby in some of these ban phases. Maybe that's where they think they can really stick it to LGD as PYL. He gets arrowed, forced to ulti out. Swift dives in to try and get the kill, but QG are going to go top lane.
This is the zoning factor again, though, is this third inhibitor is not long for this world because LGD just cannot fight. If Doinby sees you, if he looks at you, you're done.
And they're going to fight. Imp's got caught. They take him out instantly. As the first kill goes over to Doinby, they'll lock one up. TBQ gets stunned as Godby pops his Zonyas. He's going to try and make something work out of it all, but the GA's been popped. Acorn's going to look to go down here. They'll chase him away. They've gotten 4 kills already, and that's going to be game. QG run over LGD, winning game number 3.
Slow and steady wins the race here for Xiaogu. They actually don't lose their laning phase. They have a lane swap put into effect, and it just feels infinitely better for them. They almost feel more refined in lane swap.
That game was all Swift. The turret dive, the controlling of the blue buff, repetitively dragging people out of lane. LGD just let it happen. You know, they had the Cassin and they didn't want to challenge for anything like that. All of a sudden, because there's this big looming threat of we have to respond to a 5v, like a 5-man move into our jungle, just means that they're not able to get it going. You can see Godby, after that performance, he has to look for some answers because he likes the matchup. We've talked about it a lot. This seems to be the counter pick, maybe a pseudo counter pick now because it didn't work out. But if he's not able to run Cassin into Victor, you think that they have to get rid of the Victor.
And you think the Rek'Sai is bad. Should see what happens when he plays Nidalee.
Nidalee, yeah, or Elise apparently.
Yeah, exactly though. Like he has the early pressure there now is the important factor to take from that. Is he's not playing counter gank, he was playing offensively in your face. Take your jungle. And it was a 1v1 in the mid lane that Godby likes, but it wasn't a 1v1 at all because not only does Godby have to leave the lane to help his jungler, he can't because their jungler is killing him.
And once again, that's with the bottom lane really being controlled by Imp. Like, Imp was in complete control of that game, but his mid laner just fell way too far behind. And as you said, there's always going to be the utility and the sieging pressure out of an Ashe.
Yeah.
Just like if you're a Victor and you fall behind, you always have wave clear. You can always just spam out that ability. As you see some Swift signs, they're definitely well-deserved right now. But Godby, when he fell behind, he had nothing.
He didn't. It's a good time for a Swift sign, though, that's for sure, as QG go up to match point now in the series. 2-1 in 3 games up over LGD. Didn't expect them to win game 1, let alone game 3 after dropping the second. LGD, again, coming into the favorites, not heavy favorites you have to think, but certainly favorites given their recent form. Xiaogu trying to show them that, hey, not only is the record against you quite good, we're looking to improve it, but a win against IG was not a fluke.
I think LGD, the side that are already going to Worlds, they're a side that's looking really strong, but Xiaogu, the rookies, they've actually given it to them in this best of 5 series to even be a game up. There's a lot of very obvious things that we can talk about, such as the Lulu being there, the blue side first pick, but they're executing it to a world-class level.
And you know, as V's Lulu was fine, but he wasn't exactly winning the lane against Acorn. Acorn teleported early, got a double kill even, was going back into the top lane to kill him before 2 pesky people showed up in the lane. That game was all about the control they exerted over the map, and we talk about their team fight and we talk about the fact that they're able to group very well, play around objectives, but early control in like expeditions into the jungle, pushing into mid laners, is not something that we normally credit to QG, and that's exactly how they won the first 15 minutes.
As almost always, it's on the back of Doinby and Swift, so let's hear a little bit more from that game as we go out this time to Atlas and Froskuren.
Thank you very much, Pacer Time. I am, in fact, not Sada this time, so that's handy. Of course, it is, in fact, me. I'm, of course, here with Froskuren. After that interesting game there, and, of course, Xiaogu seemed to have a thing for the blue side, and it's working quite well.
Yeah, so Xiaogu staying true to their history. Their blue side win rate seems to be the up and up, but that said, they have to play on the red side next game, so LGD could look to strike back.
Yeah, well, we might be going to 5 games as well if it does actually happen, which would be incredible for the LPL Grand Final. But we are going to go over that last game, and the Fiora didn't quite work out as well as it would have been planned, despite having a decent start after the horrible lane swap.
Yeah, so the reason why we grabbed this replay is because it was kind of the first big burst of action. Things had been very slow, very drawn-out pace, and this kind of looked like the initial proactive swing from LGD with Fiora's teleport. So we can go ahead and roll this one through. So what you haven't seen or what we've missed is TNT has already burned his escape summoners, both Flash and Heal. Here comes the teleport down from Acorn. He's going to quickly flash over, just punch Ash in the face, delete her from the fight, and then picks up a double kill. And this looks like, okay, LGD, they're back in the driver's seat. They got the 2 kills on the Fiora. She's primed and ready to carry. But more importantly, it opens up this opportunity for them to head towards the Dragon Pit, which then looks like a major swing of gold for them, but it's stolen away by Doinby's Victor and Swift's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, not even necessarily swing of gold. It's all that 6% extra stats, the fact that they then have a basis to build off, despite the fact that QG could potentially win some fights in the future. So a little bit of a horrible start, well, finish to what was a decent fight there for LGD, but it just kept going downhill, and it was largely off the back of the Victor pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, so I really want to talk about Victor, especially on blue side. Now, Xiaogu, they do have a big priority for Victor. Doinby, it's a very popular pick, not just in the LPL, but internationally. But specifically on blue side, you have to think about Baron and how big of an area it is for LPL in terms of like a magnet. So just think about what Victor's incredibly good at. It's controlling choke points and using his AoE, I call it the Venn diagram of murder, to cover those choke points. And from red side, you have 2 entrances into Baron, which are both on ramps and choke points. So if you're doing Baron as a red side team, your options are either to flash over the back wall or to walk through one of those choke points. So Victor on blue side in particular is incredibly devastating. We do have a team fight that kind of shows a lot of that devastation.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And this is sort of when Acorn's trying to start something, gets a little bit of a flank off here, but you're shown exactly how potent the Victor is, especially in conjunction with the Lulu, because you can't delete someone if there's a wild growth, and that gravity field is just awful to deal with. So we'll play it out, and you can take us through how this one worked.
Now, this one isn't on a choke point, but it just speaks to the power of Victor and how far ahead Doinby is. So Acorn was looking for a flash here. Doinby repositioned himself, gets the wild growth, and just lays down that Venn diagram of murder. But also a really good job that the casters pointed out at the time of this fight was the fact that TNT here held on to his ultimate, that enchanted crystal arrow, and made sure that he used it as a chasing maneuver as opposed to kind of a counter reflex of, please don't engage on me.
Yeah, it just didn't quite work out. And look, we'll see whether they do go for another Fiora pick here on the side of LGD, but it seems to be the Lulu that's really carrying all of these games through. There's some sort of common themes that are starting to occur in this particular series.
Yeah, so we did have another priority first pick of the Lulu, and I made a joking comment that this is kind of the love story of Lulu and Kog'Maw. And so what you'll see in draft phase, and it's always just very tell, is you'll see either a Lulu or a Kog'Maw first pick. Typically, it's a Lulu just because she has more versatility, more flex between her. We've seen both Acorn and V now play her in the top lane, not in this series, but just over their competitive history in the LPL. And anytime you see a Lulu, it pretty much guarantees that the enemy team is going to have to rotate that Kog'Maw. We've seen LGD get both Lulu and Kog'Maw once this series, and that's the game that they already won. It's just way too devastating and powerful to give away. So the Lulu pick is just doing wonders right now, especially in controlling and making the draft very predictable.
Yeah, and the fact that QG showed that they can be so flexible with it. We've seen Acorn play the Lulu before, but V still just as potent, able to get things done. He was laning against the Fiora, which could have been potentially difficult. We made some notes about the fact that she's not entirely interactive, and he may have been able to have his way with that lane, but didn't happen this time.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up the Fiora and the fact that we saw Lulu again. So Lulu has been on the rise just because hyper carries have been on the rise. So naturally, when a Kog'Maw, when a Vayne are coming back into circulation of the meta, Lulu's going to go alongside with them because she works so well in tandem, empowering them, protecting them, everything like that. And she works really well in tandem against assassins. So Fiora's not truly an assassin, but she's going to do a very similar thing. She's going to stick to your backline. She's going to blow up your AD carry. So having a Lulu, especially that early in the draft, and still the confidence that Acorn was going to take the Fiora into it, a little bit questionable.
Yeah, well, we do actually have another replay coming up here as well, and this is about the ideal situation for LGD. They managed to pick off a target, but just look at how wrong everything goes afterwards.
I mean, the thing that you also have to really pay attention to is just the gold difference right now. So 52K to 44K, especially in this Victor. 3-0-3. Doinby is massive, and he's the main breadwinner of the Xiaogu team fight. And again, it just goes back to what everything that Victor is so good at. He's going to have a mid-game power spike, especially with the itemization that we had a very early upgraded Hex Core. He's going to have incredible CC and a lot of AoE damage. So we can go ahead and roll this clip through. Now, the arrow hits Imp, forces him to burn his cleanse and try to reposition defensively. The Fiora ultimate does go down, but it's not in a good area for LG. They're not fighting on that Fiora ultimate, so it really doesn't mean anything for them in terms of their regeneration. And then from here, it's just the chase story. I believe Doinby popped his hourglass because he assumed that people were going to turn and try to burst him down. I'm going to give him to that one.
I like to think that he thought he had a DFG. That's what I like
Death
to
Firegrass.
think. Yeah.
But
that's what I see.
Just the ridiculous damage that Victor is able to output. And again, just how powerful that pick is, not just in the LPL, but internationally. An initial mid-game power spike. He wave clears really well. He offers tons of CC, tons of area of control, and he just hyper scales into late game with his damage.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he can be a sole tower defender as well, because a minion wave cannot handle a Victor standing there at all. So you can split with as many people as you want, and someone will say, okay, we'll capitalize on this lack of people in the mid lane. No, Victor's there. It doesn't even matter.
And you have to think, because his itemization is so cost efficient because of the Hex Core. So at levels, his initial back, he's going to level it up. Probably levels 8 through 10, because it gives you plus AP based on your level. Yeah. He can just back clear the wave for free, especially if he burns his evolution point into augmenting his laser for the...
Yeah, of course. That particular augmentation is one of my
explosion
personal favorites. Yeah, that's exactly right. So augmenting the death ray there, of course. But we do have the final replay, and this is going to be another demonstration of ridiculous Victor damage, but mostly a demonstration of the fact that Xiaogu are, in fact, 12k ahead.
I feel like Vanna whiting this. Yeah, so like you said, that's 61k to 49k. It's 10-4. LGD are not having a good time. And again, 5-0-5 on Doinby Victor. He is massive. We can go ahead and roll this one through. Yeah, there goes Imp. Blaze the Chaos Storm, he doesn't even have to hit anything with this. It's literally just standing in place.
He may as well have just done another celebratory Zhonya's, I think. As Acorn runs away.
Is that what we're going to call it? The celebratory Zhonya's?
Zoning Zhonya's? Are we going to call it that?
Oh,
that is, in fact, the point where the surrender came through. But Xiaogu, another fantastic victory, much like Game 1. But we'll see whether it is the blue side and whether LGD can bounce back in the next game.
Yeah, completely agree. And it goes back to, again, we talked about Victor, we talked about Lulu. Lulu's been the big priority pick, coming out very early in both of these rotations. And you know, I don't necessarily credit her as the primary damage dealer right there, but again, it just makes the draft phase that much more predictable. You understand where it's going. You understand the enemy team is forced to pick up that Kog'Maw because they can't afford to disrespect it and give you both Lulu and Kog'Maw.
Well, there's the fact as well that Imp has played Kog'Maw every single game. Is it possibly to do with Kog'Maw working in conjunction with Lulu so well, but maybe not so much without her?
That's an interesting topic. I thought you were leading me into, again, another Victor point. So I really like control mages and hyper carries in general, especially Kog'Maw and Vayne, just because, again, Victor and control mages are going to have that initial mid-game power spike because of their easy itemization, Victor through his Hex Core, and then as he scales and he offers a lot of CC, Kog'Maw does effectively the same thing. And it's weird to think about a hyper carry having a mid-game power spike, but the initial itemization of the Trinity Force is going to be his big first power spike, and then he's just going to get stronger and stronger. So the ramp time on Kog'Maw and Victor go up very similar.
Yeah, no, that makes a whole lot of sense. Well, we'll see whether the Kog'Maw is going to be picked once again by Imp, but we are going to throw it back onto the caster desk with Pastry Time and friends to take us into Game 4.
Thank you very much, and much like Doinby, I'm here at the desk with my friends. Was not a solo effort, but certainly made it count where he needed to with the pick that he got. And I feel like we've just watched three, honestly, relatively one-sided games. When LGD play their game plan, it looks very easy. And Xiaogu have had two games, arguably the second one even better than the other. And it just, again, they get their picks, they find their control, and that's it. The game ends at about 35 minutes.
Yeah, that's the easy way to put that for sure. Is Xiaogu seem to be going from strengths of blue side drafting phase, I think, for the most part. They've always had a track record of being far superior on the blue side of the map opposed to red. So all things considered, they're executing better on this side of the map. They're making the relevant picks and translating that into everything ever. But they're also controlling the map, and that's against LGD.
Let's just call a spade a spade. They've played 2 games on the blue side, and they've picked Lulu twice, and they've won 2 games. So, you know, at the end of the day, someone's going to have to ban a Lulu in this set. Otherwise, Xiaogu are going to win.
I feel like there's a trend.
Yeah, well...
in Xiaogu best of 5s.
Yeah.
The thing is about Lulu, right, and as much as that game was about Doinby, And like, it's funny, you watch all the replays, but a lot of them have like really important wild growths, the shields, a couple of really good transmogs in there where like Polymorph just comes through and all of a sudden Imp does completely nothing. You don't want to cleanse that CC. So Lulu is just, the speed up augments so well. Honestly, as far as that game goes, to be able to neutralize the Fiora pick in the top lane, especially when they swap back, to be able to 2v1 lane much better with a range carry like Lulu in the top lane, especially when you feed her blue buff. That game was as much about like strategic level of Swift being able to get around the map, give his mid laner and his top laner what they needed, give some love and attention everywhere else, and then dive the heck out of Godvi, as it was about the end result, which was Victor. Like, he took over the world in that case. Like, there were creator skins everywhere, and he was blowing people up with the ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, there was, like, of course, the multiple factors. It does come back to Lulu not even being that impactful. It was taken away from LGD, but still did a whole lot. The overall effort of Xiaogu and the way that they did adapt to the changes in their play style was just phenomenal. They didn't look like slowing down at all. And it was... I still feel like it's weird that they win a slow game against LGD.
I guess that's my question. Is that do you feel like from game 1 to game 3, given the wins we've seen Xiaogu have, do you feel like they've gotten better at, like, this will sound weird, but better at winning? Because I feel like game 1 looked good, but they fell behind. It was a little awkward. You know, there was a chance there where LGD were going to snowball that mid-game away, and then that team fight sort of got them back in it, and they snowballed from there. I feel like game 3 was much cleaner, at least, compared to game 1. And it had kind of the same net effect.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it is to do with the fact that LGD don't often lose the map. And when they do start losing the map, they are one of the teams that are willing to forfeit objectives. And what that normally means is that they channel farm onto their primary carries because they're so good at balancing it. This game, because they were weaker in 2 of the 3 roles, it just wasn't able to get to that point, which meant when they were slowing the game down, because LGD were the ones that put the brakes on, they didn't want to fight anymore. Godvi and Imp were fighting for farm, and you could see it was at the time when one needed Zhonya's and the other one needed Last Whisper, and they went into the next team fight without either.
Yeah, I guess the generic response is always to trade objectives instead of forfeiting, and this is a potential downfall of LGD in the way that they want to play. If they get behind early, which is so very rare because their laning's just phenomenal, then they can be very much worked around.
The other thing is it's really hard to trade into Victor because you can send 4 people to a dragon and leave Victor mid lane, and the guy just, especially if he's that fed, wave clears for days, and then you try and dive him and he kills a person that goes on top of it.
Yeah. And you can see back in the highlights, you'll see plenty of Doinby action as Akon dives in, tries to do it for his team, and then eats the Chaos Storm.
Yeah, dangerous territory there, trying to engage onto the Victor. At this stage of the game, he was already so very big, and I mean, the wild growth's only going to ensure that he stays alive for as long as possible. V doing very well to get it onto the right target.
This was a team fight that I actually thought potentially LGD could have won if they just continued to kite back. PYL was always going to dive it. Acorn diving back in just opened up a whole host of bad news stories on the back end of that.
The zoning Zonias as well from Doinby.
Yeah.
Securing absolutely nothing, but ensuring that they can go down. But yeah, they didn't kite back. They didn't play to one of their few strengths at a period of time when they didn't have many to begin with.
Yeah, they had 1.
Yeah.
Even looking back over this as well, like you see actually some nice ults as well out from TCT, and we talked about Braum being important. See the big Swift sign there as well. I think the one thing that QG never want to leave home without, and I think they did this in game 2, is just some good engage tools. Because they know they have to try and kill Imp. They probably need to snipe Godvi, and they're a team that when they see a fight, they'll go straight forward. They're so good at team fighting and pulling the trigger, but I feel like they need the tools to do it. And that game, they certainly had them.
Yeah, with the Ashe, with the Braum, definitely had tools to be able to engage in onto the LGD lineup. Honestly, they just brute forced it, and it's going to be Doinby, 707.
With an honorable mention from Swift, most certainly.
Yeah, he sent his regards. You know, and as much as Swift gave him a boost up, Doinby took over that game. Like,
Really
only he cam on Victor.
Yeah, honestly, and as much as Swift did camp everywhere ever and pressured everywhere and forced all of these fights, there were still solo kills in this particular middle lane where Godvi, this stun in particular from Doinby was just executed so very well to ensure that Swift getting both of his early kills on the back of Doinby also setting it up. So it was a bit of a mutual effort there. Yeah.
I almost forgot about that steal,
He gets
by
the
the
dragon.
way.
Just a boot, just to add insult to injury in this game. They get the dragon by steal.
And he gets ignited and he's dead. Godby had a really bad time this game. That's the other common factor, I guess, about these games. You see Doinby again with the huge ulti and the V wild growth to help him out. The other factor in games 1 and 3 where QG have won has been Godby actually not having a very good game. He didn't have a great Orianna game, and he had a really awful Cassidy game there. And he's not a bad player. He can play those champions, but with the bans, the way they're throwing the bans, I feel like QG's strategy might actually be put down the mid laner and deal with Imp when the mid lane is weakened.
Definitely sounds like a viable strategy, all things considered.
That's great.
Just so not necessary, but hey, it worked.
I enjoyed it.
I think, like, looking back on that replay, I think that Godby was actually trying to mind game Doingby there when he went in aggressive on Cassidy the first time. He just didn't realize that Rexar was already at the middle of the lane, so Doingby was like, even if there is a game coming, I don't care.
That was level 6. Immediate level 6, just go in. And
exactly right. Just go and try and mind game him. Looked like he timed it so well with his junglers present, it just wasn't able to work. So once again, you got to look at the mid lane. I completely agree. 2 really off performances, and TBQ in both games that Godby goes missing, TBQ like follows him off the map. He like, I don't know.
Just walks off the edge of the rift.
LGD's style of play, though, I guess, is they do like to hide TBQ unless they're winning, and then he kind of pokes his head out of the hidey hole that he has been in and tries to actually find some kills, make some proactive decisions. So if middle's losing, and this is also against Xiaogu, to be fair, who are just probably the best team in the LPL at actually working around the mid-jungle synergy and just being everywhere as a duo, it makes it look like TBQ doesn't exist when their mid laner doesn't exist.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And once again, you have to look at it and go, why was he not playing Lee Sin if that's the case? Because repetitive invades into the jungle. Like, who else would you rather have on your lineup than a Lee Sin trying to kick the junglers out of there? And there were time and time again where, like, as good as Gragas is in the current meta, and for any other jungler in the world, I would encourage them to play Gragas, TBQ just plays a different kind of League of Legends when he's on the Lee Sin.
And even seeing how they played Rek'Sai differently, like Swift again has lots of control, can be everywhere, can get farm and get big, but the fact that he gets the option of ganking aggressively but doesn't have to overcommit with something like Lee Sin or Elise or even Nidalee, I agree, he's a good aggressive jungler, but if he can still get worked on a champion like Rek'Sai, that's probably a net positive for his team.
Yeah, no, definitely is. And I mean, seeing that Xiaogu played the Rek'Sai as well is actually a change of their own style in that they put this early pressure now down and they've made LGD's life miserable in terms of the junglers who has gone for a Gragas, hasn't gone for that early aggressive type of Lee Sin that he should probably be on himself. In terms of how the jungle 1v1 pans out, it does still feel to me much more like it's the 2v2 and incorporates the middle lane. And that's even more so evidenced by that last game in particular, is that Godby didn't do well, and then suddenly TBQ just doesn't exist, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm sure Swift would rather be playing Nidalee right now, would rather be playing Elise. They've been banned twice as well. So Rek'Sai and Lee Sin have a similar thing. Rek'Sai is better earlier game because has the knock-up available with the flash, and we saw that used to great effect with the turret dive. But in the same right, Lee Sin would have been just as safe in that game to be able to execute it on. So it really is a stylistic thing. And just credit to Swift, the Korean jungler that came over from CJ, of being able to play like every single style in the book right now and make it look easy.
Yeah.
And Swift was always going to be a big factor in this series. And QG
Swift's a great jungler,
up
man.
to one. I agree. Ever since I saw Swift play OMG, we played Rek'Sai, ganked Cool like 3 times in the first 10 minutes, and Cool was done. He like mentally checked out of the game, was sitting at his turret for about 5 minutes, being like, I'm scared. I don't want the Rek'Sai anywhere near me. I saw that game and I was like, man, this guy's really good. And he's continued. Now in the finals, up 2-1 on match point against LGD.
And this is actually something that you have to look at the LPL as a whole and how quickly the Korean junglers have come across and dragged it up. You know, it started with Insect, but then there was people like Beast that came over, also a really aggressive jungler. You throw Kakao, Swift, Dandy when he was playing jungle into that mix, and it just... There's one role that they really have started to revolutionize and up the tempo of even Chinese games, and it's that jungle position. It just looks so good, especially when you're able to get China already had these aggressive mid laners. You throw aggressive Korean junglers behind a lot of them, and they go berserk a lot of the time, and that's what we're seeing in today's games.
I think you can coin it as Korean finesse combined with the Chinese aggression that has just upped the entire scene as a whole. But
and the best thing is they've dragged the Chinese junglers up with them. All of a sudden, the LPL junglers also performing pretty well.
And then the opposite, we get the Korean solo laners playing with the Chinese players, and all of a sudden they're the ones going ham and getting aggressive. It's been a great year of LPL with the Korean.
The amalgamation's been so fun.
It really has, and you can tell there are some strong Korean players on both these sides. And LGD surprisingly sitting down a game.
And do you know the best part of the LPL right now? Is we've seen EDG, who are pretty likely to go through to Worlds, get beaten by LGD, who have secured their spot, who's now about to be on the verge of being beaten by QG. One thing is for certain, you don't want to land in a group with a Chinese team right now, or
they've also lost to Invictus Gaming
yeah.
and EG, so you never know. You couldn't even say, maybe after this game we can give who is the best, the #1 team, because they will be crowned as #1.
Yeah,
exactly.
But for how long are they considered #1 with the Worlds qualifiers? Will they just lose the first game as well? We don't really know.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well, that's a great point, because Worlds is definitely coming up. LGD, of course, have already secured their spot, but to be effectively called the best in China, that's, in effect, what's on the line here as far as the LPL title goes. Title of LPL champion. And for QG, there's extra incentive here. So LGD, all right, fine. You're off to Worlds already. Congratulations, you've made it. PYL and Imp still want to win that title. I think PYL for himself and Imp just to have 3 major titles from around the world.
When was the last time that a rookie team won the LPL as well? Did Devil do it?
I think some little team called EDG might have done it.
So EDG.
He did it as well, yeah. So Name, aka Devil at the time, did it on Positive Energy, and I think EDG were technically a new team when they won.
So when they moved WE over to a new brand.
Pretty much. And then OMG when they came out usurping World Elite. It's been funny. There's been a long line of Chinese succession where basically the throne has been usurped by a team. World Elite, then OMG, and then EDG. And then EDG keep winning. And then now in summer in 2015, they fall apart and lose to 2 different teams. The competition has never been better. And again for QG, they haven't got their world spot yet. They're fighting to be 2nd seed. They can't best EDG, I don't think. But they can get themselves that much better in a position to make that run to Worlds. LGD are already there. China only gets to send 2 more teams. They've already named 3 that aren't qualified yet that will be absolutely fantastic on the international stage.
And you know who's cheering for QG the hardest right now? EDG. They no way do you want to run into those guys first side of the bracket because they're just going to be so scary to deal with. So I agree. The Worlds qualifier is definitely going to be interesting to say the least. But we've still got a couple of games, hopefully less in this best of 5. QG right now 2-1 up. But back on the red side, see if they can win.
Can't be thinking about the Worlds qualifier, that's for sure. Even LGD can't be thinking about, oh, whatever. It's just this tournament. We're going to go to Worlds anyway. Both these teams need to get their focus in and try and finish off this series. A 3-1 here from Xiaogu would be quite surprising, but they want to ice the series now. Game 4 is always very nerve-wracking when you're up 2-1 because you win the series and you're done. You don't have to play anymore. And if you lose, you feel like it's okay. You've got the second chance. But you have to go into a Game 5 off a loss, and then you're playing literally a best of 1 for the title.
Yes and no.
Exactly.
If you lose this, you do have a buffer, but you don't want to lose this because then you're in a Game 5.
Exactly, against LGD.
And there's surely a little, as good as QG has been, there is a little voice in the back of their head saying, if you are ever on red side first, you will lose every best of 5 set ever.
I think it's in everyone's head at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm sure they would love to silence that for themselves and prove that they are able to close out in 4 games. On a red side would just make it even sweeter.
Certainly would here. So both teams going to line things up. Imp, head in his hands here. He's played so well all series long. It's hard to believe he's got Cogmore 3 games and his team has 2 losses.
Certainly surreal to consider that fact, to say the least. But it's not that he can only play Cogmore, it's that he is so damn good on Cogmore.
And Cogmore's great right now.
Yeah.
Trust me, Imp is not the problem with the way he's been playing. He is in world-class form right now.
No, but then the root problem is not going to be the Cogmore, it's going to be the rest of the draft, the rest of the team, and what else they actually want to consider.
Championship point. You see the cup come up.
Bringing out the trophy. That is so many lights and a very shiny trophy. All of a sudden, I think, the teams can definitely see that from where they're sitting. QG can look over and have a little bit of extra incentive.
I was about to say, I was hoping that the stage would pick up QG's chairs and just move them a little bit closer to the trophy, you know?
You remember the old studio where they faced each other?
Yeah.
You do it like that and have it in the middle.
Just edge it.
I feel like the trophy should be up high and they should just go up a rank every single time. Yeah.
Ladder match style?
Ladder match. Would be amazing.
When you lose Game 5, you plummet to the ground, your team's scattered everywhere. Well, we are in the draft now for game number 4, which could be our final game. LGD going to be on the blue side. Both teams have won only on blue so far, so QG have to break serve if they want to ice this series. But the bans are almost done. Elise, Nidalee, and Victor for LGD. And Xiaogu ban the Lulu. Diana, Yasuo, and Lulu. Get him out of here.
Callista.
She's open.
Oh, that's true. But they did get rid of the Lulu, thankfully. So keep that in mind. It's not as great now.
And Callista insta-locked. And it's not just Imp that's really good on this champion. Unlocking PYL is always a dangerous proposition. If QG win this game, what a way to finish the series.
And this is the best part about this is that LGD played the best around Kalista just because how they like to play as a team, and it does unlock PYL. I feel like they should pick the Braum just so that PYL can't be Braum with Imp.
Yep.
And then throw in a Braum. That's pretty scary.
Braum's win rate been pretty good this series as well. I love these two hovers from Xiaogu. They know they have to shut down Imp. These are pretty good tools to do that.
Once again, I'm going to, as I said, I really like the Diana Lulu bans, but banning away the Yasuo is just really confusing, I'm going to say right now, because they take the Braum majority of the time, and unless there's a double wall. If they go with Alistar, I'm definitely happy with it, but if that was going to be another Braum,
That's
Braum. Question it again.
There's Maokai. They thought about Shen Alistar, but it's time to question. Those are the picks from QG.
And it's not bad by any means. I feel like TBQ is now giving a shout out to Swift, who for some reason is giving a shout out to TCT with the Thresh. But they've gone for the Braum, and we've seen the success of Braum. It's no surprise that they're going to go for that. But there's so many other options that they can consider. Are they really that desperate to pick up the Braum so that PYL can't?
Well, Kalista Thresh is now the lane for LGT.
Yeah.
And Rek'Sai, the jungler there for TBQ.
Wow.
Couldn't ask for a better start for LGD. Oh, Doinby.
How many point-click abilities do you want to be able to throw on her? That's the question.
Why would you ban Yasuo if you're going to go for a Nautilus as well? That's another question.
Doinby might not play it. I don't think we've seen him do it, but he's certainly played against it. That much we can tell you.
Well, for all we know, it's Doinby. He can go Maokai mid. He's done that before.
Yes, as well. That was before the Nautilus mid, by the way. Certainly knows his way around a few tanks in the mid lane.
Good.
Yeah, I like it.
I like this, by the way, if
I like
they
this
lock
a lot.
it in.
There we go. There's Cogmore for TNT. I was waiting for him to play it. He played it 3 times in their last best of 5 versus IG. Finally gets his hands on it, but I don't know if he wanted Imp on Kalista as the other side. And I wonder if Swift's going to take a big playmaking jungler for himself.
Acorn go Rise right now as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Echo. It is Gragas. They'll swap things up at the last second. Gragas Cogmore, QG's 3rd and 4th picks.
Very strong 4-man that they've got for themselves so far. Well and truly securing the fact that TNT is going to have a big line of tanky men in front of him and a giant unkillable tree as well to ensure that he's alive. TCT on that Braum will be able to hold his hand through it. The question is Doinby though, because he needs to be a hyper carry now.
It always is. Azira's open if Godby doesn't want to take it away. But it looks as if things, LGD going to put a bit more power into their solo laners here, but plenty of time to consider these last few picks. It could be their final ones. They want to make sure they get them right.
I mean, if Ari's locked in, it's fine. I honestly think this is Imp BMing Doinby based off the semi-finals performance against an Ari that Rookie kind of showed Doinby the ropes.
I thought that about Fiora as well, but managed to lock that one in. PYL, yep.
So Godby historically is a brilliant Ari player, so it's definitely a comfort pick for him. Acorn's a really good top Hecarim player as well. And what they have right now is if TNT is the only carry on the game, 3 ways to kill him. People are going to come in from 3 different angles and try and blow him up. They get the double reset right now because they've just gone with the Gragas. Not Gragas, they had that already. They've gone with the Azir.
Yep.
So they're able to shove people away and also use the Gragas barrel, but it's really hard to shove Acorn off your Cogmore right now.
And Hecarim can ult over the Emperor's Divide as well.
Yeah,
so
he is unstoppable.
Yeah.
Too spooky.
Really,
for the soldiers.
Really difficult to deal with the team comp that LGD have got right now. If you were ever a carry of Xiaogu, there's one thing that you can look towards as a saving grace, though, is that TNT's positioning is generally immaculate. There's very rarely a positional error that he makes, and that is a very good factor looking at the team that he's going to be up against.
And I want to know how early Acorn throws points into his E, because we've seen people go like 3-4 point queues and then started maxing out the E because you want E to have ranks as soon as you have home guard boots on Hecarim, so you can just shove hoofs into the Void Puppy. Like, that is the entire goal right now. Probably going to go 5 max there because it's a Maokai lane. You get the helicopter going and Maokai struggles with it. But E is going to be a really important ability on that man right there.
Yep, Acorn on the Hecarim versus V. Back on the Maokai to start off our matchups in top lane. Moving to the jungle, TBQ. Back on the Rek'Sai. Swift's going to get Gragas for the 3rd time in the series.
It's a dangerous jungle duo as they're going to be able to gank a lot early between the two as we move towards the assassin style of mid laners.
Ari is there in the mid lane, but this is the big story. Imp on Kalista. TNT took away Cogmore, and PWL's on the Thresh. with TCT's Brom. Again, QG, the odds are stacked against them here. Imp has Callisto, they're on the red side. But if they can win this game, what a way to finish
and
against
QG
LGD.
take the 2v2 because right now there's a danger of a roaming PYL if you go with the lane swap, which is where they've looked super comfortable, but they haven't done it against a Thresh so far.
No. And I mean, even if you get 2v2, it's not also going to be bad news. It's tricky, to say the least, to play against these teams. We're going to see if QG can do it. Let's get onto the riff for game number 4. And here we are as Imp YL move out for possibly the last time here for LGD. Hard to believe they're down 1-2 here in this game. They must win back-to-back to be the LPL Summer Champions. And Xiaogu, the Cinderella story almost, on match point now. Trying to see if they can ice this in game number 4.
TCT needs to be careful. He's actually wedged.
Uh-oh. Don't do it. Don't take the 10 gold. Oh, hi, Godby. Backs away. Sentinel's not worth his life. He realizes, and he just sort of very surreptitiously back away.
All things considered, that was really close to being charmed or at least annoyed many times, but he stays in the safe zone, gets out perfectly fine.
You feel that was nearly gone, V? Like, first blood's not worth the point that I've taken charm.
Yep.
Not giving up lane control anymore.
Already has his Q, so he's like,
Yeah.
yep. Done with you.
Yeah, no, he was never going to overcommit to anything, but it was just going to be damage on a TCT. He's a tanky man. He'll be fine, but this bot lane, I'm very shocked that they actually gave away the Thresh and the Callista. They weren't even picked at the same time.
It's a real fun lane to watch, isn't it? M3 were the first team to really run this lane in the LPL. And the way they'll do it is exactly this. Share experience, get level 2, and then just destroy people. That was when Candy used to play.
If you think Imp is good on Kog'Maw, you guys have clearly not watched his post yet. He is frightening on this champion. They are going to go 2v2.
And the recipe is Callisto and Targon support. Like, honestly, that's just the recipe because you're able to shove up really early. And you use that Soul Link passive to just create so much pressure.
See, they're trying to get the trades down. Good Q into PYL. But he'll slap down a minion. TNT will keep his distance.
It's the level 2, though, is what LGD are looking for, because from this point, you're pretty much zoned. It's not a whole lot you can do, just because the strength of that lane with a hook available is through the roof.
TNT already flash. Just had a poke over there by his summoner spell. I don't know why, but that's actually nice there for
Tried to type in chat.
Maybe.
Forgot to enter.
Tried to
He
dance.
pressed D to dance, yeah. It gets you sometimes.
Pretty awkward place here. Game 4 of the LPL Grand Finals, but that's going to make this lane even worse. You can see still level 1 here for the Kog'Maw. Imp YL completely zoning them off this wave.
But how many creeps are going to die? 1 dies, 2, so they deny a couple of CS. The rest of it should be able to be picked up underneath turret, to be honest.
It's going to start now. Akon to the top side. No, it's V actually getting aggressive early on. Hit level 3, got a big wave behind him, and Akon gets a huge chunk out of his health pool.
Yeah, if anyone knows this lane matchup, it's V.
Yeah, the 2 most played champions that he has played were 17 apiece before this best of 5. He's now on one against the other, so.
And the turret dive might come out from Swift right now.
He's been spotted multiple times. So
Yep.
you would imagine not, especially with that Wolf Spirit just to boot, like if he ever came in the jungle. He was a spotted man.
TVQ did not like what happened in the last game. He's keeping the surveillance systems online. TVQ. He's going to try and steal away the Raptor, but Swift's going to say nope, get knocked up instead. That's a bit awkward. Going to try and trade back, but TVQ with the early damage. Swift gets destroyed in that 1v1.
And still wants the big Wraith.
So greedy.
Wow, this is greed.
Swift actually might get himself killed here if he's not careful. Smite comes down. Swift does get it, and he didn't use his smite. Got outplayed.
Trigger happy.
That was red buff. It wasn't even an auto attack that got it, so it must have been the red buff. Secure that one away.
Calculated.
Yep, definitely calculated.
As we said, these Korean jungles, man, on the next level.
Always on the next level. It's back in the bottom side. TNT actually catching up relatively nicely. And again, Imp YL Gonna get that experience lead, gonna block them away. Braum gonna do a decent job with the Unbreakable, trying to keep them back. But if QG can weather the storm, we've seen their mid games. They'll explode in 5v5s, and they've got a good 5v5 team as well.
It's just so indicative of an imp lane, is that he's already this far ahead in farm. The second that PYL leaves, though, Xiaogu recognize that, and they try and push him out, try and reset the lane to a point where they can at least safely farm, but already 13 CS behind. At 5 minutes in the game from laning phase, that's rough.
Certainly is, as they come to the top lane. Having a bit of trouble, but he'll catch up in CS as he takes these out as well. And Doinby trying to push in early with the Azir. Ran out of mana here as Godby able to keep that turret back in. Did have a lead early on, did Azir, but gonna have to go back and replenish that mana pool now.
Recurring Ahri nightmares. It's the Doinby special at the moment. One of the few laners who really does struggle against the pressure that Rookie was putting down, and now Godby at the same position. Just sits there and harasses you if you try and farm, and it's the weakness of Azir in that respect before you actually get items.
Speaking of, Rico bow up for Imp in the bottom side, so might be rushing Runans actually, but could of course be Blade of the Ruin King as well. So seen this a lot from Imp. Certainly a build that seems popular since the Kalista changes.
Yeah, if you can back on BF, it's very enticing to go towards something like a BF sword and go for the Q max. But Blade of the Ruin King is a really safe pick just because you're able to get a lot more auto attacks in someone.
Yeah, and the Kalista changes recently have made people err towards the side of attack speed over that overshield and utility from the Bloodthirster. There's been experimentation since the changes with both, but the consensus seems to be that attack speed is the best option.
Good damage in the top there as well from V as he's...
I'm actually really surprised how many double Doran rings we've seen today out of mid laners.
They really like their Dorans in China, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Like discount at the moment that I didn't know about?
Maybe.
There's no sale
on the Chinese server. Oh, stun. Not quite there. Swift's here as well, though. Good threat.
This is good. Swift being here is just a presence. Might be enough to get this wave to the turret to reset it. Because at
Otherwise
the moment...
it was there forever.
Yeah. Because it was going to be frozen in place. And at the moment, it hasn't actually reset. So there's a chance that it's still going to be frozen there forever.
Does PYL grab it and drag it off? No, he doesn't. He actually walks it back towards.
Not going to happen this time as Godby trading up with Doinby. Have to be careful of the old Sand Soldiers. Godby got a little bit of an item lead here with a Fiendish Codex plus double Dorans. Actually, I guess it's the Crystalline Plus. That's the difference there for Doinby. Just to make sure he gets his farm on. As there's a farm fest in the top lane as well, once again. A very quiet early game, but this time we're actually in standard lanes.
And this time you feel it has to favor the Maokai, the Hecarim, sorry, if it favors anyone. If you want a quiet laning phase, Hecarim's the guy that you go to because you haven't got to escape someone at A. So if you make it to level 6, you breathe a big sigh of relief for going for something incredibly greedy in the Ignite. And then you just think Trinity Force. As soon as it comes through, you run over the top of the AD carry.
Definitely does. And that's one of the bigger factors here that you look at this LGD side and you say, we'll favor them heavily if they get the standard lanes. But the biggest factor right now is honestly the CS discrepancy between this bottom lane. So Imp is having a field day right now. And it looks really rough if you were TNT.
Yeah, not getting any better. I was gonna mention that had a couple of constants this series that Cogmore is in a game. Maokai is featuring prominently. Kalista's pick from Imp when he has it, and Imp's still ahead in CS. He's been ahead the whole way, even in their losses. And they've got two of them do LGD. Blue buff going to be donated over to Godby. TBQ is going to set that one up.
Oh, that's twice.
And once again.
And this time, there's no Chalice to save him, so this means TBQ has to gank his lane.
The jet ski's out in shame. Goes to the Cromp.
That's not good. That is really not good. I mean, one thing to consider is though the CS discrepancy is high between the bottom lane, they're still keeping up. They're still going to power spike really hard. So there's windows where Xiaogu can well and truly utilize their strengths and team fight. But until such a time, this is LGD's chance to win laning phase really heavily to the point where they can snowball the game. But with no blue buff available for Godby, not as easy because Azir can control the lane.
TBQ now instead. Gonna try and get some of that vision down. We're approaching that 10-minute mark, so
you can see Imp wants the lane turret right now. He recognizes that he has done this multiple times and it hasn't been enough. in the game that they were able to win very heavily, he took the turret early and was able to get it into other lane advantages.
Swift is here, I think, knowing that. Power's getting quite low. TNT only with a Sheen, not able to put up too much aggression.
That's so funny because Sheen has like the biggest power spike on every other lane matchup, apart from Kalista, because she is just such a bully, and they've reset it again. As soon as Swift shows himself, they just freeze the lane out.
TNT backs away. No, he doesn't. Hit the recall button. Godby gets a good charm in the mid lane as Doinby.
Surprised he didn't go all in then.
Answers back. Surprised Doinby didn't cleanse, to be honest with you.
So I think that would have been a tandem decision there.
Ignite came out, cleanse came out.
Good point.
They were both waiting for each other to pull the trigger, I think. Doinby playing much more reactively than Godby, who is the one actually hitting the charms down, controlling this laning phase a little bit better. Even without that blue buff, he's still doing real good.
Bottom side again. PYL's going to eat the chair, but him's just continuing to push. He's 30 CS up now. Only growing. Great harass with the Q there as well. This might be the way if they get the turret. TNT's going to do what he can. They're not going to quite go for it just yet. And Swift's making his way down. He might have a very small window here to gank.
Unlikely.
They've got the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah.
And there's just so many Sentinels running around the map.
Window closed then. And again, Swift has had a passive early game. He's fine as a farming jungler, but often looks best when he's being proactive, and both junglers have chilled out.
He's 13 CS behind. That's 3 camps.
Yeah, but he's trying to not have a passive early game. That's the big issue here.
Oh, they're going in. TBQ's here.
Slightly, yeah. TBQ's waiting around the side. Fates calls pop. Now they know the problem.
They're going
Knock
in.
back there as well. Im's trying to get aggressed on. Swift needs to jump in there. Gets the cast down. Might be enough. Akon's here. He gets first blood into TCT. And it's all gone pear-shaped. The knock up there as well from Rek'Sai. V joins far too late as he gets hooked by PYL. And the kill's going to come in again. V will die. LGD get 3 kills.
That was 3 kills that probably should not have happened, to say the least. Hecarim is now 2-0-1, and this is Xiaogu acting desperately at 12 minutes in the game when there was no kills on the board. They didn't need to do that gank, but they have put so much time and effort into this bottom lane that they felt the need to do it eventually. And that was the one time it didn't work.
And we said TVQ at his best when he can find the counter gank. This time it was telegraphed as all heck. That wasn't going anywhere but bot. So the fact that they were able to, I guess, successfully read that, and Acorn picks up another couple of kills. We already said that with falling behind, TNT is going to have a bad game. Well, he's 30 CS behind the top laner who has 2 kills now, and will go towards that Trinity Force nice and early.
Yeah, that's actually Runan's first item. That's crazy.
Wow.
Im's gone all in on the early game.
That is, yeah, that is flexing some muscles as TNT is trying to catch up in farm. We got the Nashers out for Doinby. The Frozen Heart's close there for V. But even Godby's now got his Morello Nomicon. The pace from LGD.
Building.
A little bit of everything.
He's getting a variety bucket at the moment. he's so torn.
The combo?
Yeah, he's so torn between an actual item. But if I get a bit of everything, it will be an item eventually.
And this is why Kalista became such a popular carry, because she's really fun to play with Runans. So you throw spears everywhere, you get all your Rens going, it's great.
It is actually.
Imp's going to have a field day right now. He's up 40 CS and has his Runans and can just hop around the map.
Yeah, probably going to try and take some turrets, which is why he swapped here in the top lane. But
nah, he just wanted to hop, man.
Totally not for objectives.
Look at this.
He's hopping a lot. He's basically a rabbit, but he's also going for this objective. The V is so far behind compared to Imp, who's just a monster. It's going to be really hard for him to actually deal with this.
Imp's like harassing him as well. This is adorable.
But he doesn't do much damage.
No, he's got a Runans, remember, so it's
Ooh, TCT. TNT, sorry. Dead in the bottom lane to Acorn. Ulti not even there. TBQ just there with the assist. And it's starting to go real bad.
And all of a sudden there's an ultimate to use mid lane. TBQ already there. They'll shove the wave up.
This has been, without Godv at all, LGD are just starting to run away with this game. And the biggest factor here is that Doinby's not winning. It's not that Godby's winning or losing, it's that Doinby's not winning. So he can't be somewhere with the jungle.
Oh, now going to get all in. Charms out there as well. Doinby does not go back in, but now he has to push them out. Can't quite surf away to safety.
Acorn's a monster.
And Acorn's 4th kill of the game comes in. LGD going to take mid lane.
Yeah.
Acorn is 4-0-1. That was all Godby. able to line that gank up, was shoved away, and then the rest of his team just comes in to play cleanup.
Yep, it was actually fairly simple of them, to be honest with you. It was telegraphed in where they were going to go, when they were going to go there. But there's no answer from Xiaogu because they literally just cannot get there in time.
They're 5,000 gold behind at 15 minutes into the game.
How does this keep happening to Xiaogu? I'm not even talking about just this series. It was the same deal
Just
against
in general,
IG.
yeah.
They went up, and then IG figured it out, managed to win 2 games, and then QG made a couple of
They
tweaks in
clutched
Game
it.
5 and clutched out the last game. They're looking very likely to be put in that same position. But with no offense at all meant to IG, LGD are looking like they're a cut above. This series has been rough for them.
And
But
with
if we
all
force-
due respect to QG as well, when people expected QG to win the series, people did not expect QG to win the series once it got to Game 5. Because you look at the resume of people in Game 5 situations on Invictus Gaming, and that's a very hard lineup to beat. You know, as I said, I still think QG is a better team than them, but to beat Invictus Gaming in a Game 5 situation after all the mid-game and mid-series adaptations that came through definitely was a resume bumper for this QG lineup, but to be able to do it against LGD, that's a hard ask.
It is. In this game, you have to think they'll play it out, but it's going to be certainly very tough here. Not over by any stretch, but 5,000 gold down at 15 minutes is, that's a lot.
It's a substantial amount. You look at the control along the map, though. It's not just that they're ahead by 5,000 gold. It's that everywhere is winning. Acorn in that top lane is a monster on this Hecarim. There's no answer that is even remotely possible from V.
And even Godby's starting to get a bit more aggressive. Doinby might ride in there, but
This is the thing about Ari. This is why Ari is a strong pick right now, and I think it actually got tapped in the last patch. 515, her healing is ridiculous off the orb if you throw it through the creeps. Hit a champion with it, and you can sustain through harass. Very underrated part of Ari's kit.
Yeah, the passive is the biggest factor. And, I mean, we saw Doinby have a very hard time against Aries. He seemingly didn't consider the passive a thing from that heal, and it ended up being the ultimate downfall of him on more than one occasion.
How is
not looking good now.
How is it this good? He's back up to about 60, almost 70 CS ahead, trying to push down some turrets, and it's making Xiaogu's life generally unpleasant. All credit to Acorn. That teleport really set this game up nicely for LGD. But just watching him play this whole series, he's just looked so insanely good.
And this is the thing, they look great when Imp picks up the farm and Acorn picks up the kills, because Imp needs another person to get going. That's what this series has really proven, that as good as he is, he still struggles to do it by himself. So the fact that he's up 70 CS, but Acorn is the one with the 4 kills, just means that all of a sudden, QG have to worry about getting rid of 2 huge members.
Yeah, it's near impossible to get rid of one of those 2 huge members because it's a Hecarim that is super far ahead. Is really close to that Trinity Force now himself. And objectives are starting to fall down here for nothing.
I wonder if he has it when he goes back. If they could get Trinity Force on second Dragon, that means QG can't even look at it because of the home guard gank that will come through from there.
They'll die in its presence. There's 10 seconds up to that Dragon. Acorn's starting to go back. I have a feeling.
He's got 3 really good wards to go to right now, and PYL's clearing out the jungle to make sure that his path is and he has it.
He does have it.
Yep.
Home guards teleport.
He's done.
Oh
See you top
my
lane.
Lord.
TNT gonna ride his way in. He's level 12. He's gonna go for the 1v2.
That's
He actually
not
gets
good.
stunned up. The ult's out there as well. TNT does be a huge kill for him, but Acorn ulti's out to safety.
he just felt powerful, you know? You buy that Trinity Force, you're like, you know what, I do damage. And
No, I
then he
don't.
just... Oh, he teleported so far away.
The drive-by.
It's really a drive-by. It's like a drive-in movie.
He's like, don't worry, guys, we secured Dragon.
Kalista thankfully helping out on that front.
All planned.
TNT and his Trinity Force as well is actually gonna deny some creeps, and Acorn.
He was like, why do they hit so hard?
Looking a little silly.
I thought you won lane, Imp.
And Imp's like, hey, check out my items. I definitely did. And QG going to
He's
continue
almost at
playing
2.
from behind. 2 Dragons up now for LGD. 3-1 up in turrets and a bevy of gold. The late game team fighting's there, but QG going to have to get there. And if the game continues on this pattern, it's not going to last too much longer. But so can they hold on? Weather quite the storm.
The problem is the objective secure is just so strong out of LGD. That's why Kalista is a really fearsome champion. Snowball's pretty damn hard, but also just has objective control at all stages of the game with that Ren passive.
Yeah, if you're ever ahead as a Kalista, it's near impossible to actually fall behind ever again in the game. And then you look at the rest of the team. Well, speaking of,
Doinby barely misses getting flayed. Good ulti, just bops them away. Dashes out to safety. And Imp will be more than happy to trade those cooldowns.
Ooh, Doinby does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's got Nash's neither too large rod. It's not awful.
No, Doinby's farmed really well. He's 20 CS ahead of the clock.
And Akon.
Yeah, and that means Godby's on the clock as
Not
well.
Akon,
So he's
Godby.
doing really well, all things considered.
But they already started baiting out this Baron.
I like the ward there from Xiaogu. They got
that's
another
so
one as
nice.
well. Oh, TCT! Blown up there as the Unbreakable comes out. He's still eating the damage. Will go down to TVQ.
Did they just start it now?
No, they're going to go in for more kills. Swift, a little out of position. They're going to keep running back in. Akon just tags him
now
with the
they
ult and it
definitely
takes
go
the
for
kill.
Yeah, there's no position on the map besides the Baron that is going to be a free objective for them to consider going for. Akon's already massive, but from the looks of it, they don't actually want to go immediately for the risk that is going to be securing
They just want to
that
continue
Baron.
to bait it, you have to feel.
They just want more kills. They're out for blood.
It's almost more valuable up on the map
Yeah.
than it is dead. Because when it's dead, QG know you can't be baiting them.
Ooh.
Doinby's trying real hard to defend this, but the way Imp's playing,
I'm very surprised Imp didn't go all in.
Well, they tried to throw 2 skill shots at Doinby and both missed by a whisker, so...
Imp would have died too. Straight up, Imp would have
I
died.
don't know if Imp cares. But
Imp
he's
may
going to
not
play it a
care.
bit more safe. His teammates might. That's fair. Oh, Charm. Almost. Good try there from Godby. Just Doinby's trying to keep his team in it. If anyone can gatekeeper and stall out a game, here's someone like Azir.
Let's see. Yeah, the Emperor Shreema, man.
Certainly capable of holding out a game, but you can see based off the way that LGD are positioning is they don't want him to deal with those minions. They want to kill anyone who goes near the minions or the objective they're trying to take. They've got Ahri for that pick, so it's really dangerous for anyone from Xiaogu to be near a turret or Baron area or Dragon.
Basically, Summoner's Rift. It's kind
Anywhere
of a no-go
that's-
zone right now.
Yeah,
for
stick under
Xiaogu.
turrets.
Even then, it's still risky.
Where can they go, Rusty? Because they're pretty fast in running out of options in this game.
They need more Zonias to zone people.
Well, from Doinby actually like the adaptation.
Oh, the horse into the turret. Oh, that damage is sick. I really love Maxi. Like, Hecarim was a really frustrating champion with Smite, and so fun when you go Trinity Force Maxi second.
Torikon's happy for the change back in Summoner spells. Xiaogu continuing to defend as best they can, but still that gold lead. Almost 6,000 up for LGD. And the Dragons are starting to pile up, and that Baron threat's very real. QG have to play reactively for probably the next 15 minutes. And that is a long time in a game of League of Legends.
That also is nearly pretty much fifth Dragon, if that is what they do. So I don't even know whether they have that option. They need to see if they can find picks, continue to damage out Godby. I like the build that's come out of Doinby because he should be able to control the tempo of team fights if they do take place, and still relatively low health bars of wow.
Ooh, box out there as well. They're trying to get a kill onto V. Doinby going to charge his way in. PYL does have the
TCT
Fates call ready.
Oh.
Dodges that Q. Now's the ulti out from Kalista. And they'll get away to safety.
So that was really well played actually from V to use the Twisted Advance to the nearest minion, avoid the Thresh
right,
box
yeah.
completely. And then he's completely fine, gets out safely. The rest of the cavalry arrive to save his
Oh,
life.
TNT, you do not want to be there.
He does.
Not enough minions just yet for Akon, but he's definitely in
Did you see that last
consideration.
teleport? I don't know if Akon cares
Yeah.
about the minions.
I think Akon learned his lesson from that.
That's
I
fair.
will.
I honestly think that Akon was like, he must have like 3 members behind him to approach me in such a manner.
Apparently it's only the Braum that it takes, so that guaranteed stun passive is
Yeah, that's huge.
kind of a big deal in terms of a 1v2. Akon's getting that armor though. Becomes a lot easier to 1v1.
Blue buff contest now.
Throwing charms at blue buff is an interesting large.
Oh! Who got it? It was Doinby.
Doinby.
That's a good pickup. Gonna need it to push these minion waves away from their turrets.
But they lost top lane in response, so, you know, it looks like a win. But when you look at the cross-map objective trade that did come out of LGD.
Yeah, and it's timed well with the Dragon as well. 20 seconds from now, Akon can use his teleport. He'll probably just go back to the bottom lane or something and try and assassinate the Cogmore, but it's closer to the Dragon this time.
8 seconds now until Dragon's back up. And it's items aplenty for everyone on LGD. QSS done for him. Another half item done there for Godby on top of the Abyssal Morello Nomicon. And now a full Spirit Visage and a Randuin's for Akon and TBQ respectively. Levels are starting to pile up and QG can't contest for Dragon number 3, but Snowball is racing down the hill now at this point. We're about 8k up on the LGD side.
That's going to be a very free objective to take here from LGD. And Xiaogu, they are very well aware that the Dragon is the plan of attack and that is the avenue that LGD are taking. So the response is near immediate. They want control around the Baron area because that's the only thing remaining to take on this map. But while we're talking about things to be taken on the map, Imp decides bottom is where he wants to be.
Does he dive the Kog'Maw? Oh, the turret's going to go there. Kog'Maw's not going to stick around. Third there.
It's on his own right now. We'll take out the turret. That's 5 turrets now for LGD. Got just the tier 2 in mid, I think. Still sitting there.
Yeah.
Probably not for very long, given the pace of the game. LGD, again, just those first 10, 15 minutes. That first teleport from Akon set up this entire game.
Yeah.
Swift giveth and Swift taketh away.
Certainly does.
In regard to QG right now, you feel.
The Gragas, it's not as impactful as everything else. The early pressure is always still going to be there. It's that disengage tool that comes with the rest of his team. And as a style, they really do enjoy disengaging from things and fighting on their own terms and only on their own terms. But LGD just force them into fights. And
no one forced Gragas to go that deep on the bottom lane turret. That was an interesting life choice.
Yeah. Well, that particular one was...
yeah.
You bring your own keyboard and mouse, Zach.
Yeah.
Look, all right, you don't get someone else's.
So he wanted to fight, okay? He really wanted to fight bottom, so he stayed bottom for 7 minutes, got behind ACS, and then thought it was the best time. But look, it was, the idea was still there, though. The idea that LGD's bot lane is always winning, irrespective. And he wanted to camp that lane. It just didn't work because the way that they won the lane was so commanding that he couldn't gank.
And this is what we said, that, oh wow.
Oh, Akon. Hello, TNT. Gets pushed back there. Ulti's out as well. Damage actually not there. A great Bromorp from TCT will disengage them. Even PWL can't get in there with the Fates Call. LGD really trying to get this damage done, but the 6 tower's going to fall. LGD will just take the objective instead.
And this is what we said, like there's, I hate to bring up solo queue during competitive play, but there's the old solo queue adage, like don't gank a losing lane, because there's a really good chance that they lose even further because you show up there and you give away 3 kills, and that's exactly what happened. Obviously in competitive play you have much better tools like the communication of teleports and things like that, but LGD just baited that to perfection. They hid TBQ around the corner for so long. He got a 1-man knock-up, then a 3-man knock-up on the back end of that team fight, and they were just able to swing it in their favor. And we keep saying, with Doinby in team fights, QG look amazing. Without Doinby in team fights, LGD look like they can take the skirmishes.
And don't be fooled by the pace of this game. LGD are still insanely far ahead.
10,000.
At 28 minutes in with 3 dragons to none. Baron, again, not been looked at. I still can't quite grasp how one-sided these games have seemed.
Yeah.
No matter which team wins.
The priority pick is just
blue side, man. Which is good news for Xiaogu in Game 5.
It looks like Imp wants to just jump over this wall and kill the closest person.
Imp does this when he's really far ahead, especially on a champion like Kalista.
Ooh, yeah.
He would start hunting people. He's like, I don't really need to
I
farm.
can't believe they haven't started it up. They've got a Randuin Doman on their jungler.
Prolonged baiting will result in an eventual kill, one way or another. The question is, when will Xiaogu pull the trigger and actually look at the pit?
Let's see the pings now, but that's red pings there with QG.
Yeah, Braum went over, dropped the ward over the back of the pit.
Found Imp hiding back of the pit. Doing a Twitch impression there. Well, it's going to take out the top wave, almost level 16 as well. 3.5 items, including the QSS.
Doinby can still carry this game.
I know, that's the weird thing. Like, this game has gone on so long that Xiaogu's first or only team fight might actually be enough in this game.
And they're the team with the track history of winning fights when behind 10k gold. That pink ward is so unlucky. But at the same time, now they've got 3 big items under this Azir. The Void Staff is done, and now his damage exponentially increases against his magic resistance stacking players, which is literally everyone.
Wow.
Mops away from Akon. Fate's calling to TCT. He's going to get picked up here. Imp's going to get the kill. Never mind the Doinby. 5v4 now. Charm not out. Teleports down. Doinby's going to get them out. Akon gets trapped. But the Lantern's there. He might be safe. Swift around here as well as Akon has to ulti himself away. But they're still fighting in. But Imp is doing too much damage.
Look at
TBQ's going to get the first kill. The damage is disgusting. Doinby is trying. It actually
Doinby!
might be enough. He actually got Imp. Now Godfrey's going to get chased down. The Twisted Advance will follow. Zonyas is out. And Doinby will clean this fight up.
They gave him all of the time in the world to actually get items. He's the only person on this side that is doing super well. And he's the one that carries them through that fight. The Hecarim got caught under the turret, to be fair, got completely destroyed by the teleport of V. But that's a fight that should not have gone badly for LGD. They had that. And then they just let Doinby become massive.
They just let an Azir set up 3 soldiers underneath his own turret and continued to die. TCT died before that fight started. Don't even think he used his ultimate.
He didn't.
Just turn around and do Baron.
They don't want to. They really don't want to. Again, like, watch the fact that TCT is already dead.
So right here, there's 0 vision on Baron.
Yeah.
But they continue to dive through. Charm was down. Doinby destroys them.
Like, that divide actually caught V into a horrendous position. Doinby uses Flash and Cleanse to stay in a safe spot. And that safe spot is destroying 3 members at the exact same time with his
and then he sends
soldiers.
them all over the wall.
They found another catch, maybe. TBQ caught in the Dragon Pit, has to get himself out, but QG are fighting back now. They're taking it to LGD. They're still down quite a lot. And now Akon's going to ulti in. Doinby going to try and push them away. Might not be enough. Doinby is dead. There is Imps in the backline. But he's actually face taking a little too much. TNC late to the party, going to try and clean it up. But Imp's already got a double. They'll clean house here. And as quickly as they won the last fight, they lose the next.
Shouldn't have happened just there. Xiaogu, they feel overzealous. They didn't have the Malco. They didn't have TNT. They didn't have a reason to be there.
Tried to rush the Dragon and got punished. 4 kills now for LGD. And now they do Baron. Yay. I mean, look, they're making the easy choices, but
10 minutes overdue.
Hey, you know, it's being done now. They did win another team fight before they actually go for this one, so they get picks that they're looking for. And not only are they getting Baron, they're taking everything at once.
Got to be very cheeky. Knocks down the mid lane turret. Baron goes down as Kalista secures that. And LGD rocket back up ahead in gold. Sorry, guys, false alarm. But LGD can't let that happen again. Doinby is still getting stronger. TNT's really far behind, though.
And that's one of those moments for a series, because obviously we're going into Game 5, most likely at the end of this game, that you look at it and you feel really good about your mid laner. All of a sudden, QG, after a demoralizing victory, have a shining point in the match to look back on and be like, yeah, Doinby absolutely whoops some backside in that turret dive. Like, if we just be patient, outplay them, maybe don't give Imp 100 CS lead for the 3rd time in this series, we have a chance of really riding our in-form mid laner into what should be a very close 5th game. We've got blue side, our lucky charm is right there.
So that's, like, I completely agree with that, but then if the idea is going to be how do we stop Imp from being 100 CS ahead?
Yeah, I haven't figured that
And then we spend the first 10 minutes sitting bottom lane not actually getting a gank to be successful. The one time they do it results in the exact opposite that you were looking for, then I mean, there's the positive, there's the shining light in the middle lane.
Yeah.
There's also the complete pitfall
in the bot.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I don't feel so bad about being able to figure out how to shut Imp down is because it's been a year and a half nearly, and no one's figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm quite comfortable with it.
Few teams, that's for sure.
You can live with the not knowing.
Yeah.
Sun Tower's up. TNT desperately needs the last whisper, by the way.
The only thing is the over-aggression that Imp does
has,
sometimes, yeah. Gets that god complex.
The best way to beat Imp is with Imp.
Is to let Imp outplay himself.
Yeah, well, that's why like Imp and Deft always fluctuate, because Deft is the opposite, super safe.
Yeah.
And when Imp has his moment, Deft is definitely the AD carry that was always there to clean him up on the back end of it. But when Imp plays League of Legends to this extent,
TNT can't even lane. Imp's not even directly hitting him.
yeah.
The Runans.
The Runans.
Yeah. That's gross.
Doinby unfortunately can't defend all 3 lanes at once.
Oh, he's trying.
He's certainly trying. Good
The
LGD.
fact that there's Baron, though. is making it near impossible for Doinby to deal with. They've got the pick potential of both a Thresh and an Ahri.
Oh, Sun
They can
Tower's
just
down.
brute force.
Yep, this inhibitor looks very dead. Don't think QG want to fight over this one. Maybe think about defending those Nexus turrets. But LGD will take the money and run. All right, in this case, the inhibitor. No need to rush.
They got 5th Dragon in like 2 minutes. Like, if this game goes for an extra couple of minutes, they still have the very big buff to come onto all of their members.
It's as simple as the win conditions that LGD have are just through the roof, whereas you look at Xiaogu, and their answer in this game is to not die for as long as possible so that they can maybe get a pick and maybe get something from the pick.
It's a game of choices, you know. As long as you're the people making other teams create bad decisions, as once again, Govby looking for a fall. Yeah, so as long as you're the person like forcing a team to like, okay, what do we give up? How long do we not fight for? When we do eventually fight, what do we hope happens to one of their PCs during the middle of the fight for us to actually win?
I mean, there was a tell before. It's not out of the question. Starting to enter some dangerous territory here. Important to note as well, that gold lead that you see right there, what, 14, 13? It's called 13,000. That difference is basically how much gold QG need to get the game back to about even. 65,000 gold's about where you want to be as far as full build for most of your primaries are concerned. And LGD are already there and more. QG got a lot of catching up to do.
Oh, 100%. Honestly, like with some itemizations, like I'm going to look at Ahri, who has quite an expensive itemization if she wants to go optimal. She wants a Void Staff in there as well as probably a Luden's Echo. She's going to go a swap out. Probably 75,000, so they're 20k away from like having premium builds. Because I'm looking at their team. Azir's got a very expensive build. Cogmore has a super expensive build. I mean, you have Infinity Edge and stuff in there if you really want to go deep.
Let's put it this way, is Azir has an upgraded boots.
Yeah.
Like that's how expensive he's having to go and how desperate he is to get the items opposed to the mobility. And he's against 2 pick champions. And he's only got boots 1. He's upgraded, he's bought an elixir before he considers that.
Yeah. So, yeah, they've definitely got expensive item builds on the side of QG. Have to see if they're able to stall.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, there is no time for premium. There is barely time for thrift in this game. We're going to have to settle for average at this point. Hopefully as the game drags on, above average and then up towards that nice neutral amount. TNT does have his last Whisper, so he'll do quite a bit more consistent damage, but still hoping that LGD make another mistake. And they're not interested in doing that right now. TCT's trying to ward, but it's a dangerous game warding right now.
Oh, the Callista.
Fate's call. Who's he going for? It's TCT.
He was going for the Cogmore there.
Yeah. That was a big disconnect. And I mean, it wouldn't be a Xiaogu game, to be fair, without a late game team fight with a 10k.
Oh, Godby has to ulti. Acorn coming. Oh, God. Here comes the... They hopped out. Oh, wow, they ultied. That's how scared he was.
You are so divided.
Well, 5th Dragons now for LGD. Have to go back up towards that base and hope somehow that the Nexus stays alive for a couple more minutes. And Acorn's just going to take the tower.
That was almost a great pick, though, for Xiaogu. They could have prevented the Dragon from going down. But now that it's fallen, now that it's actually possessing the 5th Dragon here, LGD.
Oh my God. Box actually from PYL. He's trying to zone them out there. Takes out the inhibitor as a result. LGD going to wander bottom side. Sorry, top side. After being bottom.
There's just no answer. Xiaogu honestly just do not have an answer. They have to sit here and deal with this for as long as possible. Maybe get a pick if they can. But doing that is near impossible.
He's got to dig nice and deep into those carry pants.
Yeah, he does.
Pull him up right over that stuff. And pull out something here in this game.
Get out his backpack.
Be a very nice backpack. Swift's going to get charmed up. Hooked there as well by PYL. That's going to be a kill for the Thresh. Doinby ult's already trying to keep them out of the way, but the Fates calls down. The ult's up from Braum. Can't quite fight as TNT gets jumped on and destroyed. Godby's going to clean up the kills, and LGD are going to clean this out and take this game. We're going to push it all the way to 5 as TCT is getting chased by a horse.
Yeah, and the fact that Doinby was still able to pick up a kill on the back end of all of that. Shows how well he's done this game. Acorn chases down another member. This will be LGD destroying the Nexus and going to Game 5.
Blue side very strong in this series. Xiaogu will get it for Game 5, but they're going to push it all the way to the limit. It wouldn't be an LPL final without a 5th game.
Not at all. What can you say, though? They just, every single time a team has had the first pick, they've been on that blue side. It looks like a landslide victory every single time, games 1 through 4.
That was 18,000 gold. That was a landslide victory.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, every time a team wins, not only does it look one-sided, the second game they win looks even better than the last one that they won. So what the hell happens in Game 5? Because only one team can win.
Usually defaults to passive, to be honest with you. Everyone actually starts to feel the nerves, and all of these landslides seem to hit a plateau.
I feel like we've been watching these two teams play against each other and learn them better and better and really learn their weaknesses. So when you get to this clutch moment in Game 5, it's how you show off your strengths that really matters. Because that's a great sign.
Yep.
Toby going to put his head down. Couldn't quite carry it on Azir. They're going to see what they can get done.
Yeah, so the thing now going into this next pick ban phase is, do LGD ban the Lulu? And in the same vein, does the Kalista sneak through one more time? Because my answer to the Kalista one is definitely not. No. That was not a good news story there for the QG lineup. But LGD, they've been a little bit disrespectful with the fact that they've left it up twice and been beaten by the Lulu twice, and I want to see whether they make the 5th game adaptation.
I mean, it took them this many games to actually adapt themselves, Xiaogu, and get rid of that champion. And in the end, they actually gave a champion that was much more highly contested for Imp in the Kalista. So
the Yasuo, man, I cannot believe that they kept Kalista open and banned Yasuo when they're picking Braum. If you're not picking Braum, the Yasuo Braum, especially in Sieges, is just so strong, and you're going to give up something like a Cogmore for it. So I can understand the trade-off there because of the long range and things, but if you're going to pick Braum, just don't ban the Yasuo.
It's just a God V thing.
Yeah, just a God V thing.
I have to say, I think we already know QG's 3 bans. They're on blue side. They're probably just going to go Diana, Yasuo, Kalista.
Yep.
That's going to be up to LGD to decide how badly do we not want to play against Lulu in our last game.
I'm going to say 100%, otherwise they might lose the game.
Well, we're going to have to find out in a sec, but let's get more from that last game as we pop back out to the War Room.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and Imp got Kalista. Back to you. No. There's a little bit more to it, but honestly, you got to ban that champion.
Yeah, so let's kind of talk Kalista real quick, in particularly Imp's Kalista and what Kalista really means for LGD. So Imp's Kalista is now 13-5 with that victory. He has a 73% win rate, and you have to think majority, actually all of those stats are from his time in the LPL, just because Kalista is a relatively newer champion. Now, his itemization was he decides to rush Hurricane, and Imp was one of the first 80 carries in the LPL to start practicing and playing that Kalista, and not to a lot of success initially.
I think his first build was Static Shiv IE, just as if he was playing anything.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun with it. But particularly in this build, we had the Hurricane Rush, which because he does so much damage with his Rend, and it was more important. So you'll notice how Kalista was rotated around between multiple lanes to push down towers. So not only is the Hurricane going to, again, empower his Rend damage, so elongated, prolonged fights where he's able to get multiple stacks and then pull it out, abusing the Hurricane synergy with the Rend, but then he's also able to push down towers, clears waves much more quickly, and then instead of going the Bloodthirster, he went for the Blade of the Ruined King, which makes sense. So Bloodthirster is a pretty key item on Kalista after Hurricane, or even sometimes before Hurricane, if you're facing a very burst type of composition, so like an Assassin or LeBlanc, because the shield is going to counteract a lot of that initial burst damage that an Assassin can put down onto you. But by taking the Blade of the Ruined King, it's a direct response to the fact that Xiaogu had prioritized Maokai, and so taking all of those dive threats back onto Kalista. So not only able to shred through a lot of that tanky frontline, the Braum, Maokai, but able to kite back away from them. So again, empowering elongated, sustained fights.
Not to mention there's also the adaptation of the fact that Kalista had her base AD lowered just a little bit. It's a little bit more about that Rend damage, a little bit more about building those up. But we do have the first replay, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the old Acorn teleport, one of the teleports that worked out quite well in this game to really start LGD off.
Yeah, and we talked about, you don't give Imp Kalista. Likewise, you don't give Acorn Hecarim. We can go ahead and pull this one out. It's going to be, like you said, that incredible teleport that we've come to really expect from Acorn. It's back here. He's going to come into the back of this fight, and just watch Imp's positioning as Acorn just runs havoc, you know, knocks out one person, then hits Swift with the fear, and Imp just completely untouched. Again, these elongated, sustained fights where you're getting so much more out of your consistent sustained damage through the Ren proc as opposed to the initial upfront burst from a BT.
Yeah, it was just much better played this game around than it was in the previous games. And of course, LGD now having to try and find their way through on the red side as opposed to the blue side. And that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought it up. So far for this series, blue side is 100% win rate. We've already talked about, you know, earlier on how Xiaogu have an incredible win rate on blue side. So LGD, if they want to win this series, they need to finally beat Xiaogu on the red side. But fun thing about that, LGD were actually the very first team to break Xiaogu's blue side 100% dominance.
Well, you know, also things have changed just a little bit considering the fact that, you know, Godvi has not been performing quite as well in that mid lane against Doinby, and that was no exception in this game. Let's talk, honestly, I'm going to be honest, the fact that, you know, Xiaogu definitely looked like they got a little bit thrown around this game, but we'll bring up the next replay, and that's going to be a demonstration of Doinby showing that, you know, he's still got some fight left in him even when they're down by about 10,000 gold.
Okay, so this team fight is the one that Xiaogu actually win when they try to dive the inhibitor. And what I want to point out is the itemization coming out of Azir right now. So you have a Void Staff. He basically needs that at 30 minutes because otherwise he's not going to do any damage. He's so far behind the clock. LGD are so far ahead that they've gotten the resistance items out and ready, so he needs the Void Staff so he can even do damage. But the Gnasher's Tooth into Rylai's. So again, 5.15. The patch has changed. The slows have changed. You now do 40%, which is the max slow, off of the auto attack on the Sand Soldiers. So your Gnasher's Tooth is empowering the Sand Soldiers, and the Rylai's is just adding that bonus slow on them. So we can go ahead and roll the clip, and what you're going to see is Doinby is going to get 3 Sand Soldiers stacked up on LGD and just wreck them.
It was a good pick to start it off by LGD, though.
Yeah, but here's Doinby pretty much 1v5 trying to defend this tower, sets down the Emperor's Divide because he's just trying to create space and time. There's 1 Sand Soldier. He eventually gets 3 just right up in this area. Yeah, there we go. Yep, there we go. And look at all of that damage. V also does a fantastic job in this team fight, just standing on top of everyone with his ultimate. So LGG just getting way too overzealous, trying to make that dive, but Xiaogu again proving that they can be the kings of team fighting.
They can. Unfortunately, they then made an interesting decision. It is going to lead into our next replay, but decide that they're going to try and pick up their first dragon of the game, but things don't necessarily work out. But I mean, I guess they have to go for desperation plays like that. We do have it up right now, and Frostgren, I just don't understand.
Yeah, so Doinby's going to get deleted real quick here. And again, we talked about, you know, where is the power in Xiaogu's composition right now? It's pretty much on Doinby. Yeah, you have TNT who's on the Kog'Maw, the hyper carry, but in this composition specifically,
well,
because...
if we look at it as well, I mean, there's 340 CS at 32 minutes into the game. Like, that is massive for a team that's behind this far.
But again, it speaks to, you know, we talked about in the last War Room, Lulu with Kog'Maw, the fact that Lulu's banned this time around, but Kog'Maw also synergizes so well with control mages, especially control mages that bring so much incredible utility and space. Azir Kog'Maw is a very famous duo right now in the LPL just because the Emperor's Divide is going to create space to allow Kog'Maw to run and do his thing. We can go ahead and roll this through. Doinby does not last very long. So Acorn with another fantastic engagement. Doinby's dead. Doesn't really get much say, and then it's just running into them as TNT, you know, shows up on the back half of the fight like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm relevant, right? Nope, not really.
No, not so much. And that is going to be the 4th dragon lockdown, of course. After that, the 5th dragon comes through for LGD. One thing after another, I believe that was just before the Baron that LGD were able to secure after that point. So things most definitely looking better for this team. But what does it mean moving on to Game 5? Because Xiaogu have showed us before, especially in their game against IG, the fact that, you know, it might be a Game 5. The pressure might be on, but it doesn't matter. They'll still show up for that final game.
The thing that you also really need to consider for Game 5 in a best-of series, especially in a grand final, is that people are going to be playing for the late game. You're not going to risk your best-of-5 series on an early game invade. So we shouldn't see any sort of early game shenanigans or even risky mid-game plays because you don't want to just make that one snowball and just be punished from something that you did foolishly in the first 10 minutes. Expect that teams are going to pick hyper carries in every single position and they're going to look to scale late. Now, why I bring that up in terms of Xiaogu is because Xiaogu are a one team fighting type of team. If the game goes long enough, 45, 55 minutes, where your gold deficit doesn't matter, Xiaogu can win.
Well, we'll see whether they can, but we do have the final replay. It is going to be, of course, that last fight. And, yeah, let's just play it out.
Yeah, that's 5th Dragon, that's 72k, that's 56k. I don't really need to narrate anything that's happening on the screen because that's all the relevant information that you
Melting red health bars is, I think, what we're going to call this one.
Yeah.
And that is basically how it played out as well. Doinby did manage to get another kill, so illustrating once again that he is definitely a powerful force, but Acorn just hoofed over the top of him, as our friend Spawn would like to say.
Ran him over.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that said, LGD, you know, again, taking it to Xiaogu and doing kind of their best impersonation of LGD. We've expected this. They're a very macro-oriented team. You know, picking the Callista not only because it's a comfort pick for them, finding the 2v2 with an incredibly potent, very powerful lane, Thresh Callista, and then as soon as they had tower objective, you know, pushing down the freestanding structure gold, using that as a surplus into their gold values, and then taking Xiaogu head on in the 5v5 when they already had the initial lead. So Imp starts in the bottom, they get the initial lead there with the teleport, move him to the top lane, move him to the mid lane, take all the freestanding gold, get the tower advantage, translate that into 5v5 advantage.
Yeah, and so far, actually, if we want to just talk about, you know, advantages that these teams have managed to pick up over this series, the Lulu really stands out like a sore thumb. Currently 100% win rate in this series, and Xiaogu have won only when they have that Lulu in their hands. And we'll see whether that is going to be something that's going to be targeted in the next draft phase.
Yeah, and again, Xiaogu moving on to the blue side, so they will have the priority pick. They've already shown this series that they're willing to first pick it on initial rotation. Curious thing, though, does that mean that Imp, you know, falls back to the Kog'Maw? We talked about, you know, 5th game, last game in your series that you're typically going to look for hyper carries. So I expect to see Vaynes, Kog'Maws, Jinxes, things like that.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens, but we are going to throw it back into the caster desk with Pacer Time and friends to take us into Game 5.
Thank you very much, Alison Frostgood, and that's right, it is time for Game 5. We have gone through 4 very interesting and very dynamic games between these two teams. I feel like we've learned a lot about how these two teams win, but not so much about how they lose. Unfortunately for these two teams, there is only one game left to play, and there can only be one winner.
And if the track record says anything,
Xiaogu.
Xiaogu blue side.
Don't want to say it's going to happen immediately. Don't want to predict anything too outrageous. But blue side has shown a lot of strengths lately. The Lulu pick, the pick priority in terms of champions, has played very heavily into being on that blue side.
Yeah, I think that we have learned how the teams lose. I'm going to say it's horribly in like landslide fashion right now because it seems that like if QG, they're willing to gamble on the early game. And when it comes off big like it did in Game 3 in the mid lane and they got Godv so far behind, it was awesome. And then they gambled in the bottom lane and it went horribly wrong. So I have to see whether they're willing to, I guess, throw their jungler into another lane situation. I think it's V's turn this game if like mid, bot, now top. Yep. So hopefully it pays off a little bit better this time for QG.
Certainly, I think the potential for it to be there, it's always going to be that risk again. You mentioned that they do take a lot of risks early, and actually taking risks against a side like LGD is almost out of necessity, but it's funny because that feels almost backwards, is that you're up against the team fighting team like Xiaogu, you want to take the risks. You want to actually get ahead early so that they can't out-team fight you so you can snowball the game.
Well, the danger is you either have to figure out how to get TNT down by like 30 to even, like as long as it's not in the 50s, that area, you're like, that's fine. Or you have to figure out how to replicate that in another lane. And they were able to do that in Game 3. Like, Doinby was so much stronger than Godv. Like, he had twice the amount of items. It was 6 items to 3 by the end of the game. But the problem with this game is that they couldn't replicate it in another lane, and they tried to save bottom lane. And Acorn was just quicker on the teleport. Imp was way too big on Callista at that stage and got like 20 spears into the jungler and just blew him up.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of things to consider, but not losing laning phase too hard is arguably the biggest factor between these guys. And it comes down to Imp again. This guy.
That's why I think that whilst hyper carries are so popular in Game 5, pick a laning AD carry. Like, grab a Corki.
Now the Lucian moment.
Yeah, Lucian. Ooh. Grab Graves. Like, pick something that can just stand at someone in lane and at least get CS. Because if that happens again, like in a Game 5 situation, everything on the line, it's so hard to bounce back
from. So that's a complete contrast to the opinion or expectations that Frostgoran has set towards the Game 5, is that by default, because it is the 5th game in a best-of-5 series, this is to win the LPL split. They'll default to safe, they'll default to scaling, and they'll look to team fight. That's the Xiaogu strength that we know and love, is team fighting. And LGD, all in plays is scaling champions. So.
Yeah, he does. Which is why, like, if he picks Kog'Maw, I just want him to, like, Annie Graves him. Because, like, at a certain point at the game, like, you need to stop giving up gold advantages. The fact that they've won 2 games this set, and Imp has had 50 CS advantages at like 15 minutes in both the games. Like, if they hope that that is their recipe for success on the blue side, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give Imp another 1,200 gold than our AD carry and just allow our mid laner to carry us through the game. Like, good luck, because Godvy's had 4 pretty bad performances so far. I would be surprised if it extended into a 5th.
Yeah, certainly in losses here. So we're going to take a look at the beautiful venue for one final time this evening. Certainly been a show in China. Been great
China
to
does it
broadcast
right.
that as well. Certainly do.
The old face masks on the intro still gets me.
That intro was...
I'm so surprised we weren't breakdancing here. That was...
Break the breakdance fight. That intro is equal parts intriguing as it was disturbing. And it was great. Don't get...
All in, like, disturbing in the best possible
Yeah, don't
way.
let me take that away from that intro. That was great. It's been an awesome night
I
of
still can't get over Godvy's face. I think he's scared himself.
Well, we're going to take a look at the spotlight now, see if Godvy can snipe some people. You can see the pretty extended brush right here, but TCT goes to ward and gets punished.
Yeah. Speaking of Godby and the man who looked like he was out for blood, Ari seems like much more of a comfort option for this guy. Works very heavily around LGD's strengths of actually making picks with their vision, their map control. That's exactly what they did.
You can see here a bit of a dive by LGD gone wrong as Doin be able to clean things up. Again, these are the moments where QG can look and say, hey, we definitely have what it takes to beat this team in a clutch game 5. But like you've said, Spawn, just about not falling too far behind. All these games, honestly, have been about snowballed advantages. So what a game looks like on more even footing is really tricky for me to think about. But that presumably is what we're going to get in our last one.
Yeah, I think that another thing to point out is LGD look like a better team without Lulu on the Rift. Like, they look great with Lulu, don't get me wrong, but it looks like it affects QG more than it affects LGD.
And I respect them for
definitely.
banning it, QG, but it just left that Callisto open and everything went wrong from that point.
As I said, had no problem with the Lulu ban. The Yasuo one, I'm going to question a little bit more.
See his signs there. Still plenty of fans out there for LGD holding up the signs. They did win the last game and force this last one, so getting maximum value out of your LPL experience tonight. But the arena still very packed. Those two teams there side by side on stage, sitting at 2 apiece. And that was our last game. This might have been our most one-sided game in the series as well.
It's gross.
Someone got 73% of Swift jungle. I don't think I've ever seen Swift lose a jungle matchup like that. And we see our MVP, Imp. Definitely an impressive performance.
Surprise. It's Imp and he's Callista. Not hard to give the man MVP given how he's been playing
This
recently.
is what it was all about. After this moment, game was very hard to win, and TBQ hiding around the corner.
And then the ambush has sprung. Fate's Call's popped out. Imp's just not in any trouble at all. And Akon's teleport sealed
And
that
it's
so
this
well.
knockup. Wow, 3 members. TBQ played the back end of that gank super impressively. All started off by the Callista Thresh combo, but afterwards, just great collapse.
And then again, Akon, TBQ, Imp, everyone lining up here. It's just too much of a lead for LGD. But again, the speed that Imp plays any champion is pretty insane. Callista is even more so.
I mean, the fact that he could kite so aggressively around a fight like that in the dead middle and have 3 out of the 4 stacks out of Braum passive that would have stunned him, put him in a bad spot, did not respect that at all, did not care, was in the dead center, and just went in.
Yeah, and you know what? This is actually the benefit of Callista, because she goes double lifesteal items, QSS early. So even if he had got knocked up by the Braum passive, he's just like, I've got that much lifesteal. I've got the Blade of the Ruined King active to give me that scoot of speed that I need to start my hops back up again, as well as a QSS. Like, whilst you have to be like, that was very aggressive, he certainly had the tools to be able to do it at that stage of the game. It's not like he was hopping around on one item. It was an absolute monster.
Yeah, calculated aggression, to say the least. But you can see it from the way that he was playing. He knows how to play ahead, and he knows how to get ahead.
Oh, 100%. He's one of the biggest bullies I think we've seen in that AD carry position, able to take it to people with his partner in crime.
And ever since that Vayne ban really started in this series after game 1, TNT's just felt uncomfortable in almost all these matchups. Even the Ashe game, he felt like he was playing scared, despite how well the start of the lane swap was.
Yeah, and in every single lane, they've died in the laning phase, 2v2.
I mean, I think the best part about the Ashe game is that he was Ashe, so he was still going to be useful.
Yeah.
TNT almost needs to default to Sivir in a game like this and not lane.
That's what happened.
Because he's going to lose it.
That's what happened last time they played a game 5.
And of course, that's all assumptions, but
Doinby.
the safety picks. This man in particular, Doinby, off the back of that defeat, he's going to be feeling really good.
There we go.
Yeah.
Finally starts smiling again. I think someone told him the camera was
Yeah.
looking at him. Because Godby's looking a bit stressed, honestly, all series long. Like you said, Spawn, he hasn't had the greatest 4 games. And certainly in their losses, he's looked surprisingly out of form.
Yeah, and it's so weird because I was super excited to see Godby play in this final. It's been a long time coming for the LGD organization, PYL, but you also have to throw Godby in there as well.
Yep.
And he was coming off the back of his Diana game against EDG was just phenomenal to watch. So I'm surprised that he hasn't looked in form coming into this matchup, and I really hope, like, win or lose this game, that Godby performs the way that Godby can, just so he can hold his head high whenever they come out of the other end of this best of 5.
I mean, that's a small thing, but they still have a World Championships to look forward to. Certainly want to be in form there for that event, but nothing quite like taking home a first major title. LGD, I don't think have ever... In fact, a new team will win the LPL Championship this final. It's just a matter of, is it the rookies QG or the slightly more veteran LGD? Is PYL going to bring his team back over the hump through game number 5? Or are Doinby and Swift going to run all over the LPL like they have since they started in summer and end it with a very strong win? EDG have been felled before. IG picked up their EDG win, but unfortunately in the 3rd, 4th place match. We're going to start things off with a Chow Blue game here as they're back on the blue side for the last one. Diana Yasuo banned away again. There's Victor and Italy. Things are staying the same. Kalista also the last one. So LGD, what do you do here? They did it. They banned Lulu.
If only you could see Spawn's reaction to the Lulu ban. He was elated.
I mean, this is what we expected. Again, I can't get entirely behind the Yasuo ban, but they kept it consistent.
Oh, on the blue side, I don't
now?
care about the Yasuo ban. Like, I was worried about it with the Lulu. Like, Yasuo ban, blue side, do whatever you want.
Well, Lulu is banned by LGD. That's 2 red side Lulu bans in a row. Worked out for LGD on their blue side game in 4. And Xiaogu have to consider what on earth do they want first pick. I'm sort of surprised they're not snapping up Cogmore, but they can take their time. Blue side has been very good to both these teams.
Now's a good time, though. Default to the Spider. If you've got a competent Spider to the point where it's been banned multiple times and you haven't played it yet, then surely Swift has a dangerous Spider.
You know what's weird? Because it's only been banned on the red side as Braum Sivir happens.
It's Cogmore's up and they lock in a Sivir.
They just did a TNT.
They did just, that is the TNT.
That's Xiaogu's bot lane taken away from them, right? That's what they would have played.
And the reason I am happy about it, as good as his Cogmore has been, is Sivir spikes earlier. And we said that QG need to win this laning phase.
That'd be better.
They need to win the laning phase, and Braum Sivir is a pretty potent 2v2 lane.
You have to think they're going to play Vayne Janna.
Vayne, yeah.
TNT, it's been banned a couple times. He absolutely needs the Vayne here.
Memory sync happens.
Yes. We were syncing.
Yeah.
Right, we're all
And there we
synced
go.
now.
Vayne Janna, sync complete.
Aggressive bottom lane to essentially match what can we put out of a Sivir and a Braum is that in a direct 1 versus 1, the Vayne always has the slight edge over a Sivir. But there's a Braum passive.
Yeah.
It kind of makes things difficult.
And it's once Vayne gets the item, you know, you need like at least Cutlass as well as the bow, if not the Blade of the Ruin King. Want to know who they give last pick to?
You would imagine God V.
I think they give it to Acorn. Just lock in Orianna.
Nope. Damn it. They might steal the Maokai. There's Maokai.
I think they'd be looking at maybe the Ahri again, and they want to last.
Yeah, make sure it's open. Yeah, the reason I was thinking it is because he hovered Gnar at the start, and Ryze is still available. And Ryze is actually a really good pick into Gnar because you're able to brawl him relatively successfully. And with Sivir on the team, being able to launch someone at the Vayne into the backline would just be such a good combo to be able to run. But go with the lockdown CC, I guess, of the
It feels
Narca.
like LGD are just picking Xiaogu's team comp.
Yeah.
This is an Invictus thing to do.
Yeah.
This is like get into like a game. You guys have beaten with us with this before. We're gonna run it.
Don't
This is like...
I think that's some...
No, this is a
showmanship.
Doinby thing.
Yeah?
He's done this before to great success. There's been a point where Xiaogu played Ari and he was like 7-0 from laning phase.
The Gragas got taken away. There's the Ari. There's the Shen. Xiaogu also trying to leverage some of LGD's gaming's weapons against them.
Yeah. Look, it's interesting. I'm not entirely sure why he went for the Ari more so than taking it away potentially from Godby.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think that's it. Victor's been banned. They've banned 2 Godby champions all series long. Take away the pick, you look relatively comfortable on. Again, Godby's not had a good series. Of course not. But I think mentally they know that Godby felt comfortable on the Ari, and they're just like, I don't know what else you can do, but we're going to take this. And it actually works with their team as well.
It definitely works for their team. But funnily enough, the way that it does work is you get into a best-of-5 series and the meta starts to define itself. It's like the mini-meta of the actual series. And Ari is now a contested pick.
Godby is yelling at someone about this last pick. We've seen this with IG with the last pick, Trundle. 3 seconds left for ODD. Do they actually want Vlad? Vlad Siva? Game 5?
That's fantastic.
Apparently that's the combo.
That combo is actually really, really potent because there is so many champions that are defined as tanks that are on LGD's team. But if Vladimir puts down the Hemo Plague, they're no longer just tanks, they're damage dealers.
The base damage amplifier,
Yeah.
like the Vladimir special, like just get a Maokai in the middle of the team, throw Hemo Plague on the carries and watch him pop his ultimate and everyone die.
Yeah.
Just because it is, Hemo Plague is ridiculous. And Siva, especially with Hemo Plague, because of the ricochet and the boomerang that can go across everyone. And remember, they don't have a Braum to stop that AoE flying around the entire team this time around. Whilst they lack CC out of the mid lane now, it is going to be a lot of damage that comes out of a late game Vlad.
And I feel like they've probably got enough CC. Maokai, Gragas, Braum, probably just fine here. It almost feels like we've swapped around. We've got a very pick-centric, possibly early game-centric team for QG. We've got the big AoE team fight from LGD.
Just the Vayne insurance
for
the late game on QG side.
Well, it was banned from them after the Vayne found success as well, so it's back to what works for TNT. But the team comp, you're right, it's going to be very pick-heavy from Xiaogu.
Well, let's take a look here. Shen on the top side for V versus Akon's Maokai. Maokai's been a big pick all series long. Akon's going to take this game with it. Swift finally gets Elise after 2 red side bans. He only picks it here versus the Gragas of TBQ.
Finally picks Elise, it feels like. The option's been available to him, but just didn't want it because it forces that pick-style comp, as we saw in Ari to boot.
And you can see, Ari and Vlad, the matchup will be interesting to see as Vayne versus Siva. And last but not least, Jana for TCT, but PYL's the one with the Braum.
Yeah, it's a interesting bottom lane. I feel like between Xiaogu and LGD, Imp's got this track record of actually just being super far ahead. Just winking at your pastry time.
No, I'm just looking at you.
She was looking at me, guys.
All right, that's
anyway, so I'm going to, so how to phrase this articulately. I don't like Elise right now. I recognize that she is ridiculously strong, but I think that the fact that you have to tunnel on pick late game doesn't really help her out.
I think I agree. But Swift, he's gone off on Italy. If there's ever a time to get aggressive, it's right now in Game 5, that's for sure. Yep, and with that, we'll see if he can get it done. It's Game 5 for the LPL Grand Final. And it all comes down to this.
Comes down to this bush. They really wanted it.
Good ward, though.
This is something we see out of Shen all the time. I think it was actually King that started it, where they would get Insect Shen, just sit him in the bottom brush with Taunt, get Name First Blood, and then just do whatever they wanted.
Peace.
This was like throwing back to Season 2 Reginald Annie. Start.
So, like, just want to continue the Elise conversation because she's really contested pick around the world right now, but we haven't seen her shoot up in the LPL with the exception of Cacao, I feel. And he's tried both builds, the AP-heavy build as well as the tank Cinderhulk build. Cinderhulk definitely better in competitive play, I think it's fair to say, unless you're ridiculously snowballing the early game. But she feels like she's a fantastic pick champion. So you see her teamed up with things like Thresh very often. But you also feel that if your team has to pay pick style and like bait barons and things like that, it's a very hard win condition to execute in a team fight heavy manner.
Yep, nice late invade here as well from LGD. They'll get the lane swap. And they'll also take the blue buff. Shouldn't lose it here. I actually like it. Swift snuck that big wolf away. Gonna get him that camp and some nice vision. You can see them fighting for it. Last one's gonna go to PYL. And that's actually a good point. Denying that away is very important early on.
Yeah, so he was already invaded, but he managed to actually secure the wolves at the very least for the vision. That was nice of them.
That was really nice.
They knew it was one off, and they go immediately to the opposite side to take what they can.
They have to take the blue. Don't want to get 3 buffed here, so they'll form up now. V's actually going to tank it out with a bit of help from TCT. Again, lane flip situation, so it's going to go vertical here for this game.
So this is one thing that Elise does better than any jungle, and that is clear at a ridiculously fast pace, really healthy, and then tank up dragons with the spiderlings. So they've started on the right side of the map here, QG, and if they can translate that into any mid lane pressure, you feel like this early game is very far in their favor.
And between an Elise and an Ahri as well. Like, we have spoken about the fact that they may be bottlenecked into pick late game. But for the early and mid game, if they can make the pick work, then it becomes infinitely easier to have a late game pick-based comp.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think the funny thing is, I guess you guys highlighted it already, Imp's going back, which is interesting, but he was fast pushing that lane, incredibly so. And for Vayne, she really wants the kind of early gold. If it gets slowed down, she'd much prefer that.
This is actually risky though. They're going to send 2 people into the bottom lane when there's 4 around the area. Although now Swift and V back away.
If they catch them on this dragon, I'm going to be very impressed.
In terms of timing around the map, there should be no reason that Xiaogu is still on the bottom half unless they're at their own red. So they should be able to successfully get here because they're very aware that they went for the blue buff and got that. At the very least, there's going to be an extra wave of free farm before there's a point of contention, and TBQ should arrive on time to deal with any threats such as that.
And Vayne Jana coming back into the bottom side of the map, so we will see standard lanes. TNT's got double longsword.
And Imp has double Doran's Blade.
That's
nice and bloodthirsty in the bottom lane. This TBQ is actually going to find Swift for the invade. Does he have Smite? He does, but he can't quite get it. Good body slam though. PWL's going to try and follow up. Swift has to be careful.
Wow,
Jump will land. TCT's here as well. Great double NATO. Is Imp's here now. Doinby getting low. TBQ with the body slam. PYL is very close to dead. But QG are forced out of their jungle.
The numbers advantage, even Imp making his way there. Doinby doesn't have mana to deal with it. And Godby can just sit mid and farm and push the wave. And now Doinby has to recoil, has to try and get back here. He's going to miss a whole lot for that. And the end result is still Swift pushed out of his own jungle.
Yeah, one advantage is the fact that they sent PYL back. And this is when PYL and Imp love to assert dominance in lane. So not having PYL there is a good thing for now, although it's in a bad spot. Might actually freeze up when he does arrive back. But what you mentioned about the Vlad, I like the fact that Doinby went back because something you have to respect, it sounds so ridiculous, is the level 4 Vladimir dive.
And I mean,
because he shoves you in so hard, then has pull available to just dive you.
He was almost like freezing it as well, but look at the CS discrepancy from the mid laners from basically just that. I would say there was already a CS lead prior to that occurring.
Oh, TNT. Be very careful, my friend. He does tumble out of the way of the passive. TCT will return, but he's level 2.
Yeah, TNT's level 5 in response. He must have he did. He walked away, helped with the jungle follow a lot at the start of the game, whereas PYL stuck in lane. So he'll get that up a lot quicker, and TNT gets the early advantage for it.
Level 6, pretty important here as well. Tumble will just see him tagged by Winter's Bite. And this is comfortable for TNT. He's looked very good on the Vayne, even into a player like Imp. You can see now, even standard, keeping that CS.
Oh, no.
Nice condemn, actually. But he exchanged Silver Bolt's targets.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but you can see it did look cool. The aggression's still going to be there, though, from this Vayne and Janna bot lane. The fact that they're doing well, they're not being pushed under their turret, losing farm against the Sivir and a Braum, speaks volumes for how this game has contrasted compared to the previous 4 for the 2v2.
And we mentioned the Ahri Elise combo that can team up for some gank pressure. Swift's in the mid lane.
He's going to walk in, Godby. Now going to get caught. Cocoon is good. Doinby doesn't quite pull the charm. They're trying to bait the pull out, but the charm will miss. The pull will get popped, but the ulti's out as well. Swift will move those spiderlings out from harm's way, and Doinby will get control of the lane.
The endless mind games of a Vladimir's pool with the CC coupled up together. Smart of Doinby to not actually throw it out and leave it as an ever-present threat, because if they comboed their crowd control, he wouldn't have died. And so they save it, they put down some damage before they threaten the second aspect of the crowd control combo, but he manages to avoid it even without the pull.
And the other thing is he actually sent Swift back to base pretty much with his ultimate, so he knew that he could shove up the lane again, buy himself another back, and continue his lane dominance. So I like the use of the Hemo Plague there, just to make sure that the mid lane couldn't, the jungler couldn't stick around, and Swift's going for a Runeglaive.
Yep, I was poorly up to him before. I can see that look on your face, but it feels very Swift to me. He knows he has to carry this game. He feels compelled to. His bottom side, Imp's going to lose that trade. The range on the bottom lane so strong.
Yeah, doing a lot of work in this 2v2. It's so hard to push a Vayne out of lane when he's got the constant overshields from that Eye of the Storm. And Siva is more trying to hit minions than people. So it's actually near impossible to push them out.
Especially now with V's ultimate, it's just so hard to gank any area of the map.
God, V.
There we go.
Nice bait, I guess.
I think he actually wanted to recall.
Probably.
Doinby was hesitant, he thought there was a bait. There was no bait.
He wanted him to use mana, you know? You saw that he was low already. Doesn't matter.
He's a health-based champion. He knows. That's next level.
He's like, yeah, I got resourcelessness.
What do you have? Double drones?
Blue buff.
Blue buff, yeah.
The mid laner is disgusted at us.
Well, Swift has found TVQ. Doesn't have smite. He's going to go in. Doinby over the top as well. First blood will be on Ari, and it's on to TVQ.
And he got the red buff as well. That's horrible news. Ari's actually one of the most annoying red buff champions in the game. And now Godvy's on the wrong side of his lane.
He's about to feel the red buff. Ari Roth down bottom side. Heals popped. Imp has to be careful. Final hour popped in there as well. Teleport's coming down, but here's the Stand United. TCT, little too low as Akon's going to come back in the shield. Barely keeps him not alive as PYL ult, but it does sort of split the middle. V's going to flash out and he'll just be safe.
So he was trying to get greedy there with PYL, keep the slow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, now they're fighting. Doinby's getting aggressed on. Swift is here.
Got
He's
him.
around the cocoon, does find it, but the kills through as well. The buff transfers there. Swift's going to try and get them back. Puts down the rappel, pops in onto Godby and takes him out.
That was actually well played from Swift, using the rappel to dodge the E out of the Vladimir enough to keep him alive as a very low health champion going for that Runeglaive. But the bottom lane fight was just massive for LGD. TNT had no reason to be that aggressive, except that V was telling him that he had the Shen ultimate. So a very risky and I guess a lack of coordination between the team to actually have unwarranted aggression off the back of confidence from a Shen.
TBQ's here as well. TCT base checks.
Got ulti.
Imp's got the damage down. The ulti's good. Flash out will just keep him safe. And there are so many summoner spells being blown in the bottom lane.
That's huge, though. Janna just came back to lane. She's already low health.
TBQ.
Don't do it, TVQ. It's not worth your life.
The Runeglaive completed now for the Elise as well. He can't actually last hit the ward because there it is, because the red buff was blocking it. So manages to get that in the end, but TBQ's aggression now very proactive. And we'll see if he can continue that trend with this mid lane.
Yeah, it's nice to see these junglers open things up, but Godby's Will of the Ancients, and now level 9, starting to prove, I think, a bit problematic for Doinby.
Very much so. He's close to the Morellos, so the sustain's not as prevalent once that is completed. But until such a stage, Godby is in such complete control of this lane that he can go do Raptors in between.
And LGD pull a very quick trigger on this dragon. Good wards there as well. Swift will be a little late to spot them. The spider's out. Godby's eating some harass here, but the first dragon very forcefully. Oh, Swift's trying to steal it. No, he can't. Too many people there, and LGD get dragon number 1. Swift going in, PWL gets caught, Doinby's going to ulti. TCT's here as well, Swift gets caught up by the stuns, gets the first kill, repels out of the way, but he's got nowhere good to go. He flashes out, but the damage is coming in. Now Godby's trying to line it up, the stun's in onto him, but Doinby can't follow in, he's got no mana. TCT dies as well to Godby. Not a good trade, but well played LGD.
And teleport burnt by the top laner. All of a sudden, Acorn has time for days up there. Doinby has no mana, and Godby is unrelenting.
He's going to dive?
If Doinby stays, he will. So he's going to force him to recall. He's going to stop the recall.
Standard mid lane
The
proxy.
most annoying proxy in history from a Vladimir right now. He's actually being blocked by minions. So he had to pull and ruined everything that he had set up for him. But wow, that was just...
He's going into the top lane?
He's going to choke down some jungle.
He's on a mission.
He's tower diving top now? What is this? That has so much health back, by the way. And Swift, he doesn't want to go anywhere
Here he
near it.
goes.
But now it's Godby in the top side. Pops down the ulti, but I think he missed. B will die regardless. And Swift's left wondering what the hell happened.
And he's a Runeglaive Elise. Like, they can just straight up dive the Elise if they would like.
Yeah,
What's he going to do?
Like, we look at that fight in the middle lane earlier, it felt like Swift thought he was a Cinderhulk Elise.
Yeah, he was paper. Like,
Yeah.
this is the thing. I play Elise a lot, so before the Elise hate washes over me, this is my build as well, but it is very risky.
Now getting aggressed on though. TCT's trying to chase him out. Ulti there popped onto PYL. Final hour's good. The Condemn's out. There's the Stand United for the CC. And TNT's going to get himself a kill.
And though the teleport was not available for the Shen anymore, he of course has the benefit of more than one and actually can be in that bottom lane and have an impact before Maokai can do anything. Akon's busy with this Elise of all things sitting in the top lane.
Almost got killed actually.
So I agree, but I think it was Monty actually that said it best, was if you're a Shen and you leave lane and you lose your turret, it's actually not in your favor, because for the rest of the game, he has to now choose when he uses his ultimate really carefully, because if any damage goes onto their tier 2, that's horrible news for QG.
Yeah, so the trade-off there, and I completely agree with that, is going to be if Shen can control the lane to the point where there's no damage going to go down to the tier 2 because you've got your Barmy Cinder and you're against the tank that's not going to be able to push very well. If you can keep them under their turret, then it takes them a prolonged period of time to get to yours. And you've got a second teleport anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. And the one thing that you will say is they stuck around and took the turret there. So a 1-for-1 trade, especially with a killed, is in QG's favor. It's what LGD can do now.
Yeah. Swapping kind of down to the bottom lane here as B is popped his way down, or at least sitting here, getting harassed by Imp. But the Blade of the Ruined King is done for Vayne. TNT is kept up in CS in this 2v2. And again, it's been a rare thing in this series, but this Vayne might be the answer.
Yeah, but in saying that, he's done it off the back of a Shen. So used a very good tool on the map, and it meant a 30 CS advantage in the top lane, and quite a sizable one in mid as well.
And a lack of Cogmore kind of plays on the mind a bit, is that he's gone for the Sivir seemingly as a denial tool from Xiaogu, but it also doesn't give him a directly winning lane, and that has favored Xiaogu a lot.
Looking good so far as LGD have the pretty minimum gold lead of 1,000. Godby going to eat some trades. Doinby back with the blue buff and the Morello Nomicon, so a little bit stronger now as Swift. He's got his health crystals, he's got his null magic mantle, he's trying to get a bit tankier.
Yeah.
But it's going to take a while.
So going the Eve build, just going for a Runeglaive into pure tank, it looks like, with what should be, wow.
Godby's going back in. Rocktex brought some friends, POL and TVQ here as well. Doinby's out of mana despite the blue. Cocoon will miss, and LGD going to get the mid lane turret.
They're a double pick comp right now between these two in the middle lane against people that are disregarding them as champions. In fact, they're glorified minions to Godby at the moment, and that's why it's so difficult to hit him with a single pick.
Rim's coming down as well. He's going to knock things down, get some mana off the Tornado. And 2-1 now up in turrets for LGD.
Not great for Xiaogu if they're being completely rotated on this map.
Murkred's pickup out of Godby, just such a smart pickup against the Cocoon as well as the Charm.
And the Taunt even.
Yeah, even Taunt, you're right. See whether he goes into something like an Abyssal next and just completely goes for some magic resistance. Then the job just becomes get Acorn with that Righteous Glory as well as Imp's ultimate on top of the Vayne, and then Vlad kills everyone else.
So I think he's going to go for Azonius, to be honest with you, just because the utility that Azonius gives from the active, irrespective of the resistance being not necessary at all because it's armor against a magic damage-based team. It'll give him enough capability. It's like Rumble. You always go for the Azonius just because you can then be in the front line. I feel like that's where he's going to go next.
I think for me, the funniest thing watching this game is we sort of talked about how people like to play safe during Game 5 and they'll pick all this scaling and, you know, it'll all be a very big Farm Fest. We've had a very aggressive game, actually, between these two teams. Action-packed in the first 17 minutes, but LGD have found themselves up with almost a 2K gold lead. Dragon number 2 is coming back up as well. 15 seconds. We'll see if Xiaogu want to try and pick a fight, because they're starting to get stronger as well.
That didn't do a single point of damage.
Nope. Unbreakable. Pretty good spell.
A very comfortable position here, LGD. It feels like they've got that Sivir on the hunt available to just press the massive go button. And that massive go button is every other member of LGD. That's the point that they're at. And though they didn't accrue a massive lead in terms of farm, Acorn has.
Yeah, Acorn's massive. Look at him. He's bodying V.
Chasing him away in the top lane. 40 CS up with the Righteous Glory done. We talked about high impact teleports from Acorn in the last game in the very early skirmish in the bottom lane. Could be a similar sort of thing here. V might be able to get there twice. It's not going to have the same impact that Acorn will have once he lands into that fight. And I think knowing that, Xiaogu probably not going to 5v5 contest for this Dragon. They get a pick though. That's exactly where they want to be. LGD, though, have started up the Dragon.
Yeah, they're looking for the layering of CC. LGD need to make sure that people aren't going too low as Acorn's in the mid lane. PYL
needs some damage, but he'll be okay, and they'll chase them out. Just threatening there with the ulti and the teleport. And second Dragon does go to LGD. They're 2,000 gold up now.
Yeah, threatening even more so by just having Acorn sitting middle is dangerous. Doesn't even need to teleport. Shen's busy in that top lane. Of course, you mentioned having the tower down impacts the way that he can work around these objectives, because he does need to be a lot more particular with timing. And this plays into LGD's hands perfectly. They get themselves easy objectives, and not just one.
Yep.
They get lost.
Pushing down the bottom turret now as well. 3-1 up in turrets for LGD as they fail the outer ring. And that gold lead's creeping up. 3,000 gold, 2 dragons and a kill up. And everyone's getting stronger and stronger.
Rylo's Crystal Scepter?
Maybe. From
Or
God
Haunting guys.
Or Zhonya's. Except there's a random ruby crystal.
Yeah, you know what? Mid lane special.
Yeah, exactly right. He's like, I don't want to die. Mana, ruby crystal.
Yep. Totally.
Need everything. Stormby almost at his Abyssal, actually, so not too far behind, despite the CS lead there for Godvi. Imp, though, Infinity Edge completed, Avarice Blade done.
You know what, though? The biggest difference...
out on the top lane, they're teleporting in.
Oh, man.
Gotta look for V. Been picked on quite a lot this game. Acorn's gonna pop his ult. PWL's gonna get taunted. But the chase down's there for Acorn. The Righteous Score has been popped for the slow. Swift is gonna arrive just to beat Godvi, and that damage is disgusting. They'll get him out safely, though. Acorn's still chasing in. TBQ's trying to find an ulti. Acorn, he'll flash forward. Godvi's actually going to get assaulted by TNT. But the damage is there. TCT will split them up as the shield comes down to stop Hemoplague damage. Xiaogu disengaged, but that was real close.
Yeah, all the ultimates burnt as well. You can see only TBQ's with his left available. Doinby on the other side of the map, but what a... That was a commit from LGD, but good disengage from QG.
You know what I felt like the biggest factor was before coming into this is the Aegis that was completed for TBQ, is it just gives them this strength in numbers where they just feel innately much more tanky. And that's the time where they decide to press the big go button and actually look for an engage. Xiaogu, they did disengage really well. They got out with their lives, all things considered. And a lot was used in terms of ultimates from LGD, but in terms of summoner spells, it was all Acorn. No one else really used anything. So they can very easily fight again.
Oh, 100%. You see that once again, they're trying to set up picks, but it's just so hard against Braum, who goes in, clears out the vision one more time.
And with all that, Xiaogu playing from behind a bit more, but this lead is the closest I think we've seen in the 4 games that we had before this one. Makes a lot of sense. A lot on the line here for these two teams. But Xiaogu, again, they trust in their team fighting. They trust in some of the scaling they've got here. And I think TNT's the one that's probably having the best time here. He's shown he can carry on a champion like Vayne. Almost up to 2 items now, as Imp rapidly approaching his 2 as well.
Yeah, so I definitely agree that right now it is TNT. Unless they set up a really good pick through Denial of Vision, which if you check out the vision on the map right now, it just doesn't look like it's going to be the case for QG. I think we can agree that. LGD just playing it very nicely. So, yeah, I agree that right now TNT needs to go massive in one of these fights, pick up a couple of kills for himself and be able to carry through with the late game damage we saw in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of this comes down, if you look at how Xiaogu meant to turn this around from what is now a deficit. It comes a lot down to their actual denial of vision and their pick potential, because that's what they should be doing.
Oh, 100%. Like, if I was... Yeah, they need to be able to control an area of the map. The problem is they've been beaten to 2 dragons, so LGD are like, we don't even care if you take one from us. So, yeah, maybe around the blue buff, something like that. Or maybe just play to one side of the map and then just invade on the other. Like, if you go deep, the odds are that LGD are going to face check you, but you can see LGD are always the team that are pushing up.
Yeah, of course, and you're doing it against the macro side LGD, so being able to actually control set areas is
really hard.
Nigh on impossible.
Yeah.
Now LGD going to take out the pink ward, keep pushing top lane, because they know even the dragon up soon, Baron's probably the next objective they're trying to future-proof for. And V's down the bottom is getting some work done, but QG going to have to try and stop this push. The Vladimir Siva push is very real.
They've just missed both forms of CC. Do clear out the wave. Turret's very hard to push in on.
V's still pushing. QG are gaining ground. They're using the Shen pick the way they need to. And LGD looking to kind of back up.
And I really like the Wolf Smite every single time that TBQ is going into that side of the jungle, because it means that the pick is impossible if they play top side of the map now. Also means that they have inside track. Instead of having to ward 3 choke points, all you do is smite the Wolf, and if you want to rotate into the mid lane, rotate towards the dragon, you don't have to get any other vision but that Sprite.
Yeah, completely. It's wardless vision. And it's for a period of time where you know that you're safe because it will reveal them. In saying that, it's not necessarily going to reveal a whole lot at this stage. The Baron is not really a point of contention for LGD. They like to bait it. That's one thing we can take from them in this series. But actually pulling the trigger and just starting up the Baron, though they could do it reasonably quickly. They've got a lot of damage between the Vladimir and the Siva. Not what they want to actually do. And then they're not doing it against a pick comp, so it's very smart of them to not do that. But then they're also just taking this so slow. And they're actually giving what is a pick comp from Xiaogu opportunities that they probably shouldn't have to set up. Yeah,
completely agree. And you can see right now that Xiaogu wanted to trade top lane turret for a dragon. Instead, they're going to be able to grab it. No setup even around the dragon area. Maybe a collapse.
TNT's denying farm. I think you might regret that, but Imp's going to come in. He'll get the tower. Akon's arrives a little late. And Xiaogu on the same side as LGD, in fact. So if they want to fight for the dragon, they can, but TNT does need to shop.
Yeah, but that was essentially a free turret.
Yeah,
completely. Like, should have been traded for a dragon, right? Which was the original decision that Xiaogu had made.
Yep.
It's now been traded for nothing.
And now they can set up for a dragon, potentially. PYL, he was the one that tanked a lot of the CC last time. Is pretty low. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out.
Phantom Dancer done for TNT as well. Lock it there for Swift. I need to see large rod on top of Doinby's other items. LGD have started up this dragon.
Now they're trying to trade mid lane turret for another one.
I'm not sure if they can do it against Vlad. PYL's going to come in as well. LGD will get the dragon. QG probably going to be forced to fight here as V. I think trying to keep Akon busy.
Yeah.
He's actually gotten quite strong now. That Spirit Visage helping out a lot in this 1v1.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit delusional.
It's helping out. I mean,
maybe not enough.
What does helping out really even mean when it's 2 tanks hitting each other? A little bit.
More about noodle density in the top lane.
Yeah. He's much more dense now.
This TNT trying to get damage done. Vayne, pretty standard grain JD carry. Oh, Doinby.
Wow.
TBQ trying to make the play, but Doinby flash ulti's out.
Teleport.
Teleport here as well. PYL's going to try and give him the chair. The Stand United's in, but a condemn is huge as TCT ults them away. But Akon's just going to descend upon them. Godby cleans house in the back line. And V and TCT are running for their lives. Swift is here, but he can only try and peel. He looks for the cocoon. He doesn't find it.
Look at the shot caller for LGD. He's on the other side of the map. As soon as he got to the 2 kills, he was like, Baron, we are going for it straight away. And you can see he just made a beeline for that. Akon blew flash in the other direction. Godby was a Baron.
Not only that, he evaporated TNT. That guy did not live for long.
Oh, QG looking to fight. They pop the wards down. I think Swift might just try and
settle
for a steal.
But this is 3 members looking for a steal. TCT's got the zone control. They've got a ward on top of it, so Xiaogu want to go for this.
Oh, EMP's flashing in, but he gets Cocoon! Blown up potentially, but TBQ's going to run in to save him. Repels down, Imp will die, but the kill's gone down. V's in the pit now, actually.
Just
trying to keep them off, but the Baron's
on
going
his
to die. Imp does actually get TCT. The Baron goes to LGD. V gets caught by Akon as he taunts away, and TNT swoops in to save his teammate.
That was actually played well from LGD, besides Imp's flash. because they denied any chance of a steal by killing the smite, and V had committed to going into the pit as Imp had gone for the Elise. So all things considered, it was the right idea. This maybe could have been executed slightly better, but oh my god.
TBQ going back in, just sends them off with his ultimate. The Baron buffs here, these creeps take a long time to kill. Doinby's used his ulti. I don't think they can get this tower. QG going to continue falling behind. They're about 5,000 gold down there, but this game is much closer than any of our other 4.
Apart from the fact that finally we mentioned Godby, the man in the mid lane. He'd had a series like we honestly had not seen out of him in a bad way in a very long time. This time around, 5-1-1 on the Vladimir. Has the Void Staff, still has a Ruby Crystal.
It's probably a Rylai's.
Probably a Rylai's
eventually. At this stage, you may as well go Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
He's got the makings for it. So.
Oh, Acorn caught. TNT's going to get himself a kill. Condemns out as Doinby collects it. What can Xiaogu do with the pick?
Places you shouldn't be on the map, featuring Acorn.
If you're lucky, you're going to get this middle tower right now as Xiaogu, but there's just no way. If Godby appears on the map, that area is a no-go zone.
They get half a duration off a Baron buff is actually what they get off the back end of that. So definitely a good pick to be able to produce if you are QG at this stage of the game. Danger is that 5th Dragon's still very much looming, and Vladimir, when you talk about scaling and hyper carries, obviously we don't mention mid lane as much as we mention the AD carry position, but wow, is he going to be able to do work.
And Imp's the supplementary damage, and good damage it will be with Godby on the side.
And you know what? The Ahri build is the opposite of scaling as well. It's utility-based, it's mid-game centric in terms of Abyssal and Morello's, and then the Rylai's is just to provide utility behind that mid-game focus. So they're banking on TNT.
Yeah, so I like Rylai's as a rush actually on Ahri right now, but I think it's one of those builds that you go, wow.
Damage is good. Swift trying to make a pick, finds PYL. They're going to go straight in for him. All in for the support there as he is going to get low. They'll take him out as he gets his ulti cancelled. And now Imp's going to get dove on by Swift. He needs to get the kill. Imp's kiting, but he can't do it. As Stand United will finish. Gets the double taunt. Swift needs to get out of there. The rest of his team can't quite join in. And TBQ, he looks for the slow. Swift trying to run for his life. They got 2 kills, but they might still lose the fight. Acorn doesn't flash. He can't do it. And Swift is just going to get away.
And that was mostly zoning from Godby as well. They kept the carries away. And they engaged onto a Braum, which then translated towards the Sivir of Imp. He does go down, but it takes so long to take one member out of LGD. If Godby was there sooner, they were dead.
Yeah, but once again, they're delaying it. Like, that was Baron for absolutely nothing on the map. Maybe they can set up around this next Dragon fight, which you feel, by the way, that Xiaogu have to fight. Letting a team to get to 4th Dragon means that any mistake you make in the later stages of the game is a 5th Dragon buff. So definitely need to be able to get some vision around there. The way that we think they're going to win fights is with a pick. Definitely have the potential now with a 2-item Vayne to go berserk as well, but it's not going to be easy to do.
It's certainly not in this game. The tension is only mounting here as LGD try and win a domestic title for POL. Try and win 3 here for Imp, claiming 3 major championships. And Xiaogu trying to run upset. They're not just the rookies that are trying to upset, by the way. I just realized that if they win this game, they will break the Game 5 Sivir curse. This is exactly how Imp lost his last grand final. To Def Sivir. It's so fitting that he's playing it now.
Last whisper as well from a pickaxe.
Yeah.
That's pretty gross.
I was
Speaking
more
of Sivir,
disappointed in Godby. He sold his Ruby Crystal.
That's just not good enough, really.
Upgraded it for a needlessly large rod.
You don't commit to an item to sell it, you know?
Look.
I bet you he dies in the next fight now.
That would be justice.
Red buff secures him.
Oh, they'll find a pick again. Godby's actually the target. Block it down. He pops a Hemo Plague. He pops his Zonies. Can he buy enough time? Sends United's down. Imp is low in the backside there as well. Good ult there from TCT. The first kill comes out as well from TNT. And where are the rest of this team? V and Doinby going absolutely crazy in this fight. Imp's almost dead and Godby is dead. QG gonna get a dragon.
Yeah, Doinby ulted onto Imp on the backside of that team fight. And they get the dragon. They're going to get mid lane. This game back to pretty much even.
Xiaogu trying to beat LGD. trying to continue their trend as BBQ gets a great pick right in the backside, but V taunts them. Doinby, though, is going to die. V is stunned. He'll fall as well. Imp gets a double, and Swift has to run. Good cocoon there as TBQ's going to keep running. The Spiderling stops. Swift's forced to flash out, and LGD answer back.
They do get out, but again, TBQ has just got Doinby's number in this game. Every single time they've tried to get that middle turret, he has flash body slam and explosive cask on top of him.
He's playing so well.
Yeah, he's playing really well right now, and LGD off the back of what was a mistake where Xiaogu capitalized completely on them. They turn that back around near immediately, and they get something back for them.
You just can't give Civ a free time on objectives. Imp didn't die, he came back, knocked down the tower, 4-2 now in that metric for LGD.
And Imp changed his upgrade on his boot. I swear he had Alacrity at the start of this game.
No, home guard.
Did he?
It's home guard, right?
Yeah, that's home guard.
No, I know that's home guard. Was it last game that he had it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. They all blur into
Xiaogu out for blood, by the way. TNT it's level 15. The mid lane turret's going to fall. Not the worst trade there for Xiaogu, who are continuing to keep the gold within touching distance.
So I like that when Xiaogu fought that, they had the QSS ready for Vayne. So it denied a lot of the damage that GodV can actually output, to the point where it was a very easy pick, even though it took them about 10 years. And to be fair, the health crystal wouldn't have saved him in that instance. So
you don't know that. We can't go back and replay it. We don't have the technology for it yet.
I'll give it 99%, so that he was going to die regardless. But the fact that they had the QSS there for TNT to prevent any damage from GodV was really well timed with the engage.
Yeah, it certainly was, but he's got a death cap now, so he looks at the Vayne.
You can't QSS damage.
Death.
Yeah.
Is GodV going to get blue buff as well? Bit of CDR for himself there. And he's a monster in this game. 345 CS at 33.5 minutes. Doinby trailing by 55. And he's not really doing badly on the item front. In fact, Xiaogu in general have kept the game relatively close. Still 4K up for LGD, but it's been about that for most of this game since they started getting ahead. And TNT, he's the big threat. If GodV's the one for LGD to look out for, TNT's damage is only getting better.
Yeah, you can see 2,000 gold, though, for both major carries, AD and top mid lane right now. Split push being engaged once again by this Shen. See what LGD want to do to try and control the map.
Oh my god. That was so close.
It was. He even got condemned after.
You feel it would have been the go button? It's really hard to kill the Gragas at this stage of the game still.
Oh, look, it likely wouldn't have been a go button, so to speak. It would have just been a lot of poke that would have been put down onto him.
I mean, LGD would have just, like, Sivir ulted and used the Righteous Glory and just dove on them. I'm not saying they would have won the fight, but that's generally how they play it.
I mean, Sivir's got his elixirs ready to go.
It's so... Looking down the bottom side quickly. Oh, God, V. I don't know how he knew that.
Periods of time where you may express concern for someone's safety. I feel like I would have said, oh god, TNT there.
Maybe.
I think that if there was any way of that turning around, it would have been just then.
Is that an iron elixir?
Yeah, that's been on him for a couple minutes now.
He's really tall.
That hair is magnificent.
Really tall?
Yeah, very. Swift. I mean, this game is starting to push towards the QG comfort point. I guess that's my woe for LGD. Shen's starting to split push more. QG are getting stronger and stronger. Doinby's approaching 4 items. TNT's approaching 3 plus his QSS.
So I think the comfort point is going to be the infinity edge for TNT, is that a lot of the commitment in terms of itemization here from Doinby is to kill Sivir.
Jesus. Imp?
Yeah.
Hello.
So that's another window where he can't team fight.
Just testing that one. Shen's still going in the bottom lane.
That's actually super bad for LGD at this stage of the game. Not having the ultimate available means that they can't engage when they would like to, and you can see have to back away.
Yeah, look at Xiaogu. Confident to step into the Baron Pit, take the Scuttle Crab, clear away some pink wards. Fight time for Shen on the bottom side. Acorn, he can contest, but he can't really stop him at this point.
It's not Trundle-esque in that he's just going to hit the turret, but he's still going to be here. He's going to be a nuisance.
Acorn's actually winning somehow. Gonna keep going. Twisted advance.
Again, I need to question what you define as winning. This is
he has more health, Rusty. That's technically winning.
He does have more health. I guess, he won.
He also has more way to stop the teleport.
Yeah.
So that's a win.
Look, we'll check back in 17 minutes when they're almost finished their 1v1 and we'll say who won.
I think the Nexus would explode by the time before they killed each other.
35 seconds Dragon. That's probably the next objective that we will realistically get a team fight. Sivir ult will be back available, as well as everyone's flash. It's really important in these big games to keep an eye on the flashes. And everyone has it up.
I think the other thing as well is TNT. Still hasn't got that shop in. He's going now.
Going back now.
He's going to be a little late.
Yeah, so the other big item, if this is the Infinity Edge, is already the zone use from Ari. That was completed. Now these two items, pretty much simultaneously.
Running from base. They pinging out the Shen.
Yeah.
Well, they're putting Baron Vision. This is really smart. They know that if they do this, LGD have to pull off that dragon because they don't want to trade.
It's going to be an interesting decision here. Xiaogu really looking to work around their comp and actually
That ward
make
in the
picks.
pit means that they didn't have to go past mid lane.
And it's the same for both teams. They both have a ward in the respective opposite pit, so no one's overcommitting.
But do they do
anything.
it quick enough? I honestly don't think they do. As strong as Vayne is, I don't think they get Baron in the time that it takes to get Dragon.
Oh no.
They've given up number one.
They know the Dragon's being done right now. They have just teleported.
They're actually going all in on Baron.
The trigger.
They're going straight in for it. The Dragon is dead. TVQ doesn't have a smite for 15 seconds. They're going straight in.
Maybe they do have the damage.
Akon's here. They're looking for the damage. It's getting low. They might just have enough. Can they get it? They do secure it, but the fight's now on. PYL pops his ulti in. Godvy's far too far forward. TNT gets massively chunked. The Sodges just saves him. It gets the kill, and it's absolute carnage in the pit as Swift dives forward, flushes in the back as TBQ's fighting V. Jana is dead. The carries are gone. Doby's trying to keep it alive, but 3-1 LGD QG pay for that Baron.
Most likely more than just 3, unless V with the empowered recall does get back to safety. They do still have the Baron buff, but they've lost so many members for that, and it was just executed well. Godv just does not die.
He does so much damage. He died in a Hemo Plague plus everything else was pretty much enough to kill all the carries.
And they're trying to get the lane shoved up, maybe even looking for a turret.
Oh, 10 seconds on Jana. Vayne shortly after there as well.
Oh yeah, they are.
Where's Imp? He's right there. They're going to tank it up. V's caught. Akon twisted advance there. Brawn passive pops. And Impy's just on the tower, but V, he gets the taunt. 6 spell shield there from Imp. They will break the base, but they have to run.
They do have to back off. The numbers advantage starting to play into the favor of Xiaogu ever so slightly. Of course, the Baron buff going to help them a bit, but as the dust settles after a fight that was really big, the only actual benefit from that is a turret against a Baron buff.
Yeah, but the Baron buff's only on 2 members. One being the Shen is great because it is the split pusher.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at it. Okay, so the Hemo Plague goes down and Godby lives by the skin of his teeth, but then Imp flashes in and crits the Vayne. Like, that is all you need to say. Like, if there is ever a time to have an Imp moment, to dive into the back of a Baron pit, that's probably the time.
I think I've seen this one before.
It was the same time as the Hemo Plague exploded as well that got mistimed for a QSS out of TNT. So, all things considered, TNT, yeah, he died pretty rough.
And like I said, Sivir in the Baron pit late into a game in a very clutch Game 5 moment. I know Imp has seen this one before. Xiaogu, what are you doing? Hiding in a brush with
They were looking for Godby.
lane.
They expected Godby to be the split pusher right now. And I was actually going to suggest it myself, so I'm glad I didn't. My face would be very red because he would be dead right now. But yeah, so what they were actually trying to do is just look for whoever's going to go control that wave. But LGD already had it slow pushing.
They get their answer. It's no one.
So they have a window here to be able to do this, and though it's not really achieving anything, the idea that it potentially could is there. They've lost their window now. Of course, it's very obvious that no one's going to be there. And so they actually hit the minions and start to push it back. But they're also the lane without the Baron buff as well.
Yeah.
They can work around the one predictable place where people may be, in this case, unpredictably not there.
So because Baron buff is probably not going to amount in anything, in fact, it has just fallen off. Got to give that to LGD. They're 1 dragon away from dragon number 5.
Absolutely. The fact that nothing was really achieved from that Baron buff besides resetting the map. is going to speak wonders for the next fight that LGD put into place. The question is always going to come back to, yes, they are one dragon away from that 5th buff, which is going to be huge. But if they don't execute the fight right, if Godby can't actually get onto a carry member of Xiaogu, if he dies before he can even react, then, I mean, Xiaogu, they've got the team for it.
This game is so tense. Makes sense. Game 5, teams playing carefully. We're 41, almost 42 minutes into this game. The longest game of this entire series, I believe. We're not even done. Maybe not even close. Xiaogu, the first ones to the Dragon Pit. It's starting to get harder and harder for teams to make mistakes.
Yep.
And LGD still have that lead, but Xiaogu feel confident now. The gold leads are, sorry, the gold numbers pretty high for both sides, and the builds are almost done here.
I mean, I think it's as simple as looking at the CS discrepancies between these two carries on both of these teams right now. And that's how the game has been going. Every single time that Xiaogu have done something in a positive manner, it's basically been a pick from a position where they probably shouldn't have been.
They're pulling the trigger top lane.
Good play, LGD. Imp's going to pop the ulti. V, I don't know if he can get out of this. He's going to try. The rest of his team's not there. They're pinging mid lane. V's going to try and buy some time. He's trying to ulti out. No, he gets stopped by Akon's Arcane Smash. And now he just has to buy time.
How far do you chase?
He's got flash. He uses it. TBQ, I don't know if he can hold this off. He body slams out. V's running back towards his team through LGD's own jungle.
They stopped chasing. They started recalling.
Oh, PYL. He's found
now
him.
PYL's caught.
Yeah, that's awkward. Carries have gone back. Xiaogu just get a torrent out of that. It cost V a lot of summoners.
So
but he gets out safely.
LGD just pinged mid inhibitor. They just said, we're going down here now. And with the Dragon up in 35 seconds, if they can keep Xiaogu within their own base, then this should be the free 5th Dragon for them.
Yeah, they don't want Vision to go over to Xiaogu. We keep mentioning it. But the Ari pick potential, especially at 6 items, a very cost-efficient build with no death cap, needs to be subbed in at some point, means that this is a very real potential. No Stand United going to be available, although TBQ went back to base.
That's very weird.
That's a very adventurous item build as well for the Vayne, I just noticed. Doesn't have a Last Whisper against Armor Stack. It's gone for what looks to be a Banshee or a
QG
Jet.
are like trying to tank all of this damage. They're really trying to take the sustained fight. But the poke's out there for him. Xiaogu are here. They have to fight.
This is risky. They have 100% have to fight, but LGD can play the slow game.
They can't get in.
Akon's huge. Look at him.
Akon is massive. He's getting chunked up. Swift! He dives in. He can't get the dragon. Goes off to Gragas as Doinby gets out of the way. Big ult there from TCT. Doinby goes back into the pit. And now TNT's being chased out by Akon. They're trying to buy time, but Doinby's dead to Godby. TNT, he has to flash out as well, but he'll get followed in. A triple there for Godby. TNT will die as well. And that's going to be an ace as Godby gets a quadra kill.
And how big is Akon on the back end of that team fight? 5th Dragon goes across. Akon is unrelenting in stalking TNT. And what did we mention? No one else has the sustained damage to kill the Vladimir. LGD just win the team fight of their life.
The flash forward. I think Imp knows this is game. He's been in this position before. He wanted the LPL title. Looks like he's going to get it. They'll face take the turrets. And LGD in 5 games will do what they could not do to EDG in spring. They take the Summer Championship. Imp takes the Triple Crown. And LGD looks so strong moving into Worlds.
Not only the first team to make it into Worlds now, they are the first team in the Chinese region. They've done it with style.
And PYL, you deserve every bit of praise you get. They run to their trophy. Elated. They played so well. Xiaogu, have to credit them. They gave it their all. But LGD, they've proved all summer long that they are the team in China. And with this moment, they solidify it.
And what a game 5 out of Godby. You know, we raised questions the entire set. He played that from start to finish with some of the biggest guts I've seen in a long time.
I would like to almost coin the fact that the first 4 games he had a very shaky beginning, but he came into the 5th game and he was almost like the Reaper of the Rift. So almost needs to be in a Xiaogu outfit after a performance like that.
Get back those dark robes on for the opening ceremony and get that murder face back on.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It wouldn't be an LPL final without Civil winning a Game 5. That's all I can say. You can see the fans on their feet cheering on LGD. It's been a long year for them. It's been a fantastic summer. I feel like if you 3-0 EDG, you deserve to win, but Xiaogu made them fight for every inch of the rift that they got.
Yeah, definitely did. Xiaogu, an admirable effort, but the end result, just LGD, this side that started the split off a little bit shaky. They got back their main shot caller PYL, and from there, it's only really seemed like it's just been better and better for this side, and rightly so, being able to go 3-0 against EDG before coming into this final. It's so well deserved.
Pressed to the limit, but really showing their class here as a team. I cannot believe TBQ played this series so well. That Game 5 especially, he was on fire. I don't think I've ever seen him play that well. He was playing Gragas of all champions.
Yeah, he just time and time again was able to catch Doinby out when he didn't have the ultimate, force him back under the turrets. You can look down the line, PYL, fantastic game yet again, controls the pace of the laning phase. Acorn on Maokai, my God, was he gigantic in keeping TNT out of those team fights. And you can see every single member very well deserving.
Shaking hands, smiling, receiving their big check. And Imp, that's another trophy to the ever-growing mantelpiece. Godvi and PYL will pick up their first along with TBQ, and Acorn puts another big feather in that hat.
And look, it's the little things that speak the most.
TBQ, please smile.
You know, no.
Just to let you know, buddy, you did win. I think you can't believe it. Look at Godby, he looks stunned. Imp's like, whatever, just another championship trophy.
Still
Chip
the
it.
pre-game Godby face right there.
He's like, do I have to play another game? That series was so long. I don't want to have to do it again, but if I will, I'll play Vladimir. How good do you have to feel as Godby? You get brutally smashed in the bands for 5 games straight.
Right, yeah.
Put onto Vlad, of all things, in the final game, and just wreck your lane.
He was proxying between turrets at 12 minutes in.
And the reason he stopped is because he got stuck.
He got creep blocked.
Yeah, had to use his puddle to get to safety. But again, it feels like the little things in that Game 5 that really cemented LGD with this victory in the entire series. Is that the small micro mechanics, smiting away that 5th dragon, have the mental fortitude to actually go through with and execute right. Everything that LGD did, it just was so on point.
PYL deserves it more than anyone on this team. He's the captain, he's the shot caller. Imp sits by his captain. There's a reason he wanted to join this team. It was that man right there in the middle.
And you have to think of the whole LGD organization. You know, Flame not on stage right now,
Yeah.
but definitely helped lift Acorn to a completely different level. You can see PYL, he looks pretty happy. Imp's got a cheeky grin on his face. He knows what he's done again.
Yep, he's won. He's smashed deft to get here and then clutched it out in Game 5. Everyone on LGD played a phenomenal last game. You can say what you want about the rest of the series for some of them. TVQ's been stepping up. Godvi looked a little shaky, but it's looked good all season. Acorn's looked almost better than I've ever seen. And Imp and PYL are just ridiculous. But everyone in that last game played to the top. And this team, the first team in China to go to Worlds, watch out, rest of the world, because this team looks insane.
Yeah, this is the one team that we know is guaranteed to be coming at the World Finals, and they look like a well-oiled machine that doesn't look like slowing down anytime soon. Super scary.
What a way to start your campaign off to Worlds by winning the LPL Summer. Lift the trophy high, boys. You certainly earned it.
夏邑在今天联赛的第一个比赛日上面，面对老干爹战队拿下了5杀，
最后剩下平2-0，这应该是没有办法遭到了团灭。
下一步就6秒，
林鹏被
来，还有，还不一定，真的不一定。
啊！3杀，我的天！
老干爹是还需要很多的3分来保证自己能够在这个前8的行列。但是美神再次进场，
这边小公举怎么说？这个伤害太高了呀！这样恭喜老干爹，那这样的话他们是对阵 Snake。
后来20多秒钟，陷入了 Marky 那边打不出伤害，老鼠已经火力全开，把前排全部秒掉。
没了，
防不住了。
恭喜老干爹挺进下一轮。
今天比赛已经来到了半决赛，那刚才也看到了，昨天战胜他们对手的老干爹对上我们联赛的常规赛中排名第1的 EDG。刚才逃跑拳是在临危时刻闪现过去踢开了梅口，保住了一波，而且那边太深了，这波梅口也走不掉，直接被打了一个1换5。上面逃跑拳定住了小胖，哇！逃跑拳一个人在硬刚小胖，配合上弹弹进场直接收掉。皎月在后面也切掉了对方的后排，邓粉也不能扛住这样一波了，立即选择投降。我们恭喜老干爹3比0挺入决赛。
我们看到双方选手都已经准备就绪，马上就到 QG 和老干爹的第1场比赛。这一波感觉老干爹要炸，
完美输出，直接点死2个人拿了一个双杀，4个头一技能跳墙没死，一波0换3。
现在末日一个疯女在这里和淘宝拳2个人玩躲猫猫，
这一波太伤了，一波0换4闪现一 Q Ace，
闪现被追了。还有一个治疗，这边技能应该是一个空档期啊。传送，但这一波的传送战斗力谁强？
这边布隆已经选到很低了，直接被秒，斯维特也跑不了了，点燃挂上，顶起来3翅也难逃啊！1到了，
就是那个大嘴，就是那个大嘴，直接秒了。好，那这样老干爹直接是扳回了1分，我们恭喜老干爹。